Hey, hi, hello, and welcome to the Northern Legends qualifier. I am Maisie Marzipan, and I am joined here by a wonderful selection of casters. You may know him from his voices lended to just about every single Riot Games title out there. Say hello, Darksil.
Hello, everyone. Great to be here. I'm really excited to get into some TFT.
And, well, I would be remiss if I left out the man at the end. He owns more League of Legends character hats than anyone else on the planet. The wildest man on the Rift. Welcome, it's Stuart.
Hello, thank you. Excited to be casting with you both. Set Nines here, and excited to be casting Northern Legends as well. Some UK and Nordics getting some love.
Well, we do love Set 9. We may have had a bit of a Dog Day Draven start, but we are here and we are ready for the qualifiers for Golden Spatula Cup #1. Ooh.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be fair, because like I said, set 9. We had the little changes that happened to Draven, so we won't be seeing any more of that. Credit to the devs and everything as well, for bug fixing that and getting that out of the way. But yeah, really excited to see what comps everyone's going to be playing and who are going to be our qualified players for GSC #1.
Oh, that is true. We got the top 4 going on through from today, but Stuart, would you like to tell us a little bit more about the tournament roadmap?
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully we should get the roadmap on the screen fairly soon. But we are getting the top 4 players at the moment. We've got quite a few players competing today. The top 4 will be going through all the way to GSC #1, which will be happening in a few weeks' time. But not only that, but there is going to be a Northern Legends final as well, as you can see, in October. So players are not only competing to try and get into GSC #1, they're also competing to try and get points towards the Northern Legends final. So there's a lot to play for today. We've got 6 whole games in total today. There's a lot of games that you can sit back, relax, and enjoy. As I mentioned, the top 4 players will be going through as well. But we've got Northern Legends qualifying #2 coming up and #3 coming up in July. So a lot of exciting TFT to look forward to, not to mention the Super Bowl right at the end as well, which is always super fun to see if Northern Legends could do well in the Super Bowl, which, to be fair, we did quite well last time, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, everybody loves a good Super Brawl for fun, but still a little bit of competitive matches really seem to get the community going. But enough about the end of season fun that we'll be having. This is going to be an action-packed season, but today we focus on our top 16 players from our qualifier yesterday, and we'll have those up on screen. And Darksil, do you want to tell me?
I feel like they bring a certain level of pedigree to this weekend, not to mention really the pressure onto the players, but I'm expecting great things from them. In the very least, expect very aggressive playstyles coming out from the likes of Pizing, Decisive Away, Snubble, although he didn't describe his playstyle as kind of aggressive, he described it as fiendish, which I can leave it up to you, how you really come to terms with that and how you really kind of think, well, what does that really mean? But I'm expecting, or hoping at least, some spicy stuff to happen from Snubble and from pretty much all of the players, since they seem to play so aggressively.
Yeah, the word fiendish has got to strike fear into the hearts of everyone that's going against them today. What about you, Stuart? Do you see anyone that you're wanting to shout out?
I mean, there's quite a few players. There's a few players that are actually competing for the first time as well, which I've actually got as one of my my dark horses. So I think it's quite exciting to see not only the returning players that some people might be familiar with to Northern Legends and also to some GSCs, but also some of the new players as well, like Twixter, who said that it's his first time competing in TFT. So already getting into the top 16 of Northern Legends is already a great achievement. So trying to take that one step further to go into the top 4 would be a great achievement for the first time competing in TFT, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I love seeing new faces when they come to the competition. It's always exciting to see that TFT isn't just a game of old guard and we're getting new faces in all the time. And yeah, today is no exception for that. Now, you did mention your dark horse, which makes me want to say, casters, it is time. We will cast our casting curse. So if you are a player listening at home, plug your ears right now because I hate doing this, but it's got to be done. Darksil, who's your winner and dark horse for this competition?
Well, I think the obvious winner for this one, well, it sounds like if it's already been decided, but my obvious winner for this one is Brubba. Given his performance yesterday, his stance on the ladder is one of at least of our two challenger players in this tournament today. Um, I think it's Blast at Moon is the other player that is challenger. I feel like because of the performance and the performance that he puts up in the solo queue, he seems to be the obvious favorite for the win today, or at least to go through in the top four. And then my dark horse would be Snubble. I think that Fiendish playstyle might help him out.
Yeah, the fiendish thing definitely stands out. What about you, Stuart? Do you feel the same?
The Caster Curse is definitely going to carry on for me, unfortunately. I've also got Brother as my winner. I also think that, same as, Dark Seal, I think the Brother performance yesterday, not a single bot four. I think got 4 first places yesterday as well. So consistent all around, and hopefully that can continue into today. And then my dark horse, as I just mentioned, is a Twixter. Us Brits, we love a dark horse. We love to go for the underdog, and someone competing for the first time already in the top 16, trying to compete for the top 4. It's always exciting. So yeah, that will be my dark horse.
I do like your picks, and honestly, I almost went Brubba for my winner as well, but I won't lie.
You should have. That way, all 3 of us caster curse him. He gets
That's
bottom
too much
4
caster curse.
every single round.
The first one is the caster curse. The second one maybe cancels it out. 3 is too much. So I've chosen Blasted Moon for my winner. Again, it's a challenger player. This is someone that's put a lot of legwork in on the ladder. It's someone that plays really, really aggressively. And for my dark horse, I've got Birderp. And Birderp is someone that I've seen play in smaller tournaments and can be a real sort of feast or famine player, but always comes out of games with a smile on his face. And I gotta admire that. It's an unbreakable spirit. But chat, let us know. Are we wrong? Have we just casted Brubba? If you want to shout us out on our socials, you can get us on our Twitter at TFT Esports EMEA or use the hashtag TFT Northern Legends. Let us know if we're wrong. Now, I do believe we have some players getting ready to get into game 1. Do we have a look? Do we have a look for the audience at who will be playing in our first lobby today?
Yeah, I mean, we got our first lobby. We should be hopefully getting into the first game fairly shortly, but we've got quite a few players in the first lobby. We got the Bird as you mentioned, also Brubba as well in the first lobby. So 2 of the top 2 players yesterday already competing up against each other in lobby number 1, which is going to be super exciting.
And it feels like Sif that kind of skews it a little in favor of Brubba in some ways, because if you knock out your greatest competition early on, then they're going to be much less of a threat going into maybe rounds 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Well, Stuart, do you think there's going to be an element of mind games with these sort of people that were topping our league yesterday? Do you think they're going to try and assert dominance from game 1?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's quite interesting because you talk about, mind games. You could talk about the meta as well. There's a lot going through with the meta at the moment. We went from a heavy AD side in meta to now a heavy AP side in meta, and there's going to be a lot of contested comps coming into this first game, with Azir and Kai'Sa obviously being the 2 most notable, with the Shurima Lux and also with the Ionia challengers. So that's kind of where the mind games come in. Maybe that becomes a thing where it's like, oh, you can test the same comp as someone you're competing with, and maybe you might just get more lucky. Maybe you might hit them, 2-star forecast at the end of the day and try and knock out someone. So yeah, definitely the mind games will be coming in. But 6 games in total today. There's a long way to go from the first to the last game. So even if you have a bad first game, you kind of shouldn't really cancel yourself out, because there's still 5 more games afterwards that you can look to try and bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the streams yesterday of some of our players aiming to qualify today, and you're right, it's Azir, it's Lux, it's Kai'Sa, it's all these 4 costs that are sort of becoming the backbone of everyone's sort of compositions. Darkseal, is there any units or compositions you think we should be looking out for aside from this sort of tons of damage triforce of pain that we're seeing?
I think that with the heavily contestation over Kai'Sa and Azir, it might start to allow other competitions to kind of crop up. Maybe the likes of Void can also come out. That's also to speak to the power of the Kai'Sa. But I know one of our players, Chambe, really likes Deadeyes, so we might see a lot of Deadeyes, maybe a Felios carry, something like that, with the front line of the Urgot. This can really open up different avenues to try and get that win, or at least get towards that top 4 when you know that all of these really meta compositions are being contested.
Yeah, the Aphelios is one that I think it was really popular at the start of the set, but I think, yeah, with the Lux and Azir coming in, he's kind of slipped into the background. But
Yeah.
surely, Stuart, that must mean there's more room to play these compositions with the 4 cost carries that aren't being stolen out of the pool faster than they can show up.
Yeah, I think that brings an exciting question and exciting point to the table. Is like, because so many of these comps are going to be contested, as we already mentioned, the Azir and Kai'Sa. Do we see some of Felios maybe come out? Do we see Zeri, which I don't think we are, because Zeri is probably one of the worst performing 4 costs right now after the nerf she received, and also Felios got some nerfs. That's why we're seeing some of the rise of Azir and also Kai'Sa. But it also means that maybe we might be starting to get like these 3-cost reroll comps as well. Something like Sorcerer's Sona is still quite popular. The Rek'Sai reroll comp as well. Even Noxus is something that we have to shout out, because Noxus is very, very popular and is one of the best performing comps right now. So it's all about, especially in competitive games, all about scouting, seeing what the rest of your players, seeing what the rest of the players are going to be going for, and then trying to adapt to that and trying to get a composition that can secure you that top 4 finish.
Yeah, you're incredibly right. I love this set in general. We're just coming into it now, but I can't remember the last time a TFT set came out, and right away I was just like, yeah, one more game, one more game, one more game. And our players today, looking at their progress on the rank ladder, I think I felt kind of the same. Now, we've talked about the super meta comps and what we're looking out for. What we're looking forward to is something I want to chat about. So me personally, I love big verticals. Darksoul, you touched a little on Void.
Yeah.
Do you have any particular comps that might not necessarily be meta, but that you would be really excited to see?
I'd be really excited to see a Juggernaut comp kind of come through, because it had a little bit of a shining of brilliance throughout the last couple of patches, where you can make these kind of Juggernaut comps work with the Garen and the Darius really putting in the work as kind of your damage dealers. That was kind of back when you just had 6 Zeke's Heralds on your team, just really make the Garen spin to win, where you just see it every single game that you're in. You just see about 15 or 20 different Zeke's Heralds. I don't know how you get that many items to build them, but you see them in every single one of your games. You just see Garen spinning all the time, build couple of tanky items on him. He's pretty much unstoppable. So I'd like to see that kind of shine through a little bit if the game meta starts to shift in that direction.
That's, yeah. Oh gosh, the spinny Garen, the donkey Darius. It's the double trouble.
You just get a couple items on the Darius. He's unkillable as well.
Oh my goodness. And Stuart, do you have anything perhaps off meta that you would love to see today?
I wouldn't really say it's off meta. Well, it wasn't off meta last patch, but I was one of the people that were running the Tristana reroll comp. With the start with the
a lot 4-star Tristana.
I mean, it did get a little bit of a nerf, but to be honest, if you get the right start and if you get the augment, which I believe is like Yordle Portal part, like something Yordle Unstable Yordle Portal, I think it's called, or something like that. If you can get a good start, if you can get some of the units like the Maokai, the Poppy, the Tristana early on, even though augments like on a roll did get nerfed and Lee Sin's not being played too much as a legend, you can still try and go for that reroll comp, try and go for the 4-star Tristana, because it's still a win condition that you can go for. You just need a bit more early game presence with the some of them units. You can't rely too much on a roll and getting 23 rerolls every single turn for leveling up your units.
Oh, but why not? No, I'm just kidding. The Tristana 4-star, just every game you would see it. It got a bit harrowing, just seeing it over and over.
That's why it got nerfed, right?
Yeah.
Try and get it out of the meta.
Although I will say, yesterday watching some of our players try to qualify for today, I saw someone hit the 4-star Tristana at level 4 yesterday. So the players definitely still have it in their mind that is something they're looking to do. So I mean, I'm scared, quite frankly.
I mean, you're right to be scared. Seeing that unstable portal, Yordle portal, is that what you called it? Unstable Yordle portal?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's called unstable Yordle something. I can't remember the last.
I mean, Yordles are pretty unstable anyway, so I'm pretty sure you're correct about it. But seeing that just pop in all these Yordles every turn, you're like, okay, they're this close to getting their 4-star Tristana. As you said, 4-star Tristana at level 4, that is absolutely insane.
Yeah. As much as it's been nerfed, if you can hit, I guess that's the advice that you always get when you say, "Oh, I'm not doing so hot in TFT. How do I improve?" And 9 times out of 10, a player's just going to tell you, "Just hit." And
just get the RNG on your side. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, just slip more dog a tenner and there we go. Um, but I believe our players are loading in, so we should have game one with you shortly. I am super hyped. This is all of our first time on Northern Legends, but we are all from the northern region.
We are indeed.
Dark, what do you think in regards to the northern sort of competitive scene? I think really that we are getting really strong as a nation, and as much as a Western nation NA took worlds this year, do you think there's potential for maybe the future world champion to be sitting in our lobbies right now?
I definitely think there is, and I think we get stronger with every patch and every set. So, if there's any reason why we can be a world-class contender, I'd say it's because we're starting to take TFT a lot more seriously as a region, and that means that we're just playing over and over more TFT, collaborating, working on what's strong, what's meta, how to get better at the game, and that might lead us to a world championship.
Well, yeah, no, I'm so ready. I don't think we've been close to world championship since Lilana in Fates. But speaking of potential future world champions, I believe our lobby is ready to go. And here we are. You'll have myself, Maisie, and Darksil here for your casters for this game.
And this is the exciting first one. Now, we don't have the in-game names of the players. They are all named after little legends because this is being played on Tournament Realm, but I think we should be getting a graphic up saying who's who, so we won't have to keep referring to our notes. But these first few rounds, not going to mean too much. You're just going to be putting out a couple of these legends just to try and get things going and just get some items going. Oh, there
There
we
we
go.
go. Yeah, you're you're top right at the screen. You're gonna see our player identities, and just as we're seeing our augments, we're gonna have a prismatic augment for our first
Ooh.
augment of the game, which is always a lot of fun, especially with our aggressive Northern Legends players that we've been seeing.
And this is something that we kind of talked about before coming on broadcast, the fact that we're expecting to see players run with their champion being the Ezreal so often. Oh, that's actually so good. They're the Tactician's tools. Two spatulas can give you so much power, whether you turn them into a Tactician's crown or you turn them into items so that you can get more of these units going so that you can get your composition online earlier. It's super good to have. And um, he went for double trouble instead. Okay, that's interesting.
Oh, double trouble is fun. It's not one I see players favor too much, especially in this meta where it seems to be all about building up your units and synergies. But it'll be exciting to see how they utilize it. Currently, we have Abyssia, who is Brubba, with their 2 Warwick, 2 Samira. Double trouble prismatic. How do you rate it?
I'm not a huge fan of it. Personally, I never really run it. It's good for kind of a mid-tier power spike, I feel. And if you really have a champion that you like to 3-star and you want to get a 2-star version of it, maybe if you're looking for a second 3-star, then it can be very good then. But it's not something that I would really run quite often. And I don't really see any players really run it that often either, which is why I was kind of surprised to see it picked up.
Ooh, Brubba is, yeah, Brubba's gonna try and prove you wrong, I guess, on that statement by showing exactly what Double Trouble Prismatic can be doing for us. Now, for anyone just joining us, we did miss the the Portal selection at the start. Sorry, I'm still set 3-pilled. But we have the University as our Portal this game.
Interesting. Yeah, I would have loved to see what the other two options were because it's kind of a gamble. You have to roll the dice and hope you get the one that you're kind of looking for, and we'll just see how that really impacts things as the game goes on. But challengers is something that you kind of has risen in priority quite a lot recently, I feel. And if you can get that Kaisa and get the Kalista online with the correct items, then you can be really, really strong. Build your Warwick maybe as a tank as well, and it's super good. And this is the early power of the challenger build as well versus Ionia.
Oh yeah, I mean the challengers early game are just such a good opener, I find, but you're seeing that players, specifically in this meta as well, are leaning more towards these challenger Ionia boards with the Yasuo and the Kai'Sa
Yeah.
that we talked about a little bit before this game.
Yeah, but that's because it's just of the strength of both of those characters. The Yasuo does so much damage, has CC to the champion as well. Also, if you pair it up with Lifesteal with some Omnivamp, then can heal up quite a lot and be far more deceptively tanky than you kind of expect him to be. And then the Kaisa itself, if you build with the Archangels, with the Rage Blade, and then you can have some X third item, I like to run it with Spirit Sojin, then it just does so much damage, is always moving about, so it's kind of hard to keep a track of. Especially for your champions, and then you can easily get top 4 with that composition, maybe even higher.
It's yeah, no, it's super flexible. You can build it so many ways, and I don't know, when I'm playing my games, it seems to be one that I'm leaning towards a lot more, even with the popularity of sort of like these Azir Lux comps. Somebody I do want to take a little look at after Carousel is Noctero. Noctero is Snooble.
Snooble, yes. I would love to have a look at them. You know, that was my dark horse coming into this, Snooble. So I'd like to see how he's starting to wait. What? Wait, 5 HP?
Yeah. So this will be Crow Pact.
Okay, I've never seen anyone run that. So you take one hit and what, you lose?
So Crow Pact is one where you level with health instead of with eco. So yeah, here we go. This is a Crow Pact board.
Which That's insane. This must give you so much power. I've never seen anyone ever run this in competitive, in solo queue, high or low elo. This is insane. Snubble. This is a fiendish sort of playstyle. You're right. This is exactly. Oh, I knew it'd be spicy, but it's burning my eyes.
Yeah, our Swedish Snooble promised us fiendish chaos, and here we have Crow Pact. We got the Kaisa on board already. This is a 3 void comp. This is incredibly strong, and if someone manages to beat it right now, Snubble's he's having a nice break before the next game.
I had a look at the augments there just to make sure I wasn't going crazy, and you do heal each round, which is fair enough. You get 2 health each round, but this is such a gamble for the next maybe 5 or 10 turns until you heal back up a decent amount, because 1 hit and you're donezo.
Oh, well, it looks like Snooble's got it pretty sorted for now. We're picking up some really strong units. We've got some great synergies. Kaisa's already sporting a tier, and it does mean that Snooble's gonna get these early game these early carousel picks. So favorite items for Snooble for the next little while at least.
And he has a nice going of Void and Challenger here with the Callista, which is what we talked about before. It's the Challenger part of the... it's one of the best parts of the Challenger comp with Callista and Kaisa, already building towards that Archangels for the Kaisa. So definitely very strong here, but you are only 2 levels up on everyone else, so you have to be getting these wins, otherwise you're out. You're just done.
Oh yeah, well, we're not seeing any of those 4-star level Fortress Stanas in this game.
This is looking quite poor. The Kaisa has to ult here.
Oh my goodness! What? No!
Okay, he put the Spirit Sojin. It's fine. We're okay.
Okay, we slammed
it's
the
okay.
Sojin. That could have been Snooble out there.
I was wondering if he'd do that because he needed to do it just for that added power, just so you can get that ult off that much sooner. It's actually really good to have the Spirit Sojin. You'd prefer to have Archangels for the added damage, but oof, you're playing with fire, Snubbles. Seriously, you gotta be careful. At least you have the tier 2 Kaisa now, so that is a huge power spike for Snooble's comp.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, if it's Death or Shojin, you take Shojin every single time, am I right?
Yeah, you would, 100%. And it's not like it's every 3rd auto attack now. It's every auto attack gets 5 extra mana. So it's much better than it used to be in stats gone past.
Oh, and thankfully Snooble has not been punished for the decision to slam the Shojin. Not only is he still alive, but he now has another tier available and a pretty low life total for the next carousel. But we're going to take a little...
Is on a win streak.
Well, yeah, he will be hopefully doing this for some time. We are now looking at my dark horse. This is Mr. Bird Derp from the UK.
Well, Bird Derp has an interesting sort of I play Azir playstyle. From what we've been finding out about Bird Derp. And I mean, you really are going off of the name Bird. So the bird is the word for Bird Derp, and looks like he is building towards what looks like kind of a little bit of Shurima, a little bit of Ionia thrown in there as well, so he can pivot if he wants to.
You know, I am someone that has just graduated from marketing, and you gotta stick true to that brand, so maybe that's part of the reason I adore Bird Derp so much.
I mean, look, that's why you have the Cassiopeia as the item holder here, because these are the ideal items for you to put onto your Azir. You have the Rage Blade, you have the Static Shiv, you can go for an X third item, you can go for something that heals you with the Omnivamp, or you can go for something like Rapid Fire Cannon, which allows you to get greater distance so you can be further away from all these encroaching enemies.
Yeah, this seems like a comp that Birderp's really comfortable on, but for now, we are moving into our second augment pick.
And this is just showing how many people are running Ezreal right now, because everyone is getting that selection of, oh, you can get Tiny Grab Bag here, just so you can get all those extra items. It just gives you so much extra power. That's why it's kind of evolved into, we're going to be playing Ezreal as our champion in this meta, because of the fact that you get so much extra power from it that you wouldn't get from any other champion.
That's it. At this stage in the game, I'm seeing in my game specifically that you just like you scout through on 3-2, and it's just item grab bag, item grab bag, item grab bag.
Yeah. But I mean,
So
I'm running it as well, so I can't really say much.
well, yeah, I mean, we all are. Oh, here we go. We've got this double trouble board that we've seen earlier on with this challenger start, which has actually gone from strength to strength. This is it's looking like it's coming along real nice.
Yeah, but look at the damage that the Cassiopeia and the Akshan are outputting. It's just, you can't really stop it at this stage. You even have the Zeke's Herald that we mentioned at the top of the show that was so prevalent in the last couple of patches, but you're not going to see the Akshan have 3 or 4 of them. Well, you can't have 4, but you know what I mean. You're not going to see an item slam of Zeke's Herald the entire game like we used to.
Gosh, if you say Zeke's Herald and I have my eyes closed, you say it like 3 times real fast, I can see Darius coming towards me.
And Garen, they're just both just running at you at a million miles an hour.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of running at a million miles an hour, we're still seeing Nocteros or Snooble is still streaking away at the bottom there. I'm sure we'll get a wee look on them soon. But for now, we're just gonna keep our eye on this soon to be a zero board. Let's be real. Birdarp is going Azir.
Yeah, he's definitely going Azir. He just wants to get to that level 7, level 8 point where he can actually just keep slamming to try and get the Azir. But look at the Darius. This is the Darius that we have seen in the past. And the second I saw this set, I was like, oh god, we're back to Darius carry comps. And it's low-key Darius carry. The Noxus is not really doing much against Ionia and Shurima right now. But this is a composition that Birderp is really, really practiced in running, so I'm expecting him to do really well with it.
Yeah, the Doug Builder Shetron. Shetron is running the 6 Noxus as well, and still with the Cassiopeia doing that item holding, we still had that output of power. So yeah, this is clearly something Birdarp is incredibly comfortable with.
And this is kind of a minute thing that lower elo players don't tend to do. It's the item holding. So I've tried doing it without item holding just to see how it goes, and it is not an easy way to play TFT. You need to have an early item holder, even if they don't use the items properly, so that you can utilize that power. Now, with Cassiopeia, obviously most of her power comes from her ability, but using that Static Shiv with the Rage Blade gets those empowered auto attacks, which pumps out a surprising amount of damage. So you got to be using them effectively, using the items that you have on your bench. If they're just sitting there, they're doing nothing for you. You may as well slam them onto someone you're going to sell later on anyway.
I'm so sorry to just very, very abruptly change this topic, but Snooble is kind of pogged right now. Like we got the Pandora's
tier
bench.
2 is here.
We got the 2-star Azir just sitting there. You know, he don't even need it. He's just strong already. Like
yeah, he's trading it.
This is a 3-star Kaisa play if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, he's waiting for the Kaisa to come through. That's why he's waiting for it. He wants it to switch over to a Kaisa. He already has one on the bench there, so that'll leave him 2 away from a 3-star Kaisa, which almost certainly will be able to solo any single board that she's on. But wait, okay, it's okay. Snooble's fine. I was worried for a split second there, but he has the Archangel on the Kaisa, so he's doing all right. He has the Void, he has the Challenger. Snubble, actually, as my dark horse, I think I might be right about this. He's doing surprisingly well for an augment that we never ever see anyone run.
Can I just say, this is round 1, game 1, and it's 3-5. And the
Yeah.
and the Pandora's bench is Pandora in real hard here. This is definitely gonna be a board to watch. Unfortunately, we did see that Birdurp has lost his streak, so our only streaking player for the moment is Noctero with this cruel packed start and early Kaisa too.
And the hidden power of this augment, me thinking about it, is the fact that you can get those early levels so early on, and the fact that you won't have anyone contesting these four cost picks, so you're able to pick up the likes of the Kaisa early on, get that to tier 2, you're able to get your Shen in there for all the added tankiness, and no one is there to contest it for another maybe 5 or 10 minutes.
Oh my goodness, talk about a start. Unfortunately, Abyssia here, Brubba taking the brunt of the board. That double trouble not quite paying out just yet, but I don't think anything is gonna pay out against our chaotic short friend from Sweden
No.
here.
I mean, this when I was looking through kind of the blurbs of the players, and it said he has a fiendish playstyle, and almost every answer he had the word fiendish in. I was like, okay, what does fiendish really mean, Snubbles? But yeah, no, this is perfectly fiendish. I'm actually loving it so much, and funnily enough, there's the Felios that we mentioned on the desk. I'm not really sure if it's really going to work out that well. It's Ionia Targon. I've ran it a couple of times. I think I placed 6th once and maybe 2nd in another time, so it can be hit or miss. But if you can let him get all these chakrams, if you definitely get him to tier 3, then it might work out. A little bit of Freljord in there as well for good measure.
Yeah, this comp was one that I feel we saw a lot more at the start of the set, just before our sort of Lux's year dominance came into play. We've got our Squink here is Blasted Moon, so this is our one of our UK players, kind of trying to work out what's happening with all these items. It looks like we're getting some slams now, so this is rather beautiful.
And it's a Sejuani tank, which is very, very good, but I would rather have seen the tankiness be put onto the Tarek if he was tier 2, of course, because he just has so much dominance, and the fact that he soaks up so much damage. Oh my sweet god. Snubble is devouring every opponent he's coming across.
He's a large shork, and he is chomping the competition this game.
You don't even need the rage play on the Kaiser right now, because it is just... Wait, actually, he has a needlessly large rod. He's just waiting for that recurve bow, and then you're going to have tier 2, 3 of the best items on Kaisa available, and you're just waiting to get that tier 3.
And can we just say that we have a second prismatic augment this game? The power level that this is going to bring to our boards and compositions is going to be absolutely insane.
And that allows you, the one specifically that we saw there for Blast at Moon, allows you to get extra crit from your abilities without having to run any crit item on it. So that's really, really good for the likes of the Jin, where you just do one decimating
That's
shot.
Kaisa 3!
Oh my god.
That's Kaisa 3!
He actually got Kaisa 3. Snubble wins worlds.
It's
Snubble actually
too.
wins worlds.
It's stage 4 too. Dark Soul. My goodness, did I have too much coffee this morning? Am I actually witnessing this?
I think Stuart predicted it in Twitch chat, not gonna lie. I think he said 4-2. Oh my god!
That is offensively powerful, and those are fantastic items on the Kaisa. No one else in this lobby is... I mean, people in the lobby are only just approaching their 1-star 4-cost champions. And yeah, Snubble's out here being all, yeah, but I'm going 3 stars, so...
I am genuinely speechless by that. You have you have 3 Void, which, you know, isn't the power of this composition. It's the 4 Challenger paired up with the tier 3 Kaisa with perfect items. That crit, coupled with all of that damage coming from the Archangels, and you have all this base damage anyway from the Kaisa. Look, you even have a tier 2 Kaisa there if you want to throw her on it.
Yeah,
Why
Dark
not?
Soul,
Just do it.
I think we're not even done with our 3-star 4-costs. I think Snubble's looking to 3-star this Yasuo, or even the Shen. We've got the Shen held on the left-hand side of the bench there. Like, this man is not done. He's coming into game 1.
That's a Darius! Didn't even get to stack anything!
This truly be the most fiendish game.
I mean, yes, it just is. Right, Nocturo Snubble, by the end of this, will have 100 HP. We're close to it.
Yeah,
Very close to
he's
it.
just healing every round. Okay, so we're coming into our next carousel. We're seeing Duckbill, unfortunately, now at the same HP as Noctero, so this lobby is progressing rather rapidly. We've got our 5-star costs on the carousel. Duckbill is Shetron from the UK. Might be worth taking a little look at their board when we get back in, just to see how they're getting on.
Yeah, I think we've had Snubble a little bit too much in the spotlight there. We need to calm down a little bit. This game, it's not over yet. We have a little bit more to go, but that Titan's Resolve, it didn't even get to stack. That's how quickly everyone died. You have
Oh
the perfect items on a Darius, and the Darius just looks at the Kai'Sa and goes, well, I'm dead, so that's nice.
And this Noxus Juggernaut board, this is one that we talked about pre-game. This isn't necessarily a horrible board, or indeed horrible items on the carry. Granted, they've gone for more of a Dunky Darius than a Darius that enables Garen. But it's not the worst board I've ever seen.
It's not, and it's quite common to run the Darius with these specific items so that they crit, they get so tanky, and they heal up quite a lot. I mean, look at the damage just dunking on everyone right in front of him, and it's very, very powerful. You don't have to have the Garen there to really do all of this damage, but yeah, it's Bird Derp with the Azir, the 3 items. You know exactly who it was the second you saw it.
Oh yeah, you see Bird, you know it's Bird Derp. Unfortunately, Bird Derp has been training in the mines for this comp since it came out. He saw Bird, he had a new main. And we saw the Azir play coming right from the item selection before the second carousel.
Yeah, I mean, if he wasn't running the bird, then, you know, why is your name Bird Derp if you're not running the bird? The bird is the word.
That's it, we gotta stay consistent with the branding, but we are seeing some 3-stars coming out now. That is a 3-star Katarina, 3-star Cledin. We're a 1 of the Darius. It would be a real shame to see our boy go down before we got 3-star Darius.
I mean, right, you're playing for second place here, though. This is what you're fighting for right now. I feel quite strongly that Snubble is just going to decimate everyone still on a win streak since he was down to 5 HP. So that would mean that since you heal 2 each round, you're on a 12-round win streak right now, if you're Snubble.
He's just sitting back, GG easy, Pandora bench, rolling farm. Yeah. Probably got 50 gold. But
wait, Talia? Does she have the damage? Oh, so close. So close. Rubba.
So we got a couple of players now coming down into their last couple of lives now that the stage damage is about to increase as we look towards stage 5. Grizzle's got this Lux Azir, but we just haven't 2-starred any over 4 costs, which is incredibly brutal at this stage in the game. We're at chickens.
And Maisie, this is what we were talking about before. It's the congestion of meta compositions. This is a congestion of the Lux Azir composition, which is what we expected specifically with the Azir. So it'll make it much harder to try and get you to that tier 2 point, yet alone tier 3.
Oh, and with all the 4 costs coming out of the pool, you'd think it would be easy, but no. But Bird Derp is Horde and Azir is like they're going out of fashion, and yeah, they're still not the only Azir Lux players in the lobby. Even with the Shurima bolstering up this composition, it's still just lacking some power here.
I mean, you're lacking tier 2s here as well. You have a tier 1 Lux, a tier 1 Swain, tier 1 Nasus, tier 1 Jarvan. You got to be having these tier 2s of these less frequently picked up champions, such as the Swain. The others, yeah, they're 4 costs, quite hard to get when you're only at level 7. You're at level 8, you're not guaranteed to run them. But when you're against someone like Bird Derp here, who's actually, this isn't even Bird Derp, this is the congestion of the Azir Lux. You expect it to be Bird Derp, but it's not. Oh, yep. He's out.
That is unfortunate. I hate when you're in a game and you see, oh, this is my comp, but better. And unfortunately, Connor TFT did hit those 2-star power spikes, did have the 3-star Swain, and did unfortunately knock our boy Connor TFT out in 8th. We've also just lost Abyssia there as well, which is Grubba.
We caster curse them.
That was it.
2 of us said, Brahma's gonna win. Brahma goes out in 7th. Oh, I'm so sorry, Brahma.
But of course, with 6 games today, getting a 7th or an 8th in game 1 isn't necessarily the end of the road when it comes to qualifying for the Golden Spatula Cup 1. So, yeah, there is still time to bring it back.
Yeah, you can just shake it off if you haven't played a game of TFT this morning before the games. Maybe this is your warm-up. So, shake it off, calm down, maybe get a drink of water or something, nice cup of tea, and then come back to it refreshed, and hopefully you can get the dub, or at least top 4 next time. But we are still in this game. The Felios doing quite well here, even against the Lux. Actually decided to change target, which really messed things up for him, because the Lux is still going, and the Lux survives the entire round, knocking him out.
Ooh, that is Shetron out. Oh, wait, we lost 2 there. Yeah, we lost Shetron, and we lost Blasted Moon. So this game is very, very quickly ramping up into our top 4.
We do indeed have our top 4 here. It is Bird Derp sitting in first. We have Snubble, we have Decisive Way, and we have Connor TFT. So
Something very interesting to note about this board is that Connor has 2 2-star Azirs.
yes,
Is
but
this going to be a multiple 3-star 4-cost game?
it could be, but he does have 5 gold and nothing to roll down with. So maybe not. We'll have to wait and see, I'm afraid. But the Azir definitely doing a lot of work here, as well as that Lux. Of course, Lux Azir is the meta composition at the moment, and it is destroying the counterpart of Decisive Way there. That's what you get when you run my composition. I do it better.
That's it. You either hold hands and go 7th or 8th, or you just or you have half.
That's even worse. I'd rather they play it better than both of us go 7th or 8th, and they're like, oh well, I guess this composition is just bad now.
Oh, there is Noctero, so there is Snowball picking up an Edge of Night. I wonder if that's for the Yasuo. Similarly, I wonder how that Yasuo is getting on. I'm sure we'll see soon, but for now we're gonna stick with our Fury Horn, which is Decisive Way from Sweden.
And it's interesting that they decided to opt in for this Lux sort of composition without going for the Azir to maximize your Shurimas. So you have a Shurima there for the J4, turning him into a Shurima, but you're not looking to go for tier 3 Shurima, which is, I think, a little bit interesting. But let's see if it works out in this next round, because you do have a really tanky Jarvan and a really tanky Nasus, but they are tier 1s, so not going to do too much, I feel, against the onslaught of the Bird from Birdder.
It's Birdie Bird Derp, and he's birding all over the place. We do have an Azir, and he is absolutely popping off. That Rage Blade is stacking, and there's just no damage getting onto Azir at all. He is free to absolutely mow down through the competition. We do have a Lux, but the ults just aren't quite going where they need, and unfortunately, that is going to be Sweden's Decisive Way out. Oh, we also lost. Oh my goodness, they're dropping like 5.
We're dropping 2 at a time. That's how we do it in the
EMEA. Oh my goodness! Look at this board! We have a 3-star Shen, 3-star Yasuo, 3-star Kaisa. This is fiendish TM.
When do we start calling him Galaxy Brain here? Because, it's not a 4-head, not 5-head, not 6-head. I think we start calling him Galaxy Brain with this move. He's healing more than we even would have thought possible. It's an 18-round win streak. 39 HP, almost out-healed past the level of the health that Bird Derp has.
And can I just say, he still has 4 costs on that Pandora's Bench. What else could this man possibly want?
Nothing. He's taking everything.
What do you get for the man who has everything? Jarvan 4, apparently. Jarvan 4.
Yeah, seems like it.
The 1-star Aurelia, and then just like...
He's just gonna keep his economy high, I feel. Well, higher than 15, and just get to that level 8, put in the J4, and he's probably gonna win anyway. I'm sorry to say, Bird Derp, but yeah, Noctero doing really, really well.
Okay, so yeah, your Bird Derp is just coming over to this dragon play just to see what the bird's about to do.
Was eviscerated. That dragon disappeared in 1 hit.
And yeah, unfortunately, I believe Snowball is going to be setting his sights on Bird Derp. It's your dark horse versus my dark horse. And I don't want to remove any suspense from the game, but things are looking a little tight for Bertherp here.
Yeah, things are looking a bit unfortunate for Bird Derp here, poor lad. But it does mean that Noctero will be taking the first win from the looks of it, unless this AZR can pull something really nice out. But that's already 4 champions gone, looking for the rest of them into the backline, and yeah, that is it. One more round like that, and Bird Derp is cooked.
And Snubble not just content with 3-starring his own forecast, he is now ratting his ears from the pool. Bert Derp is cooked. I love that was a pun.
Yeah, it was. I'm glad you noticed. Yeah, no, his bird is cooked, and like he's picking up a couple of Azirs just to make sure that he can't reach that tier 3 Azir. Oh, he's even got a tier 2.
Oh, Bert Derp, I'm so sorry, my love. But it's
look,
okay.
There's another Azir there. He's getting all the luck. Like he just slid a couple of £100 towards the pocket of Riot. It's like, here, give me good RNG, please.
Oh no, Snubble is about to add one final bird to his bench collection, and that bird is unfortunately UK's Bird Derp. That was a stellar game 1. What on earth could possibly happen in game 2? Congratulations, Snubble.
I am so blown away by that. At first, I was like, you know what? Going down to 5 HP in the first round is a little bit of a weird play to me. I've never seen anyone run that before in competitive or solo queue. And it just took him from nothing up, way up, way up. So well played.
Cruel Pact, that university starting portal into the Cruel Pact pick, into just the Pandora's Bench, into absolute madness. I'm not entirely sure there was anything any player on that game, there was no action they could have taken
Nothing you
to
could
change
do.
that.
What could you do against a tier 3 Kai'Sa with perfect items?
That was honestly beautiful. I have casted many games of TFT in my time, but none have rendered me that speechless.
You'd have to insta-CC her, permanent CC her, and then just blow her up. But how are you going to do that when she's in the backline? You can't. Then she just instantly ults because of her 2 mana items, and 4 legends die. So,
oh my goodness.
Even
during the game, what I like to do when I cast is when we get to the analyst portion, we have some fun during the game. We come to the analyst portion, we're very serious. We talk about all the little meta plays and all the little nuances and all the things that players could have done. But my notes just say one word, and it's in all caps, and it's just fiendish.
Fiendish, yeah. You gotta play more Fiendish, guys, if you want to beat him. Snubbles definitely played a Fiendish game of TFT there.
That was Fiendish.
If that's what Fiendish is, I can't wait to see what he has in store for the next few games.
That was game 1.
Yeah, that was game 1.
Northern Legends proven to be just a formidable opponent there. But I'm gonna go and have some water. Everyone stay hydrated. But we're gonna
right here.
Yeah, we're gonna go have a little hydrate break, and we will be back very shortly with, who knows, maybe an incredibly fiendish game 2. Stay tuned. Welcome back. I am fiendishly warm after that first game.
That's such a bad pun.
It's not even a pun. I'm not good at this. I'm so sorry.
I feel like we're going to
My
be using that
mind,
word way too often during
Yeah, we're gonna be
today.
using that all night. All night.
but my mind has been suitably melted by game one, and for that reason, Dark Soul, I'm gonna let you take over.
I mean, I like that we decided on our dark horses before we went to broadcast rather than partway through the first game. We were just like, actually, this person looks quite good, because that way I could be like, haha, I was right. My one was perfectly correct. What I decided to go for Snubble, because Snubble did insanely well. And Stuart, you even predicted in Twitch chat there 4-2 for the tier 3 Kaisa.
Yeah, it was really interesting watching it from the outside. That crawl pact early on, allowing you to get to level 7 as quick as possible, and then when you get to level 7, you still have that little bit of economy because you don't need to spend gold for level up. You could just use it on your rerolls instead. It is a bit risky because it means you go down to such low health. But when I saw the crawl pact, the early 2 Kaisers, and then I saw the Pandora's bench afterwards, I was like, this is insane. And I just did a random prediction because we actually saw in a previous meta with Draven, people getting 4 cost 2 stars, or 4 cost 3 stars, sorry, at 4-2. And I was like, wait, maybe this is a bit of a throwback. Maybe we're going to see it at 4-2 again. I was like, you know what? 4-2, 3-star Kai'Sa, we got it anyway. It was a incredibly high risk, high reward game there from Stubble.
My goodness, Stuart, you and your predictive abilities. I'm gonna need to get the lottery numbers off of you
Yeah.
after this broadcast.
We can split the lottery numbers. It's okay.
But fiendish plays aside, that was a very Azir heavy game, and I thought with all the Kaisas, all the Yasuos, all the Shens coming out the pool, that the players would really, really find their Azirs that game. But we saw at least 2 players go out there with the 1-star Azir. Does that surprise either of you?
I mean, I think that we predicted it at the start of the show where we're like, this is going to be one of the heavily contested compositions in the current meta, the Lux Azir, or you can have 1 or 2 of the 2 together or separate. We did see that one of our players had just Lux on her own and with the Talia in the backline, which I don't think is really that good in the current meta. I think you need to have that Azir for all that extra damage and all that safety in the back when you have your soldiers shifting forward, which is why the Azir composition is just so good in the current meta. I think that it's interesting that so many players decided to still go for it, even when it was so heavily contested. I
Yeah.
think there are other meta compositions that you can go for. We mentioned the Noxus ones. Some Demacia is still relatively good. Might get you top 4, especially if you're going against all these Azirs and you're not able to get the Azirs for yourself. You may as well go for something else. And you have the ability to pivot if you prep your economy and prep your board correctly.
I think that was kind of the struggle in a way. Is like when you see a player get so many Kaisers and so many Yasuos early on, you kind of just completely disregarding that comp now. It's like, okay, I can't go for this comp anymore. All the Kaisers are out the pool, all the Yasuos are out the pool, and then you're kind of just left with Azir, and that's it. And now everyone's enrolling at level 7 to try and hit your Azirs, hit your Luxes. As you mentioned, some people even just go in for just Lux and can't even hit the Azir, even one Azir. So I think it's very difficult to play in a game where someone high rolls so much, it hits a Kai'Sa and a Yasuo 3 stars so early, and it kind of means that you only really have one comp to play. As you mentioned, we saw a little bit of Noxus, we saw the double trouble Talia, which was quite interesting as well. The double trouble early on going from Challenger into Talia. There is a bit of a double trouble comp going around that's quite popular in the solo queue ladder, where you go for Talia and you go for Set, because Set actually has a knock up on his ability, which works with the Talia rocks. So you could go double trouble with that. We saw a little bit of that, but as you said, mostly Azir most of the time with that one Kai'Sa player, which obviously was Snubble getting first in that lobby.
Yeah, beautiful game one. Now, we did touch a little on Legends in game, but I know that this was something, Stuart, that you wanted to bring up at the start of the broadcast. Do you have any specific Legends that you would like to bring up with us?
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, Ezreal is probably going to be the one that we're going to see for most of the day because of Buried Treasures, the first augment that you can get with Ezreal. It did get a bit of a change in the most recent patch, not in the B patch, but the one before that, where Buried Treasures now gives you 1 gold every single time, and you get an item component straight away instead of having to wait for that delayed round. So it gives players a lot of more components early on, which means you can build them early game items, try and go for a win streak early on, and then try and transition out of there. other, aside from Ezreal, there's not really a lot of other legends that are really being played in competitive. You're seeing some Aurelion Souls trying to go for fast level 8 with Aurelion Soul. Some people trying to go for Poro to try and get as much diversity as possible. I think Ezreal, I don't know about you two, but I think Ezreal is something that we're definitely going to be seeing a lot more for today, just to get as many items as possible.
Yeah, I think you touched on the Aurelion Sol as well. I think that would be a secondary one if people aren't really feeling the itemization strong point from picking up the Ezreal. I like and have tried the Aurelion Sol several times. I think it's quite good, especially if you're more focused on kind of low rolling instead of going towards that. You said fast 8, really good for that. You don't have to spend as much gold on it, which is why you can go low rolling a little bit easier. You can spend a lot more money actually going towards these tier 3 of the lower cost units, maybe in the early portion of the game. So it does give you that avenue to try and build something a little bit different to what we're seeing.
Yeah, I think, gosh, Ezreal players aside, like, we have a large majority of people going Ezreal just now, but then we're seeing portals at the start of the game, and I cannot wait for the first game that Glask Industries is offered as the portal with this influx of Ezreal players. We're gonna see the
So much
craziest item
gold.
slamming.
I think the portals are going to be quite interesting because we saw the university in the first one, which was the first augment being guaranteed prismatic. But there's so many cool portals. I think in set 9, you can go for Stillwater if you want to, and maybe go for no augments. There's a possibility for that maybe. But there's definitely a lot of portals to look out for sure.
Do you have any favorite portals, Darksoul? Anything you're jonesing to see today?
I'm curious as to if players will decide to go for a portal that causes nothing to happen, because you do get that from time to time where some players, you're just sitting in solo queue, most people are looking for the other 2 portals, and then someone sits on the no augments will be played this game, and you're just like, all right, boring, but fair enough. I don't think any of our players would go for that, but I'm curious to see if it'll even come up or if anyone will sit on it.
Even Portal Party last week was an event that EMEA did, and there was the option where the game would start and then Twitch chat would vote, and even Twitch chat did not vote for Stillwater. So,
Yeah.
I thought they'd be like me.
yeah.
I voted Stillwater. I'm just saying, it's a bit of fun. I like a bit of nostalgia, back to set 1, back to set 2,
I mean, may
when
as well
there
just
was no
remove your legend as
augments.
well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's fun from time to time. Maybe not every single game, because I think augments brings so much to TFT and has done for the last few sets. But Stillwater every once in a while is not a bad thing.
Oh goodness, no Stillwater. But hypothesis aside, game 1 has concluded. We have our standings ready for the people at home, so we'll get them on the way. Anybody particularly happy or surprised with any of the results? We'll start with Darksoul.
Well, we saw Snubble do his thing, so exactly what we were kind of expecting to happen. What I'm really sad about is that Brubba and Blast at Moon, 2 of our challenger players, are so low in the standings for the time being. Although Pising and Decisive Way, really aggressive players, are sitting at the middle of the board, so not too unusual to see that. And then I mentioned at the top of the show, a Stag there. He's in the top 4, so placed in that second place, so he's doing quite well for himself as well.
It's quite nice to see both mine and Dark Seal's Dark Horses are both in the top 2 right now, which is quite nice. Yeah. But pretty good. Oh no, actually no, I got the names mixed up. Twixter is actually down in 14th. I got the Tushan and Twixter name mixed up. But okay, my point is now invalid. I was a bit hyped there for a second. Now I got mixed up with the names. My bad. But
I mean, if you're in opposite worlds, then you're right.
Yeah, true. I mean, if the tables were upside down, I would be perfectly fine. But yeah, I think the big surprise is definitely, like you mentioned, Brubber with such an amazing performance yesterday in the qualifiers, not getting a single bot 4, going 7th in game number 1. It's not the best start, but as we mentioned already, there's still 5 more games to go. So there's still a way you can just mental reset, just go into game number 2 and just hope that you can be able to, step up and go for a top 4.
Actually, Stuart, I think you'll find it's my dark horse that's sitting at the top. I got Bird Death in 3rd place there.
Yeah, she got Bird
I get everything mixed up now.
I got it. Actually, very sorry about that.
Actually.
But the standings, it's game 1. We have 5 more games today, so even those players that are maybe sitting at the bottom that we perhaps, we're maybe thinking higher of, we're just getting warmed up. That was the warm-up game. The jitters are out the way, and I'm sure they're gonna bring us something real thunderous in game 2.
Yeah, I'm expecting something really, really good. Really, really good. I'm hoping that we pivot a little bit away from the Azir because everyone's just going towards it, and I think that people will do far worse than I have expected to if they are just constantly contesting that Azir and Lux. So if you go for something that's, we mentioned Noxus a couple of times. Demacia, I'm getting some flame in chat for that one. I think that you can still go Demacia, but you'd be contesting Lux. You'd have to kind of put in Darius or something to kind of give more tanky stats to your Garen anyway, so you can make it work. Mightn't necessarily get you top 4, but probably won't get 8th if you're going Azir.
Stuart, do you have any thoughts about whether the Azir birding dominance will continue?
I think the bird will still be dominant. Unfortunately, I think we're going to see a lot more Azir. I mean, we're probably going to see a lot more Kai'Sa this game, unless we get another high roller that gets a 3-star Kai'Sa of 4-2. But as I mentioned, because of the Kai'Sa being already up into 3-star, it's so difficult for everyone contesting the same comp. I want people to bring out something new, something different that we haven't really seen. I mentioned already the double trouble Talia, which is quite interesting. Didn't really perform too well in that last game. The Noxus as well. Normally with a Noxus, you want to try and get the Spatula early on to try and get as many stacks towards the Noxus as possible. Try and get them early wins to try and get the stacks for your units. There's not really any other comps that we can really go towards. Zeri at the moment is not really that popular at all after her most recent nerfs. Aphelios can be played at times, but it's all about trying to reach level 7, trying to get as much economy as possible, and then trying to roll down, praying to the TFT gods that you try and hit your forecasts, and then go from there, really.
Well, I mean, that's it. There's only ever 12 copies of any 4-cost champion in the pool at any one time, and when you see a game like Game 1, and Snooble just really has all of them. At one point, he did have all 12 Shens on his board. Ah, but Game 1 behind us, fiendish display aside, we are ready for Game 2. We have our players coming in. Best of luck to everyone involved.
Do have Brubba in this lobby as well. We do also have Snubble, so we're going to see if Snubble is going to get as much of a high roll in game number 2 as he did in game number 1.
I mean, if I'm one of the other players, I am praying to the TFT gods that he gets 8th place or something around that. But at least bottom 4, you want him to do far less well than we saw the win in the last game. He's starting off with the Cho'Gath. Probably won't stick for that, but we'll just have to wait and see. Void is still a pretty strong composition.
Hopefully we'll be able to figure out what the portal is as well, so we can let you all know in chat what portal was you see the Demacia portal, but unfortunately we don't know which portal it is right now, but I have to see what this goes. But more Ezreal being played. You can see that Ezreal is going to be the name of the game for Snubble in this next one, probably trying to get as many of them early items and components as possible. But yeah, early game, not really too much happening, just trying to get as many of your units as possible. We do have one of the
nice.
one of the boring ones. Thank you, Observer. Yeah, one of the boring ones. Everyone just gets bonus health. We're in the forest, we're in the Demacian forest. Nothing too exciting in this one, just all units get a bonus 150 health, which actually makes it quite interesting because items like Giant Slayer will be a lot more popular in this portal and in this world, because all the units are going to get that bonus health, which means the Giant Slayer will be able to deal more damage.
And especially if you're building something like a Bruiser or a Bastion sort of composition, like we're starting to see come together for Snubble right here, you'll naturally gain more HP over time as you rank up these units. So that means that paired up with that extra 150 HP, Giant Slayer really comes to fruition, especially if you're building something like Challengers.
Yeah, for sure. You can see that you have like all the 1 costs in the world at the moment on the bench for Snubble, trying to hopefully hit one of them, hopefully 2-star in the early game, because you want to try and hit them early 2-star 1 costs early on to try and get yourself a win streak, to try and get to, as I mentioned before, that level 7 as much as possible with as much econ as possible. Actually decided to buy the Vi in the end, but here you go. Ezreal is here. Buried Treasures is there. Strategist Heart is also another interesting one to go for if you want to try and go for Azir.
Yeah, I was just about to mention it. Paired up with the Azir, it's a very viable strategy where you go with the Azir carry, and you have strategists as well. You can pair it up to 4, maybe even the higher level of the strategists. You don't really see it more than kind of 2 or 4 strategists at a time. But it's still a very viable composition, and he decides to opt away from it. But it's something that I would hope to see at some point.
Yeah, it didn't go for the strategist heart. It kind of means that you're kind of one-dimensional in a way. It's like if you pick strategist heart, then you kind of just go for Azir and that's it. So being a lot more flexible with buried treasures, we're going to see a lot of buried treasures, as I mentioned. But early on, we're seeing here that we're going to see a early Darius with Bloodthirster. So maybe some more Noxus being played with the Garen as well on the board. That's 2 early Juggernauts, and it's a pretty big beefy front line.
It's something that we've mentioned as well before, the fact that you kind of need to have that Garen in if you're going with Noxus, just to give that Juggernaut stack to the Darius, and allows you to be much more tanky, especially if you're going for the normal level of items. You're going to get Bloodthirster, you're going to get that Titans, you're going to get into the Infinity Edge as well, and then he's going to be really, really difficult to try and deal with.
Especially with Noxus, with Noxus, you always want to try and get a win streak early on and try and conquer your opponents, because if you conquer your opponents, you get more stats for your units, which is always going to be really good to allow Darius to scale into the mid and late stages of the game when you hit, the stage 3s, the stage 4s, and even beyond that. So getting these 2 drops early on is definitely very good. You have the Samira and the Cassio in the back line. Actually slamming the Rage Blade as well, which is quite interesting because you don't really see a Rage Blade in the Darius comp. So this makes me feel like the Furry Horn still wants to go for the Azir, because with the Rage Blade slam and then put maybe Bloodthirster on someone like a Nasus in the later stages of the game, and maybe just using that Darius Garen as just this Juggernaut beefy frontline for the early stages.
It could also speak to the fact that he feels like he needs that additional power. You don't really see the Samira, generally speaking, being that power point of a Noxus composition. It can also pivot, as we have mentioned several times before. Pivoting is something that players really need to be good at. Otherwise, you might end up contesting a composition that other people are playing for, and you might just lose out because of that.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to be winning this next round, though. So that's 2 wins already under the belt, which means that we'll be able to get 2 stacks towards Noxus, get them extra stats towards the units, which is always very helpful. Also got a Callista sitting on the bench. There's a lot of good units sitting on the bench here. You can go for challengers with the Callista if you want to. Maybe if you're super aggressive, you can maybe go for like a double level, put in the Callista and try and carry on this win streak to get as many Noxus stacks as possible. It is very high risk to go for the double level here, but it's definitely an option here. Is selling units maybe just going to go for 10 gold and just sitting as they are at the moment?
Yeah, it looks like that is the decision to be made by Decisive Way there. I think it's probably a fine decision. You need to kind of focus on your economy as well as you go up against something that looks like a Void composition, and don't think it's really going to have that much damage to try and deal with this Darius, but Darius is being the focus.
Darius is being the focus for the Swain in the backline. Also, the Giant Slayer and the Hand of Justice completed from the Mauser Heart. So it isn't going to be a 1 round here, unfortunately. And that's another player that I just mentioned that, could have gone for level 5, but actually level 5 was on the other board as well. So maybe the difference there between leveling to 5 and not leveling to 5, and win streaking and lose streaking is so important in the early stages of the game for Teamfight Tactics, because you want to try and get the early win streak, the early lose streak, to try and get your economy up as much as possible. And sometimes going for that high risk, going for that double level, which means you're not going to get a lot of gold now, but it means you're going to get a lot of gold in the later stages, and especially when you go into Krugs, because you'll get that win streak and you get that win streak gold early on.
And even if you're still losing, you're going to lose less health by leveling up to level 5 and matching them as well, because you have that extra legend that might be able to pick off one of their other champions. And then because it's percentage based, because it's based off of how many legends they have left alive, you might lose less health in the long run, and it might help you slowly claw back into the game if you are on a loss streak and if that's the way you want to keep it.
Yeah, this is Twixter, what they're going to see on the board. Didn't have the best performance in the first game, only sitting at 2 points. Is my is my dark horse is going to be a player that says he hasn't played any competitive TFT before. So it's the first time coming into TFT competitive, already making it into the top 16 is already a great achievement, but trying to make that one step further. Already has a pretty decent board. You got Void online in the early game, which is very nice. The 2-star Malzahar with a few items. So already a really good early game board here, trying to win streaks as much as possible. That's a scary side of board on the other sides.
Yeah, the Samira doing a lot of damage, but I have a feeling that this Malzahar is going to be the power point of his composition, at least for the time being. And there it goes, really doing so much damage, but the Samira is doing a lot of damage back, as well as the fact that she has that armor shredding passive, but is not going to be enough with that Giant Slayer and the Hand of Justice really doing so much work.
Yeah, just the upgrades making a difference there. The Cho'Gath 2-star, the Malzahar 2-star in the end making a difference. Unfortunately for the other board, there was nothing. As a Teemo pair and a Swain pair now on the bench as well. So there's a lot of great pairs happening. And this is definitely looking towards an Azir board, because you have the early strategist. You have the early items there for Azir as well, the Giant Slayer and the Hand of Justice. But as we just saw, thanks to our observer, the buried treasures giving us a lot more items. Like, listen, 2-4, like 7 items already at 2-6 before Krugs. Like, this augment gives you so much early game power spike, just slamming items. It gives you so much power early on. It's crazy how much this augment can offer.
And that's why everyone's going with the Ezreal, because of the fact that you all want to get these early items. You want to be able to slam them early, get that early power point, and be able to get this early win streak going. And it looks like Kraggle is going to be doing a lot of damage each day, I should say. And yeah, you get the resets on the Darius, but the Malzahar is doing a lot of damage of his own.
Yeah, the dunks were happening there. A few members died, but Swain getting that health back as well. The dunk was not enough, unfortunately, and it looks like Twixter is going to get... Yeah, he's going to get the win streak here. Perfect win streak, 100 HP going into Krugs. Looking like a good start here for Trickster. If you can hit the 2-star Teemo, the 2-star Swain early on, definitely looking like a strong advantage point here in a strong early game, but it's about transitioning this early win streak into the mid and late stages of the game. Once you hit, stage 4, once you hit level 7, you want to try and hit them units early on.
It's all about reaching your power points as well in terms of the composition. So you need to be getting these Kai'Sas, you need to be getting these Bel'Veths as the game goes later on, because that's where a lot of your power will be coming from. Not necessarily the Bel'Veth, unless you get her to tier 2 and have appropriate items on her, but definitely the Kai'Sa. We saw it in the last game. Definitely a very strong champion, not necessarily just because you got her to tier 3, but even at tier 2 can still do a lot of damage, and because she's so hard to lock down, very, very easy to allow the Cho'Gath and the Swain to be your front line.
For sure. I rod there as well to make that jeweled gauntlet. But yeah, you have the flexibility. I think that's a great thing that Twixter has. You have the flexibility where you can go towards the Kai'Sa if you want to. You can go towards the Azir because the items that he already built are very, very flexible. On the other side here, we're going to be looking at Snubble's board. Not as maybe as high roll as what he was expecting compared to the first game. A lot of items on the bench as well. And sometimes this is what happens to players when you're going for buried treasures. And especially myself, I've been, hitting that kind of point recently where you just get very dizzy. Like, you have so many items on your bench and you're always thinking through your head. You're like, what are the best items to make? What are the best... what are the best items to slam? It's going to be Gargoyle Stoneplate, very good frontline item, which is going to be really nice on this Cho'Gath 2-star, but there is another Gargoyle Stoneplate on the other side. But yeah, you got 4 item components that are not being used, actually 5 item components here, and from Snubble not being used. So you can see on the other side, you already have 4 items fully slammed, and this could be the difference between losing and winning early rounds, is slamming these items and knowing what items to slam.
And Tucson as well has challengers and has the Shadow Isles as well, so definitely has a really strong composition right now, even when it is just what looks like a tier 1 Callista. Has really good items on her. I'm not a huge fan of the quick lev on her, but it's still very, very good to have. Gives you that extra crit damage, and that means that he can maybe transition into a win streak here, while we see Nectaro. Snubble is on a last streak of 6 rounds.
Oh, there's a Think Fast happening already. This is level 7 Think Fast as well. You haven't got a lot of gold to play with. You're just selling all your units, trying to hit as many forecasts as possible. This is really risky because you don't have a lot of gold at all. Look at that. You're running out of gold already. You're selling all your units. You're just playing a bunch of 1 stars right now. You're selling... you don't have anything at all. There's a 2-star Kai'Sa, but then what other units are you playing? You've got 5 units on the board here. What is going on? There's a Yasuo as well, potentially, but is it going to be selling the Heimerdinger for it? I don't know if that was the best option. I'll be totally honest with you. I mean, it's definitely are we going to say it again, a fiendish play style to go for.
You have to say it. You have to say it. You couldn't leave it.
I have to say it, but yeah, it's not the best play. I don't think that was the best option to go for. Think fast, and that's always the risky option. You only really want to go think fast at these second augments when you want to go for them 3-cost 3-stars, but when you go for these 4 costs, it's very, very difficult. Even locking the shop as well for the Yasuo, trying to get the extra Ionia and extra challenger in there. Not the best roll down, but also not the worst. You have a 2-star Kai'Sa, but you also only have 5 units on your board, so...
I mean, he's still alive. He still won that last round. Not maybe the best style, and he only had 5 units, or 6 units, I think, at the end with the Heimerdinger thrown in. But yeah, I mean... he definitely has some weird play style or weird tactics that he likes to come out with, and he's at the bottom of the board once again, but he did win the last time he was in 8th.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, that was one hell of a think fast. I was not expecting that to be a think fast this early on, but here we have the challenger crown onto the Kassadin. So challenger is something that got a little bit of a buff in the most recent patch. 6 challenger and 8 challenger, if I'm not mistaken, did get a little bit of a buff, and you can go for this Kalista early on. Especially 2-star Kalista can do so much work early on with challengers. You pretty much have perfect items here for the Kalista. If you don't know, Kalista is more of an AP ability power carry than actually an auto attack carry, because of her spears doing so much damage, and getting in more spears means you do more damage. So getting early on, this is looking like a very, very strong opener here and a very, very strong board here for Twixter.
It's why you see the Archangels on Kalista from time to time as well, because of the fact that it just continues ramping up the damage that you have throughout the round. So I'm not surprised to see the crit glove. I think you could have held out for maybe to get an Archangels, like you can get a tier here to build into Archangels. Then again, it's not a terrible item to slam, as you said. Pretty much perfect items on the Kalista. It's tier 2. You have challengers. You have 4 challengers there, I think it is.
Yep.
So definitely looking strong at this point.
Yeah, for sure. That is going to be Tuzan sitting at the top right now, 96 health, only player on a win streak. Unfortunately for Twixter, unfortunately we lost the win streak there for Twixter, but still looking in a pretty strong spot. Here we're going to be taking a look at Abuba. Didn't have the best first game, to be honest. I went for a 7th in the first one, and we were talking about Bruba before the show as probably I think is the highest ranked player in this finals, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not too sure if Blast is maybe ranked a little bit higher.
He was yesterday. I'm not sure. Blast might have taken over.
Yeah, Blast might have taken over, but still very, very high tier challenger player. Again, sometimes you get them sort of games where you have that little bit of a low roll early on. But looking really strong and looking for this void setup with 4 bruisers. A lot of upgraded units on this board.
Yeah, and that's Yasuo is just doing so much work with the perfect items on the Yasuo as well. So he's super tanky, he's healing up everything, and he just does so much damage.
These challengers doing so much work. You can see level up on the other board as well. So going for that level 7, going for the roll down early on. Again, this is the sort of play style that we're going to be seeing a lot more during today, is players trying to get to level 7 as quick as possible, whether it be through them augments, whether it be through the economy, and trying to get to that point and just try and roll down and try and hit your 4-cost units, because they're what's make or break this game right now, and this meta is them 4-cost units.
Yeah, you have to have these 4 costs. You have to try and get them to those tier 2s, ideally tier 3. But it's very difficult when everyone is trying to contest the same or very similar units for their compositions. And I'm just waiting for all of our players to hit the level 7 point. And we saw Duckbill start to do it there as well, where they start to hit these Azirs.
Yeah, it does seem like that the Bruba here is actually going to go for like a kind of a Rek'Sai reroll, because you can see his augments. He has the Titanic Strength, if I can remember the name correctly, which gives your bruisers a lot more stats, and also going for Transfusion, which means that the more health that he's going to lose, the more tankier his units are going to become. So these bruisers are going to be stacking a lot with bonus health with all the stats that you're getting from the augment. So probably not going to be rolling for the Kaisers and the Belveth potentially in this comp. Is losing a lot of health early on, but you want to try and hit, the Rek'Sai 3-star with this comp, maybe the Kaiser as well. Try and hit that 6 void with the Rift Herald. There's a Sejuani as well. There's another bruiser. Probably maybe trying to go for 6 bruiser with this board. We'll have to wait and see. There's another Rek'Sai.
And we keep seeing players picking up these Giant Slayers as well because of the fact that so many people are playing such high health champions and
Yes.
such high health compositions. So we did say that at the start of this game when we saw that we had this this extra health as our augment, that we would be expecting to see all these Giant Slayers. So it's really coming to fruition.
Yep, we're going to be seeing a lot more as well, especially with Bruiser going for this full bruiser board. As you mentioned, with the portal, with the 2 augments, there's going to be so much health on all of these bruisers. Not to note that Cho'Gath also will be stacking up health every single time as well. More bruisers coming online as well. You're trying to really hit that Rek'Sai 2-star. I think that's why he's trying to roll down. They're trying to hit as much as possible. There you go. There's a Rek'Sai 2-star. There's a little bit of extra health there as well onto the Rek'Sai and some extra stats. Actually still rolling. So maybe trying to hit 6 Void potentially. It's just going to be sticking at 4 bruiser for now.
Voiding a lot of Void. He had the opportunity to pick up some Castins, some Vel'Koz, even see Vel'Koz on the bench there, or on the carousel there for him. So it looks like he is just going for this kind of a hybrid composition of build where you're just going with Bruiser, Void, and Praetor.
Yeah, and the problem is that this comp is contested. You can see Xlols on the other side can see that is also contesting Void with that Void Spatula. I think Void Crest, one of the best performing augments right now in the current meta, because that Void Crest allows you to get to 8 Voids very, very quickly with all of the units. If you can hit that Bel'Veth, if you can hit the Kai'Sa early on, you can see he's doing a lot of damage here to Brewbar. He's going to be knocking him down even low on health. But with the augment that he has, Transfusion, the lower health that he gets, the stronger his units become.
So he doesn't really worry that much, at least at this stage, on 24 HP. Definitely closer to death than he'd like, but not in the danger zone just yet.
Even going for well-earned comforts as well, which every single item you have on a unit, you gain more health. I'm very curious to see.
I love running that. I genuinely do.
I'm curious to see how much health actually some of these units have. I'm not too sure if the observer could quickly check, but like the Rek'Sai, okay, maybe we'll have a bit of a check a bit later on, but maybe we'll have a bit of a check later on down the line to see how much health this Rek'Sai and everyone else has later on down the line, because that's a lot of health stacking, which means we're going to be seeing a lot of Giant Slayers as we see on this board at the moment from Iste.
And it's paired up with the crit as well, and the fact that these all have high mana cost champions, so that Zapper will be doing so much work for him as well. And you know, the Kai'Sa has this Giant Slayer on the backline.
Oh, and there's another Void player as well, but you can see Twixstar also going Void. So we've got 3 Void players in this lobby, all contesting each other. 2 of them have Spatulas, one from the Void Crest and one from Toma traits. Actually, 2 Toma traits here for Twixstar because of the Prismatic Augment. It's going to be losing this round, but that 3-way contest for Void might not be the best idea. Kai'Sa trying to do as much damage as possible, but Swain
got one more ult.
is too tanky.
Got one more ult off there, maybe would have lived, but yeah. But this is the opposite end of the spectrum here. We said we what?
3,000 health for the Rek'Sai on the right, but that's a tanky Rek'Sai. Oh boy.
We were talking about how you need to stop contesting Azir because everyone was going for the Azir Lux composition. Now everyone's like, you know what? We're not gonna go for Azir Lux. We're all gonna go for Void instead. So no one, I think only one person is picking up Azir so far.
Oh no, it's gone from one spectrum to the other. It seems like, everyone going from Azir to everyone going into Void. You can see here he's going to be coming up against another one of the Void contests, which is it's going to make it very difficult for Bruiser to try and hit this 3-star Rek'Sai, because there's going to be so many Rek'Sais out of the pool, and that's kind of your win con with this composition, where you're going for the Titanic Strength, where you're going for transfusion, you're trying to get as much health as possible to these bruisers. You want to try and get the 3-star Rek'Sai. You can see fully itemized Rek'Sai with pretty much the best items that you can get as well. Bloodthirster for the healing, Titan's Resolve for the extra tankiness. He's just trying to hit that point. Looks like he is starting to win rounds though, which is definitely a good sign.
Yeah, definitely very strong with this tier 2 Rek'Sai. Looking for it to get that tier 3 ideally, but I doubt he's going to be able to get it with so many players contesting Void. But we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe he'll get really lucky. For your horn there, which is Decisive Way, looking like he's going to be building up towards that Challenger Sword composition, or at least running with the Yasuo.
And picking up the Yasuo, picking up the Rod as well, which is normally a really good item for challenges. As you mentioned earlier, you can go the Archangels potentially for the Kai'Sa, or even the Kai'Sa. or Callista, any one of the two, or you can even put it on a frontline item like Ionic Spark is really good because you're building a lot of magic damage. Is trying to look for that Yasuo 2-star though, and this is one of the kind of, I guess, problems in a way with trying to go for level 8 because of the XP changes that happened at the start of set 9. It now costs a lot more gold to go from level 7 to level 8, and by the time you hit level 8, you're not going to hit these 4-cost 2-stars, even though you have more percentage of chance. But everyone's kind of donkey rolling at level 7 trying to hit these 4-cost 2-stars, which is like, okay, I can reach level 8, I have the HP for it. And then you're like, oh no, I'm stuck. And oh, on the other side, Bruber actually hits a 3-star Vi, 4,000 health as well.
That's insane. This Kai'Sa has to do so much work. It is only a tier 1 Kai'Sa, but you have the Yasuo there to help you out as well, so hopefully that's going to do a lot of work for you.
This Vi is doing a lot of tankiness. Not too sure if it's going to be enough though. The Rek'Sai is still alive as well. You're just hitting and hitting, and I think when the overtime hits,
too much.
Yeah, the healing, everything is too much. This Kai'Sa trying to do the best with the Rage Blade, but can't do enough. There's no Giant Slayer on this board, so no damage. But honestly, anyone that has Giant Slayer against this board is going to be so strong. But yeah, you can see at the moment, Furry Horn, which is, if I look at the little thing, is Decisive Way, just trying to roll for this Yasuo 2-star, trying to roll for the Kai'Sa 2-star. It's kind of a difficult situation to be in where you've just run out of gold. You've used all that gold to go to level 8, and then you have no gold left to roll for these 4-cost 2-stars, and you just kind of just start losing health after health, and then eventually you'll get knocked out.
But Stuart, the bright side is, does have a BF sword sitting on the bench, so you get one recurve bow, you can put that into the Kai'Sa, get a Giant Slayer, and it makes it so much easier to try and fight these compositions that are so insanely healthy.
Yeah, for sure. I could totally agree with that. You have to try and survive this round. I don't think he's actually going to get knocked out in this round. Going to see if he can actually win it. There's a 2-star Azir on the other side and a Lux as well, even though it's just 1-star Lux. Looks like the Kai'Sa's doing work this time, though. You got a 2-star Azir, though, with the soldiers attacking away. And that's another defeat over to the side of Bruba. Does survive all the way up to Raptors, but not too sure if that's going to be enough.
And I just feel so bad for Brubba at this point. It really is the caster curse, because both of us put him as our favorite to win, and right now not looking very healthy in terms of his tournament standing. In the bottom 4 at 4-7 yet again, unfortunately for him.
He is on the win streak as well. Sorry, Furry Horn. I'm getting confused with the names. I keep mixing up the names with the little legend names. It's actually Decisive Way that's on the lose streak, sitting at 15 health at the moment, with Brubba on a win streak. So even though he's in the bottom 4, he's on a win streak right now. Does have 50 gold as well. Yeah, he needs that win streak. Does have a few items here. You can go for maybe Sunfire. Does have the Morello already, so it does already have the anti-heal synergy. Does have the rise as well, which is the Demacian rise, which I'm gonna have to remember all the rises as well. That's another thing you have to remember with set 9 as well, is all these different rise abilities as well. The Demacia is you get the AoE damage and the AoE shield that you get with the rise, can help the board out quite a bit.
Can indeed, and that's why you're slamming this Rage Blade onto the right, so he can get that ult off that much sooner, while everyone else is in the front line just wailing away. And keep your eye on the Azir and the Lux here with that Demacian item there, just to allow you to get all the extra damage, all the extra healing is all you got to get into that backline. The Rek'Sai is in the front line right now, has to defend the Rise, but might be able to get into the backline eventually with all these tanky items and healing items that he has straight onto the Lux. Finally wailing on her, knocks her down too, but is it enough? He has to get one more. Oh no, it's not enough to get him!
The Giant Slayer in the end from the Azir doing work, and this is what we mentioned about this portal, about this composition as well, is when you come against a player that has Giant Slayer, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all you have left, and now the roll has to come down here for Brubba. You have to try and hit that Rek'Sai 3-star. You realize you're at 1 health. One more loss could be it. That could be 2 bot 4s in a row for our player yesterday. Didn't get a single bot 4, went first in the qualifiers yesterday, not getting a single bot 4 to potentially getting 2 bot 4s in a row here, and in this final and decisive day of this Northern Legends qualifier.
And it feels like this is going to be another loss here. You have the Belvet with 3 key items. You have the same for the Kai'Sa, even though they're tier 1s. Your Rek'Sai has to do so much work
as well.
in this round. The Giant Slayer, as you said, doing so much work for them. The shielding comes through as well. The Belvet's just healing up so much. Uses that Void Coral as well. You're onto the tanky members, but the Kai'Sa's just doing so much damage in the background.
What is the healing? Look at
it! Look at it! She won't stop! That's Hand of Justice, a Bloodthirster, baby! That's doing it! It does it! Oh! 2 HP and a dream.
Oh no, it's not looking good. You rolled 50 gold, brother. You rolled 50 gold and you didn't really hit any Rek'Sais at all. Your win condition is this Rek'Sai. 6 bruises online now. You're going to be getting so much HP. Look at that Vi health as well. I can't even, like, look at the little pixels now of how many little things that Vi has. There's so much health onto these champions.
5,800.
My God, that's so much health onto this Vi, but you have to pray that you don't come up against someone that has a Giant Slayer. But look at the other board, a Giant Slayer onto a Kai'Sa 2. There's no Rek'Sai 3 left. I think this could be it here for Brubba.
I think it is. The Rise is up to the backline. Everyone's already dying. This Kai'Sa has perfect items to deal with the board that Brubba has. You gotta get onto the Kai'Sa, but she's moving about so much. She's so hyper mobile. You can't really get onto her.
The Rek'Sai's trying to do all the work. The Rek'Sai does get vulnerability off, but no, that's going to be it. The Kai'Sa's going to dash away, and unfortunately for Brubba, this is going to be it. 2 7th places in a row. Unfortunately, dies of Ari. Unfortunately, is going to be going out here in 7th place. There's 2 unfortunate games in a row now for Brubba. It's not looking good for him.
Oh, we should have picked someone else. Poor Brubba.
Yeah,
Poor
the
Brubba.
caster curse is really real.
I actually feel so bad for it now because I'm just like, okay, 1 game can't be our fault. 2 games in a row, definitely our fault.
Oh no, it's not looking good, but it's an unfortunate one. I kind of like the strategy. I like the idea that Brubba was bringing, you know, with the portal that we have where all the units gain 150 health. You know, you go for that Titanic Strength, which gives your units a lot of great stats. You go for Transfusion, which gives them even more HP. But unfortunately, with that 50 gold roll down, didn't hit any of the Rek'Sais that you were trying to hit. And that's because this comp is so heavily contested. There's 2 other players in this lobby that are also going for Rek'Sai, including Lols here, who's trying to hit this Belveth. If you hit the Belveth here, you could try and get 8 Void. Unfortunately, doesn't hit it for now. So just the Rift Herald's going to be spawning.
I think you touched on this earlier on, where you have to be doing your scouting.
Yeah.
Especially in a competitive level, because you can't be going for something that's contested by 2, 3, even 4 other players, because you're not going to hit the power spikes that you want. You got to pivot to another composition. Even if it's not a wholly meta composition, it's going to be better to go for an untested but uncontested composition than for one that's really, really good that you're not going to be able to pop off on.
And the crazy thing is that, you know, coming in the start of the day, we were actually saying, we were like, oh, you know, there's going to be a lot of Kaisers, there's going to be a lot of Azirs. We might see a little bit of Void, but I don't think he was expecting so many people to go for Void. And that's because of these early tomes and early Spatula items, all these, you know, that they were able to get, you know, 2 people going for it. Oh, there's a Darius 3-star with the Noxus comp. Oh, this is going to be scary. 2 double Titans and Hand of Justice. You probably would have liked to have another healing item, maybe like a Bloodthirster or even an Infinity Edge. But 3-star Darius, 3-star Katarina. Pretty good Katarina items as well. So it's going to be looking really good.
3-star of your 2 main carries. You have the Scion in the middle as well, bolstering them with that Chalice. So definitely capable of doing a lot of damage to the enemy health bars. Just have to wait and see with the CC coming down as well into the backline. Oh, he's here! He's gone! He's just done!
Oh, the Rogue popping off in the end. The Katarina, unfortunately, doesn't cast before the jump, but it actually doesn't seem like it's enough. It seems like the Nasus is doing so much for this frontline tankiness and the Jarvan as well. Echo's still alive in the back, but it doesn't matter. The round gets lost, and even though the Azir's dead, the 2-star Nasus and the 2-star Jarvan is enough tankiness in the end to kill off the Darius and the Katarina.
It looked so good in the beginning. It looked like that was just a done deal because you killed the Azir, the heavy carry for that composition. But no, as you said, you have that Nasus, you have the Sunfire and the Bloodthirster on him. You have the... I forgot the name of the empowered one, but you have the Dragon's Claw on the Jarvan. So it allows you to just soak up all of this damage and just a war of attrition happened and they lost.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Radiant item definitely doing very well for Jarvan, because I think in the previous round he got the Radiant Protector's Vow, which gives him a lot more shielding when Jarvan does drop low in health. And kind of itemizing Lux is a bit of an interesting one, but I guess because you have so many aggressive and so many offensive items that you're just like, okay, I'll put 3 items on this Lux. That's totally fine. And then what I could do is I can just give my Radiant item over to Jarvan. That 2-star Jarvan definitely doing well. And the Zephyr, oh, look at this Zephyr cheese. No one can really see the Zephyr on the bench, you know. This is something that you could do. A lot of pro players do it as well. You can actually just get the Zephyr and put it on the bench. It's a lot more difficult for people to realize where the Zephyr's going to be. Actually leaving the corners both exposed as well. And look, you're going to Zephyr this Kai'Sa straight away. Really, really nice play here with that Zephyr from Shetrin.
Yeah, but is it going to be enough? You have that Heimerdinger in the back line, just hoping to get a lot of damage down with that turret, and you have to get your Azir getting the damage down. It looks like it's going to be enough. Azir is popping off, as you said, but the Kai'Sa is also going to deal a decent amount of damage. It isn't quite enough, though.
This is one of the strongest compositions that we were talking about at the start of the day. This is going to be probably one of the most contested comps to be played. You're probably actually looking here for another Talia. To actually sell this 2-star Talia and try and get it into the try and get that Zephyr off and try and get another one. But yeah, social distancing, prismatic means that all these units are going to get so much more AD and AP, well of comforts as well, given all the stats, health, all the units health. So this is pretty much a perfect board here at the moment for the side of Duckbill, which is Shetrin. I have to always look at the top right. I feel like for the names, everything. It's like player identities. Thank God that's there in the top right. But look at this. We got a Baron on the other side. The Belveth was found with that Voidster bat. But to be honest, is it even going to be enough against this Azir?
I'm not sure. It just looks like Sif is not going to be enough, but the Belveth is doing a lot of damage as well. He's healing up so much.
Oh,
but the Acer is trying to get onto the Kai'Sa. She gets it. Knocks him straight out of the game.
Oh my God, that final Kai'Sa cast in the end was just enough. The soldiers couldn't move there in time. And that was actually the Azir having to move up and move forward to be able to hit the Kai'Sa. If he had a rapid fire cannon on that Azir, then I think Kai'Sa would have been deaf. But the Azir had to move up into attack range before he could move the soldiers. And that gave Kai'Sa enough time to cast. And that would leave him out in 3rd place. Still a really, really good result there for Shetrin. But we're down to our final 2 players.
And Twixter is one of them. Your underdog for the day.
Yeah, Twixter is one of them. Has the Baron, has that Belveth online. And against the other board, we have that 3-star Kalista, which I was talking about could be a potential with this Challenger crown. And this Kalista is doing so much work.
It is indeed, and now it's just the Baron basically left up and available to try and defend this team. Pixamander takes a huge amount more damage, left on 6 HP, and Twixter has the victory looking in his eye.
And looks like it could be a 1st place here for Trickster, which is going to be a really, really good performance. On the other side, we do have Shork, who's looking really, really good as well. Tujan as well with the Baron as well. Look at this. You got 2-star Kai'Sa. You got actually really good Thieves Gloves roll as well. You get the Static Shiv as well onto the Kai'Sa. 6 challengers online, 3-star Kalista. Have to do so much though against this Baron.
And this is one of the compositions that we mentioned at the start of the day. Just straight Challenger. You can mix in some Ionia with it, a little bit of Juggernaut as well, just for good measure. And it's so powerful. You just get the perfect items onto your Kalista, and then the Kai'Sa just does a huge amount of damage anyway. I love that they swapped around the Warwick there with the Kalista as well, because he gets you so much further away from the Rek'Sai.
Now, I think also trying to dodge out the Zephyrs as well, trying to go for that last minute slot, because you know there's a Zephyr on the other side. You know it's very difficult, but all eyes are going to be on this Kalista. Who's this Kalista going to focus? It's focusing onto the Kai'Sa. Can it rend? It rends it in time, and I think that could be it. The Kalista in the end, the targeting, and that is going to be it. The Kalista in the end, as long as you focus the right targets, it's enough.
What a game there from Twixtas as well, with the 6 challengers showing us how it's done. 2 dark horses in a row coming in with the victories.
And what a crazy performance in the end. I mean, we saw something a little bit different in this lobby. We didn't see, unfortunately, the crazy, Kaiser 3 stars, but we did see a lot of contested Void, and we saw how strong the Void emblem can be if you do hit that early Void emblem early on with the Void Crest Augment, or if you get lucky, you hit it in a Toma Traits, really allows you to get that Baron buff online. But the Challenger crown in the end, being able to put that Callista 3-star into work and focusing at Kaiser in the end was enough.
Yeah, I mean, it meant that the Kai'Sa could do literally nothing because she was just rendered to death, and that was one of the power points of the Void composition. The fact that you have the Bel'Veth and you have the Kai'Sa, they're the ones that you want to do the most damage, and well, besides the Baron, but Baron's just going to do that anyway. You're not going to have any items on him, and he's insanely tanky, unlike the other two. So you don't really have to worry too much about Baron Nashor. He just does his own thing, and you just look after your two carries. But when you're positioned in such a way that your Callista's in the bottom corner and they're in the opposite corner, they're naturally going to be focused. And unfortunately, for Pixamander, they just didn't focus the Callista.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I think that with targeting, especially with Callista dashing from side to side, not Callista, sorry, Kai'Sa, sorry, dashing from side to side, it's very difficult because you want to position Kai'Sa as far away from the Callista as possible to make sure that Callista doesn't actually focus the Kai'Sa. But then you're like, wait, Kai'Sa, where are you going? And Kai'Sa dashes to the other side, the same side as Callista, and then as soon as you know it, the Kai'Sa's just dead, and that's like you said, one of your main damage outputs gone, and that was kind of the difference in the end. Baron's just at the front line trying to do some work, but if the Kai'Sa and the Bel'Veth can't do enough damage, then there's not really enough damage left in that composition.
And I think it was played insanely well, that Void, for the fact that so many people were contesting that composition. We saw, I think it was 3 players, maybe I'm wrong, and it could have been 4 players that were contesting that composition, because it felt like every round that we're watching was a Void player that just kept doing it over and over. And I mean, it was funny because we expected to see Void, but only a little bit. We expected to see Kai'Sa and Callista, Azir and Lux, and they were the 2 main compositions that we've been seeing so far until now. And then it's just all Void.
Yeah, it's just all Void into it, but it makes it very interesting going forward, because it means that some players will maybe look at trying to go for these different compositions. But before we get into game number 3, we are going to take a quick short break. But when we return, game number 3, we'll be seeing the return of Maisie and see what she thought about game number 2.
Hello and welcome back. We have just finished game 2 of our Northern Legends Golden Spatula Cup qualifier number 1. And what a game we had. Granted, there was no crazy 3-star forecasts or anything, but we did see some new and interesting compositions come into the fray that perhaps we hadn't thought about before. Something that I found quite interesting in that round was the Demacian augment that came in. So all our units were larger and had extra HP, and it just sort of meant that we saw all of our players building Giant Slayer. Like, if you weren't playing Giant Slayer, you weren't playing that game, you know? But you know, it wasn't just this Demacian impact that had it in the game. I know Darksil, sorry, Darksil, you were very
So close.
interested to talk about our challengers.
Yes, I think it's a composition that a lot of people are sleeping on. But I think that's because you're contesting the Kaisa with the Void. So the two mainstays of the challenger composition is obviously get as many challenges as possible. You usually have 6. You might be able to get 8 if you're really lucky. And then your 2 power points are tier 2 Kaisa and tier 3 Callista. So you have to have 3 items on each of them, and then you can really top 4. Easily top 4, you might get first place like we saw in that last lobby. You usually go with Hand of Justice, Rageblade. You can go double Rageblade if you want to. You can get a Quick Glove, or you can go Archangels on the Callista. Usually go Rageblade, Archangels, and then a third item on the Kaisa as well. We saw Spear Sojourn be really, really popular for that as well, so you just keep ulting and ulting and ulting. I think that it's being slept on a little bit more than I'd expect it to, and Void is being picked up a lot more than we kind of expected it to as well, so that's a really interesting point to kind of work on.
Yeah, Void was one of those compositions that we talked about at the start of the day, maybe looking to see if it was as strong as it previously had been. And also, I just like big verticals, not gonna lie. But something that did assist our players in getting their Void goals this game was our spatulas and emblems that we had available to us. Now, Stuart, you wanted to tell us all a little bit about emblems and spats.
Yeah, for sure. I mentioned it a little bit during the cast, but I Void Crest being one of the Void emblems in general being one of the best emblems to get, and one of the best spatulas to get right now in the current meta, because it allows you to get to that Baron point, allows you to get to potentially go for the Void, the vertical Void, as you were mentioning, to try and get that Baron. So you could try and get the Belveth carry, you try and get the Kaiser carry in the end. But some other ones, you know, we saw a little bit of Noxus in this lobby. Actually, in our other lobby, we did see Noxus actually winning the lobby with the Noxus crest as well. So there was definitely interesting point about emblems and just spatula items in general, because we saw Challenger winning that lobby. We're seeing a lot of Void as well, which is also a very strong one. And also Noxus is there as well. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on that in the future to see what spatulas people are getting and what they're trying to build towards to try and reach them, you know, big power points, whether that be, you know, 8 Challenger, 9 Void to try and get Baron, etc.
Yeah, the players really are sort of not only playing their boards, but thinking like, "Hmm, what can I turn this spat into to make my board larger than
Yep.
life?" And there was so much of it in that game, and it just goes to show that our players are just exceptional.
Thought you were
And
gonna say finish there for a second.
that was a less fiendish game. We had a wonderful fiendish roll down, but let's see how our fiendish players are currently sitting in the standings. Because I believe we have those available. Yes. Something very interesting to note is that all 16 of our players during that last game opted for the Ezreal Legend. Dark Soul, do you have any feelings about that?
I mean, I think it's pretty expected. We said it at the top of the day where we're expecting everyone to be running Ezreal. Maybe one or two people might decide to go for Aurelion Sol if they're having trouble or feeling like they're having trouble, kind of leveling up to 8 or even 9 if they're really ambitious. So I think with the power that the Ezreal provides you in terms of not so much the gold, but the items that you're getting, so you can slam early items, you can use a reforger if you're not quite getting the items that you want. I think the fact that items are worth so much to a composition and the fact that you have more of those items, then Ezreal's kind of the obvious one to be going for.
All right. And with those standings, we are actually ready to start game three just now. So keep an eye on those standings. Let us know what you're feeling on Twitter. And we will get started with game three momentarily. Ooh,
Let's
and we are in just in time for portal selection. This is good. We will get all the information right up front for you. I am joined here with Stuart.
And we get a Scuttle Puddle. Oh my! Okay, I can I just say Scuttle Puddle is my favorite portal. I just love scuttles in general, and I just love how much gold Scuttle Puddle gives you as well. And you know what's funny? I don't know if you've ever got to Sage or seen it, Maisie. Have you seen how big Scuttle is when you reach the Elder Dragon?
No, I have not. Do you know how many times I have been in a lobby and voted Scuttle Puddle because A, it's fun, and B, it's great to say, and I never get it. So I'm living my best life right now, seeing all these little scuttlers scuttling all over the board.
Oh, it's so cute. Look, they're just running around. It's funny, kind of funny as well. The units actually chase off the skulls as well, especially the melee units. You can just see them running around trying to get to a point where they're actually trying to chase after them. But a pretty good start here at the moment. 2 sets early on, which is very, very interesting here for Pizing, who at the moment is performing very, very well, currently second in our standings, so looking to try and keep that going. One thing you can do with Scuttle Puddle early on is you can actually sell your units and actually just keep one unit or one champion on the board and actually get up to 10 gold at stage 1-3 if you really want to, because all these scuttles drop you 1 gold each. So be interesting if some people want to go for that econ route, but I think with Pizing getting 2 sets early on, kind of difficult to sell them because set is such a strong unit.
Oh yeah, you're wanting to keep a hold of that. These Ionia starts that we have been seeing, and of course, as I say it, Pizing slaps that Jhin on the board. We have a beautiful Ionia start, and that has proven time and time again to be a great opener. I love these little scuttles. I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. That is so cute.
It's so funny. It looks like Pizing was trying to go for 10 gold. I'm not too sure if he's actually going to reach 10 gold though, because he has 6 gold, but the gold actually going to be dropped is actually going to hit him to 9. But what you can see is he actually pre-leveled, so he's actually going to reach level 4. He spent 4 of his gold to pre-level and get to level 4 in the next stage, which might make him have a better chance to try and hit that set 2 star. And if you're going to hit set 2 star early on, you have the Sunfire cape on your bench if you want to go for that. But here we have the first augments.
I mean, it's gonna be buried treasures across the board, aren't it? Isn't it?
Yep. I think.
Oh, and there.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, and then we have the Irelia in the shop, and usually she's like the backbone of these early game sort of Ionia compositions. But it's quite funny. He had 2 sets before he saw his first Ionian. Sorry, I always call her Ionia. His first Irelia.
Yeah, picking up the Akshan is really good though. Gives him Deadeye early on. You still have that 3 Ionia. Unfortunately, you don't have any of these units upgraded, but I think pre-leveling, getting an Akshan for that Deadeye that you can put in at level 4, I think it's a pretty good shot for Pizing. You just have to make sure that you can let this Akshan do a little bit of work, actually spreading out the units as well. You have to be quite careful with this Akshan. Make sure he doesn't get focused down.
I do really like this board that Pizing's put together as well, and I wasn't casting last game, and I noticed that Twitch chat had so much love for Pizing, so please lend him your energy in chat if you want him to succeed. He's gonna want that.
Now, all these players are going to need all the energy that Twitch chat gives, as always. It's always exciting to watch all these players, especially for... Oh my, that's a 2-star Zed.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, I mean, you'll take those, I guess. But as I was just about to mention, for me, it's the first time covering Northern Legends and covering the UK and Nordic, so it's exciting to see. But personally, some of these players for the first time, really exciting to see how these players are performing. And obviously, ourselves from the UK and obviously Darkseal as well, also from the UK, it's nice to be covering a tournament and getting the UK and Nordic some love, because we've had some pretty, really strong players actually come out from the UK and Nordic scene over recent time.
Oh, a huge shout out to Lilana and Corfuzzled, but that is not what we're doing here. We have another UK brethren on the board right now in Birderp, who has started off with kind of a Shurima comp. Birderp is a player that we know really wants to get that Lux Azir composition, and I think that's what they went for last game as well.
I'm always looking for the Lux, always looking for the Azir, but yeah, early Shurima early on is pretty decent. Gives your potentially your strongest unit, gives you that little bit of a Shurima buff, which can give you a little bit of healing and some extra stats, which is always quite nice. There you go. A nice Casio too as well. I feel like everyone went for buried treasures this game. It looks like
yeah.
Everyone, I mean, as you mentioned in before, Maisie, 16 players all going for Ezreal. It just shows you how much value this buried treasure augment gives.
Oh, I think this is very much, if we're seeing every single 16 out of 16 players playing Ezreal Augment, maybe you should bring it into your games too, because extra items, extra power, it's pretty stellar.
I've definitely been running Ezreal myself for sure. Definitely trying to follow in the hands of some of these pro players. Maybe not in terms of ranking. Not really doing too well in terms of ranking at the moment, but I'm sure that's definitely not going to be on the player's hands. But this Akshan early on could do so much work. I think Akshan's ability is actually really cool, because if you get the right angle for Akshan, you can really focus down on these backline carries. Yes, his ability can be blocked by the frontline tanky champions, but if you can position Akshan in a good spot, and if you can get damage to the backline carries, and now that the Akshan also stacks with Rage Blades, you can get Rage Blade stacks with every single shot. Makes him really powerful.
Lights, camera, action. And I just want to correct myself, because I have tarred Birderp with the wrong brush here. I assumed that he would have tried the Azir Lux comp last game, but did instead go for a 3-star Rek'Sai Void comp. So I just feel like I have to say that to not be wrong.
You have to be flexible, though. I think that's what you have to look at when these tournament games. We've already mentioned it before, but I think going for these flexible compositions, making sure that you build items that allows you to play multiple comps is super important. Whether it be the Kai'Sa, whether it be the Azir Lux, these early items with these buried treasures. I mentioned before that you can kind of get a little bit dizzy with how many items you have. Just building the most flexible items that allows you to play multiple comps is definitely the way to go.
Someone that hasn't opted for the same Ezreal augment as everyone else is our player here, Blasted Moon, who is on Squink, and looking to set up quite nicely for little Donkey Darius action.
Has the early Noxus, does have a win streak as well, so it's already conquered 3 players with that Darius. There's going to be double dunkings here with Darius. Going to be 2 Dariuses on the board, one with items, one without items. But on the other side, you have 4 Challenger with this Kalista on the backline, who, there you go, the Rend comes through, and it's so much damage that this Kalista can do. We saw the 3-star Kalista doing work last game, and that's going to be stopping the win streak there on the side of Blasted Moon, which means we only have 1 player win streak in now, Maisie.
Ooh, it's Noctero, it's her fiendish friend from round 1. Sorry, why did I say that like that? Who knows?
we got, I mean, like I said, it's going to be the most popular word of the day, I think. We're going to be saying that all the way. Someone's definitely going to be someone's definitely having a good time right now. Sitting at 12 points, so sitting very high in the standings, and has a very strong opener with the 4 Challenger, and also has the Shadow Isles in as well, which will give Kalista and also Maokai this little bit of a shield as well, which means they can take a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Snowball in the last round there, absolutely stacking that Rage Blade into infinity. Just, there's no units quite yet. Nobody's really running that Rogue to get on the Callista. Even that Akshan is just gonna get eaten up by the Maokai. And Callista's just, she's free to go absolutely ham on this backline.
Yeah, like you said, the only real threat that the Callista is going to have is them rogue units, or is units like, potentially Jarvan later on. But when you have Callista so early on in stages 2 and stages 3, no one's really going to have a Jarvan this early on. No one's really going to have these rogues early on that can get into the Callista. So as long as you have a big enough front line like this Maokai 2-star and the Irelia 2-star, it allows Callista to stack up the Rage Blade, rend targets, and it's just so much damage. So hitting a Callista as one of your 3-cost units early on is definitely going to allow you to win streak early on.
It's true.
More scuttles!
Look at the size of these scuttles! Sorry.
Okay, you haven't seen, I'm just saying,
look at
Maisie,
the size of these scuttles.
you haven't seen anything yet. If you think these scuttles are big, wait until the Elder Dragon skull comes. I'm just saying.
Oh
I'm just preparing you.
I cannot deal with all these, like, I'm dizzy just looking at this, but we have all these items coming out from the Scuttle Crab. We have every single player running the Ezreal Legend. Is there even enough slots on champions for all these items? Who knows?
It's going to be interesting. I mean, definitely here we're going to be seeing a lot of items for Snubble here. Sorry, I had to look over the names again, but yeah, Snubble has a lot of items. You do have a few choices. You can maybe go for like Redemption plus Archangel, which there you go, Redemption Slam. You're gonna slam Archangel potentially, or do you want to leave that? Maybe wants to leave that for another item for now. But Redemption is going to be a really, really strong front line item early on. But look at the other side. I think we might be getting a Tristana reroll on the other side, Maisie.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at the bench. I'm seeing the Viego check, Maokai check, Poppies check, Tristanas. Oh my goodness. Yes, I think we have a little 4-star showdown possibly coming up here from Fenrir, who is Stag.
Yeah, Stag currently sitting at 13 points as well. So another player that's performing quite well. Had 2 really good openers. Oh, we get into a prismatic as well. I mean, look at Giant Grab Bag. You get more gold, you get 3 components, and a lesser champion duplicator. I mean, Snubble right now, you don't want the wellness trust, you don't want the bulwark, you don't want the tank items. Give us all that gold, and look at all that gold. 70 gold, a lesser champion duplicator. You're sitting at 30 gold. Honestly, I think it's worth Snubble here to actually try and potentially roll for 1 more Callista, because if you get 1 more Callista, you could use that lesser champion duplicator, get the 2-star Callista, sorry, not 3 stars, a bit too early on. But if you can get to that point, then you can definitely try and hit the 2-star Callista and try and get to that early point. But here we can take a look at the reroll, and oh, there we go, there's the 3-star Tristana. Oh, and
that's a 4-star.
He just hit everything with 1 roll. Stake was just like, cool, let me roll a few more times, maybe I'll hit. He hit Maokai, Viego, and Tristana, and because he has Duel to win, 4-star Tristana.
Stag has an absolutely stunning board. We are at 3-2, and we are just like, we fully 3-starred the board almost. Yeah, we're like 5 poppies off, and oh no, the poppies are gone, but we've made great eco, like, to be at 3-2 with all these items, with all these units, with all these stars, and have this much eco. This is a beautiful position for Stag.
It's crazy, and the people are saying that obviously Tristana is not going to be as strong of a comp, because Tristana was mainly really used with the Lee Sin Legend, which gives you honor roll, which allows you to freely level up units and just get a free reroll every single time. Since that nerf, we haven't been seeing too much Tristana, but I think, as I mentioned, I think during the pre-show at the start, if you can get a good enough opener, and if you can get good enough items, long distance pals is going to be doing so much work for this Maokai and also Tristana to give you some extra stats. Then you can still play this composition. It's still going to be very, very strong.
Oh, I'm so interested to see what the optimal way to play Yordle is now. Whether you go down the Gunner path or you go full Yordle and get 2 4-stars, which, I mean, Stag is more than in a position to be able to do.
Definitely have to see. I mean, the thing is, he did sell the poppies, though, so I think that maybe he doesn't want to potentially go for another 3-star poppy. I think, as you mentioned, because he has so much econ, he wants to try and, I think, just push levels. He's at stage 3-5. Most people are going to be level 6, and he's also level 6. But the difference is he has 3 3-stars on his board, or technically 1 4-star and 2 3-stars. So yeah, definitely looking in a really, really good spot this time around for Stag. Are we going to be trying to look for items? There is a spatula. A spatula is only going to be picked up by the squink, which is going to be blast at moon. So interesting to see what he's going to do with that spatula.
Ooh, I do love some spatula plays. You did talk about this a little before we got in there. I just wanted to note very quickly that Stag is someone that when we interviewed before the game said that he liked to be an aggressive player. He never plays for first, he plays as aggressive as he can and aims for top 4. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing him do this game. But we've gone back to Snubble. Snubble.
Snubble, snubble. Yeah, he does have a pretty good board. He has the Kaiser online, already level 7. He's the only one streaking as well. 100 HP. Could this be Mr. 100 that... I always try, when you always get an early win streak, I don't know if you get this feeling, Maisie, but when you're like 100 HP and you get to, you know, later stages, you're like, oh, maybe this is my Mr. 100 game.
Oh.
And then you're just like, oh, wait, I lost a round. And then you just feel like, everything's just lost. Even though you're still in a really, really good spot, you're like, oh, there's my Mr. 100. No fun game this time around.
Yeah, you could win that game and still be bitterly unhappy with yourself, but losing is not something that Snubble is looking to do anytime soon, looking at the strength of this board.
Absolutely crazy. Another Kaiser as well. So some of these players are hitting level 7 very, very quickly. And that's because of this prismatic augment from Ezreal. You're already getting so much gold from buried treasures early on. Plus you have that giant grab bag as well, which is giving you 15 gold. So most players can just go to level 7 at 3-2, which gives you such a huge spike and allows you to get more opportunity to try and hit these four cost champions, which are going to be so important at later stages. You can see here 2 stars Gwen already online with really, really good items. Gwen's a champion we haven't really been talking too much about, but if you can get good items, if you can get Shadow Isles online, and you know, Gwen could definitely still do a lot of work.
Oh yeah, it's a testament to our players and their ability. When people say, oh, TFT is just luck. Okay, yes, there's an element of luck to it, but for these players to be able to deal with this much gold, these many items, and build boards these strong and aggressive this early in the game, there's a lot more than just luck in this game.
Is that level 8 on the other board as well? I think I saw level up into level 8. I think someone hit level 8 already. I think that might have been, not sure if it was the bottom player or not. Yeah, look at this level 8 here for Fohorn, which is Decisive Ways. Already has the 2-star Azir as well. Has the Nasus frontline. This is a very, very scary board to come up against.
Yeah, and this is a board, look at this prismatic, we've got the level up prismatic, so the shops are going to be more potent. That's probably why we managed to get the Azir, but I am noticing that a lot of the units are just kind of lacking some oomph. We got a lot of 1-stars on this board.
There's a spatula. Can we get a rod here maybe for Shurima Spat? Oh, 2 rods, okay. Maybe could look towards 5 Shurima. Could be definitely an option. Trying to roll down for maybe 1 more Shurima unit. There's the Jarvan pair. There's a Scion pair as well.
So many pairs.
Yeah, there's so many pairs right now. There's a 2-star Telia, but I think really Decisive Ways is just looking for another Shurima. There is a Renekton in the shop. If you put the Renekton in, maybe you can go for a Shurima Spat and maybe look for 5 Shurima. Be interested to see what direction Decisive Ways is going to go for this.
Oh, that's looking like a Shurima slam on the Jarvan.
Yeah,
and it
there
sure
we go.
is. Nice call, Stuart.
Shurima got a little bit of a buff in the most recent patch. It's going to be a little bit stronger now because all the units be able to get a little bit more bonus stats from this, which is going to be quite nice. I'm not too sure what the other items are going to be. There is a guard breaker potential on the bench. You got Titans plus Bloodthirster on this Nasus, but this is the crazy power of level up, is that if you have so much gold, then you could just get to level 8 and roll down so much golds, which most of the time is not really the best way because so many people are rolling at level 7. But if you can hit level 8 so quickly and have a lot of econ, oh my god, why we get another prismatic? What is this?
This is kind of beautiful. We're getting with this another double prismatic game. So yeah, we are looking at a lot of 1-stars coming out from Decisive Weight. Will this be enough tempo to secure him the wins he needs till he can get the level up to pay dividends? Oh, that's a 2-star Donner.
That's a 2-star Heimerdinger. Where did that come from? Where did Bird get that from? I don't know. I mean, wow, that's That's pretty insane, to be honest with you. Double shrink mod as well on the turret with also the AoE spread. So gonna be doing a lot here for the turrets. I mean, unfortunately for the rest of his board though, it's all 1-stars. So it's like Heimerdinger or bust, it seems like at the moment.
Oh, and it's funny because our bird drop friend has kept the Azir that he's kind of becoming synonymous with.
The Azir is still there in the backline, coming up against this double trouble board, which you did see in our first game of the day. Doesn't look like it's going to be doing enough, though. It's going to be another little bit of a drop there for Pele, but the double trouble board with the Talia trying to do a little bit of work. Unfortunately not, though. This Donga from Arcane doing work.
That is one powerful donger. And let's see, Fury Horn. That is, yeah, Decisive Way has managed to get some more stars on this board. I'm really excited to see if Decisive Way can hold on just that little bit longer, because the potential on this board, if they just manage to eke out a little eco, is insane.
Yeah, it really is insane. You've got the, the Jarvan 2-star as well, has the Radiant item from Demacia, has the Sharima Spat as well, has the Ionic Spark. It's going to be doing so much work. 2-star Azir as well. It's going to be coming up against one of our early win streaking players. Does have the 2-star Kalista Snubble. Does have the 2-star Kai'Sa as well, but is it enough to take down this board of Azir? I don't think it is.
No, that Kai'Sa is just sort of in the backline, just doing as Kai'Sa does and being completely undamaged. Oh, the Azir's on.
Wow.
Okay, never mind.
That's so crazy how much this Azir can do, and just shows the power of Azir. It even has another Azir potentially to buy. Maybe 4-star Azir. I don't think you're actually going to be looking at the 4-star, 3-star Azir. Sorry, God, I get mixed up with the Yordles.
He's
there.
got a Yordle.
Yeah. Azir is definitely not a Yordle. Far from a Yordle. But no, could try and go for the potential of the 3-star Azir, but I don't think you really have the econ for it.
Absolutely not. This is about wrestling out every little advantage and trying to build back up without losing. It's a really delicate position to be in, and one the Birder is managing for now.
So far, so good. I'm going to be picking up these items. No one is dead yet at 4-5, but I don't even know if anyone is going to be dying anytime soon as well, because this board is looking so strong right now. Has the has the Garen 2-star in. Interesting enough, does actually complete the final item on Jarvan, which gives the Radiant item over to Garen, which I could see it if you have a 2-star Lux, but I feel like having that Radiant item on the Jarvan can be really good, but maybe just wants to complete the Warmogs and complete the third item there on the Jarvan.
Yeah, maybe just, oh my goodness, that is a triple Rage Blade of Felios.
Well, I'm curious. I'm just going to look at the Aphelios and see how quick it auto attacks.
Oh my god.
Look at Aphelios
well,
go.
You did say you were looking to see more Aphelios in this competition.
I mean, that's one way to play Aphelios with triple Rage Blade. Look at the stacks as well. Wow, it's actually winning the rounds.
And that is Birderp out. Oh no, is that Birderp?
Decisive Way.
Decisive Way.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, I see Azir. I think Birderp.
Yeah.
That's Decisive Way out in 8th, just there. And now we are focusing our attention on over to Iste.
That's so unfortunate for Decisive Way, because the board looked really good, but this Aphelios doing work. Even 1-star Aphelios as well. You don't really see the 1-star Aphelios doing too much work, especially after nerfs that he received in the most recent patch. But I guess because of the front line that he has as well at the same time, the 2-star Urgot, the 2-star Sejuani, you do have the Freljord as well, which is going to be shredding the armor. And now you're against the Donga. It's going to be Aphelios, Machine Gun Aphelios against the Donga, who also has a turret of his own.
Oh, it's a 2-star Donger and 1-star Aphelios with a lot of Rage Blades. Yeah, no, I really like the Freljord in this comp, and I think really it's probably the best that they can eke out, but it does not look good. Oh, I take it back!
Oh, look how tiny the Aphelios is. Oh, 1 HP! Oh, the shrink is not even enough.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. He is small and mighty. Let's go, Itzy.
Oh my god, I'm really surprised how well this board is doing. I'll be totally honest. I honestly thought that, with Aphelios, you kind of still want these items online. It's a bit of a throwback to a comp in the previous patch where you go like triple Rage Blade and you go for that Locket Bastion frontline. Not too sure if you've seen that, Maisie, but there was like this Bastion Locket the Iron Solari stacking frontline. You just have all these frontline champions, and it just allows the Rage Blade to fully stack as quick as possible. And that's exactly what this comp is doing, but it's just without the Bastions. It's just triple Rage Blade onto the Aphelios. You're getting stacked up, and by the time your frontline units die, your Aphelios is already fully stacked, so he's attacking, you know, twice every second most of the time.
Oh yeah, you can't even keep up with how fast that Aphelios is going, and we are now 1 off the 2-star, and the 2-star here is absolutely huge. It would be totally pivotal for this board.
Oh, the roll down doesn't look good, unfortunately. Nope, no 2-star Aphelios.
And now we just got loads of items and not a lot of time.
Yeah, unfortunately, you put the Thieves' Gloves on this Urgot, so you can't build items like Bloodthirster that you want to build on the Urgot. It's going to be coming up against this Tristana as well. This Tristana board is looking really, really strong. There's a Senna and also a Jinx to get 4-star Gunner. A 4 Gunner, sorry.
Even with this Deadeye damage sort of splitting up between this backline,
Hold on.
It's not...
Nope.
I don't... It's not enough.
Oh, you got knocked out as well.
With a mighty bonk, Iste is out.
This is turned into an absolutely crazy day. I mean, coming into this set, I was super excited to watch competitive for this set. I believe this is like one of the first times we're seeing like, you know, competitive, you know, TFT in set 9. And this set is by far one of my favorite sets just because there's so many cool champions. The portals just bring an extra spice to things, and we also still have all these new augments as well. I can't remember. Do you remember how many augments were added into this set? I believe there was like over 70 or 80% of augments were changed or swapped out or new. Which
yeah, and for players to have this level of knowledge in the game when the set itself is still pretty new and analytical data isn't as abundant as it has been in previous sets, it's fun to see.
It's so nice to see, and it means it brings the extra spice. It looks like, oh, unfortunately, it's going to be Pele being knocked out as well. Some of our players are dropping in and out, but one player who is standing strong right now is this Darius 3-star from Squink, who hears Blast at Moon. You got Darius 3-star, you got Katarina 3-star, and you have the Noxus emblem as well, which, as I mentioned, is probably one of the most pinnacle points of this composition, trying to get the Noxus emblem to get the 6 Noxus online.
No, not to caster curse here, but Blast at Moon was someone that I picked to be my winner for the day. It has been a slower start, but with the early 3-star cat, and this let's be real, frankly, Dunk Master Darius, there could be some good stuff pulled out here.
He's going to be dunking. Can he kill off the Gwen, though? He's going to get CC'd by the Yasuo. I'm actually not too sure if the Darius is even going to be doing enough damage. On the other side, there's a 3-star Kalista as well that's just rending away pretty freely, but oh, the Darius, is he going to dunk? Oh, it's going to be close.
Oh, no, we just need to get the Kaisa down.
The Kaisa guys are going to go down. It is going to go down. That was a ghost as well, but it's pretty scary to see the 3-star Kalista for the second game in a row. Oh, there's a Deadeye emblem. Look at that. Unfortunately, our Deadeye player is being knocked out, but would have liked the Deadeye emblem. But that Shadow Isles emblem is going to be doing a lot of work for players that are going to be running that Gwen to get the bigger shields.
Yeah, for Gwen not to really have been a 4 cost that we have seen today to all of a sudden being pretty important in this game. And sure enough, that Shadow Isles spat. Oh no, sorry, was the Shadow Isles spat taken?
Yeah, the Shadow Isles spat was taken by someone else. I'm not too sure exactly who it was, but it was taken. But look at this board on the other side. Pising is 2 Gwens away from 3-star Gwen. Could we get a day where we get so many 3-star 4 costs? Like, what is going on today is absolutely crazy.
Are we sure the Darius augment didn't just get disguised as the Ezreal augment and put into this game? Sorry, the Draven.
I mean, that's pretty much what we saw in the last patch, was just like everyone running Draven, everyone getting them 4-cost 3-stars. But it seems like even without Draven, these players are still finding these 3-stars. But it's Tristana. Look at the Tristana doing so much work, though, showing that this composition is still really, really strong.
Oh yeah, those gunners all latched onto that Gwen and just put her through the cheese grater. She's gone. So fast.
I think it's pretty hard to predict as well, like who's actually going to be finishing like first or even in the top 4, because there's so many variety of compositions in this game, Maisie. You know, we have this player here, you know, Pizing trying to reach the 3-star Gwen. You have the 4-star Tristana. You have the Kaisers on the other board. There's so much being worked towards at the moment that it's so hard to predict. One round could really be the difference between going bot 4 or going top 4.
Oh yeah, and with only one player streaking right now, that's Bird Derp up there in first, it's kind of hard to call. Although, unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna see the Gwen 3 anytime soon. There's just no eco here. A bit of a lost streak. It looks like Pizing may have just flattened out.
You know what's funny? I don't know if you saw it. Snubble just frontlined a 1-star Heimerdinger, and Gwen was like, oh, there's a Heimerdinger in there? Snip, snip, snip away. You're gone. You're completely out of there. It was quite funny to watch. The Callista, though. 3-star Callista against 2-star Callista. Oh!
No, the 2-star
Callista! There's enough Ren stacks in the end. Oh, look, Maisie! That is the Elder Drink Scuttle right there.
Elder Scuttle. Okay, I'm so glad. If you watched Northern Legends today on Twitch, you made the best choice. Ooh, that's my talking point for the game right here.
That's a big Scuttle. And guess what? The Scuttle Crab will die in about 2 seconds time. Boop, 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 and you get all your gold. There you go. That's probably the quickest Elder Dragon fight you'll probably see, because it's a Scuttle.
To be fair, with the Katarina and Darius at 3-star, that was always going to be a fast fight.
Oh, it's great to see. I love this. Like I said, probably one of my favorite portals in this set. But going back into what's more important than looking at Scuttle Crabs is looking to try to see who's going to be getting this top spot at the moment. Squink, who is, if I remember correctly, Squink is Blasted Moon. Yes, so did go to level 8 to put in the Rogue now. So now the Katarina has Rogue because you put in the Z. Maybe try and get access to this backline.
Oh, that is a 2-star rise for
Snubble.
Snubble, thank you. Sorry, I'm struggling with these little legends names.
It is a little bit difficult to get the way, but this is the Bandle City rise, which pulls the units from your bench and also gives them mana, which actually got a bit of a change in the most recent patch and allows you to. Oh, the Kaiser doing so much work and actually just surviving on 1 HP there. But yeah, the Bandle City Rise was probably one of the weakest because it's very difficult to try and get units from your bench. But it got a change where Rise can actually grab units from your shop now, which is actually very, very interesting. So that 2-star Rise can definitely do a lot of work if you can put like some blue buffs or something on there.
Oh my goodness. This is something that I didn't know, so thank you for educating me.
It's difficult. I honestly think that I remember seeing the patch notes of the most recent one, and there was honestly like so many words. There were so many changes. There were so many augment changes that it's so hard to keep track of, but there's always some that stand out to you. I don't remember all the changes, but always some that stand out to you. It's like, oh, I remember that change. That might be quite interesting. But this could be the final battle here for Blasted Moon. Is the Darius going to be enough work? I don't think the Darius is getting enough resets. This 2-star Heimerdinger is doing so much work for Bird Derp, and that is going to be 2 of our players out of both Squink and Fenrir, which is Blast at Moon and Stag both going out.
Oh, we got our top 2. We have the Bird Loving Bird Derp and the Fiendish Fiendish Swede.
This is going to be close.
Snubble.
Yep. This
Heimerdinger turret is great. In that last fight against a 3-star Katarina, the Katarina was just teeny tiny.
Yep.
Oh, and they both got double shrink rate. Okay, let's prepare for some teeny tiny units.
Yeah, everyone's going to be tiny in this round, but it's going to be a 2-star Donger with full items against a 1-star Donger. And if my mind serves correctly, oh my god, the Heimerdinger damage as well. The 2-star is normally going to be better, but I'm not too sure, actually. This Yasuo is doing a lot of work, and actually, the 2-star Donger is not going to be enough to cost any end from the Ari. It's going to be enough to take down the Bird Derp to a little bit below 30 HP. Now going into potentially our final carousel.
Oh yeah, this should be our last one. I don't even think we're gonna get to see another giant skull crab, which does pain my heart to say, but I think our players now realistically have sort of one really bad or two mediocre lives left.
Oh, interesting. The magnetic removal does get used and actually gets used to put it on the Ari, but this 2-star rise, I wouldn't have been surprised if actually you just put the items on the rise. Because as I mentioned, with this rise being able to grab your units from your bench, you can see at the moment the bench for Snubble has all the 5-cost units that you want. And there's an Ari pair as well. There's a lot of units here that Rise can bring from the bench. The problem is, though, that Rise doesn't really have any items. So this Rise is going to be taking a little bit of time. I think he needs like 3 or 2 auto attacks. Yeah, he needs 3 auto attacks. There you go. He's going to bring in. He's going to bring in the Kasante first, and maybe could be a difference. Maybe can knock someone. Let's get a little bit of a knock up on the backline. I think that's going to be enough, Maisie.
Yeah, that CC was kind of beautiful. The fiendish fiend of Sweden is back at it again.
Oh,
Even
it's
without
great.
those mana items, it's just 3 auto attacks, and that Rise is snugly tucked in the back corner there. Like, I don't think he's really got anything that can get on.
No, I think that's the difficulty is you need something to get onto this Rise because the Rise is just going to be grabbing so many units, and you'll hopefully see here that the Rise is going to take in the Scion first, and then should hopefully, if my mind serves correctly, should actually bring in the Ari as the second one. But this is it. It's probably going to be the final round. Can this 2-star Heimerdinger do enough work?
Yeah, it's the Teemo that gets effort at the start there, so the Heimerdinger on Birdarp's side is just kind of free to do as he pleases. But there's so much more to worry about than just getting the Zephyr right. Because Azir seems to be doing some numbers here. This is very back and forth. That was some good positioning.
It's so difficult. Oh,
Big
we did
Scuttle!
get another one.
Oh, and there was me saying I didn't think we'd see another. This is a truly blessed
So
day. We got a tight
beautiful.
game of TFT and a giant scuttle for my eyeballs.
It's so beautiful. Look at it, just eating away, just like taking little nibbles. It's so sad though that scuttles have to, die like this because they're so innocent. Like, they're just walking around, they're not doing any damage to you, and then oh, poof, they're gone.
Well, that's it. If these players want to get the advantage, then they must defeat the Scuttle and ultimately each other. So let's see, what is Birdarp gonna do here? Because that position in last time was just enough to eke him out the win. But I mean, there's barely any champions left to stick items on.
Yeah, it's really difficult. There's so many items from obviously the buried treasures, from all these scuttle crabs as well, from all these PvE rounds. I think the interesting thing is definitely going to be this difference with the Azir. The Azir 2-star definitely made a lot of work for Birdarp in the previous round. Now you have some items on this Rise, though, so maybe Rise can cast a few more times. And Rise is actually going to be bringing in a 2-star Scion, which is very tiny. Look how small the Scion is. He's so tiny. He's so itty bitty, but I'm not too sure if this is going to be enough, though. I don't think the Rise is going to be enough. I think Birdarp's going to take it.
Whoa,
Ooh.
Birdarp, well done. That was so back and forth. I honestly thought that Snooble might have it, but congratulations, Birdarp, for winning out this lobby in game 3.
Brilliant performance from Birdarp. Definitely needed that victory to try and push his way back up into the standings. It's a player that you was highlighting as well. You said that saw him a little bit in tournaments and everything as well.
Birdarp is someone that I've seen play in like Counterfeit Casual Tournament. It's someone I've played with. This person is a ray of sunshine anytime I see them at Discord. I just like their attitude, and sometimes I feel like a positive mental attitude in this game can get you far. And that is why Birdarp is my dark horse.
There you go.
Dark
you heard it.
bird?
Dark birds? Dark birds? We get all the we got all the names mixed up and everything here. But no, it was a very interesting. I think it was a very cool lobby to watch because there were so many of these 5-cost 2-stars that were getting into some endgame boards. We saw the Rise, we saw the Scion, the 2-star Heimerdinger winning out in the end as well. Yeah, it was a very interesting lobby to look at. It wasn't these like vertical Lux or Azir boards or even Kaiser boards. It had a little bit of spiciness to it with some of these 5-cost 2-stars.
Oh yeah, even Birdarp's like Lux and Azir board didn't play out like the typical Lux and Azir boards we've seen players contesting each other for all day. I just think Something that really blew my mind that game was the sheer amount of items available between the Scuttle Crabs, between every single player going the Ezreal Legend. Mind's blown.
There's no spots left, as you mentioned. You know, at the end, you had Azir with 4 items, Java with 4 items, Nasus, Heimerdinger. It's like, if you get another item, who you put it on? Like, what does the item go on? You have to put it on your 1-star Teemo, maybe? You know, maybe Teemo could get a little bit of love. But as you mentioned, you know, with the Ezreal Augment and the Scuttle Puddle giving you so much loot, just means that you can just get as many items as you need.
Oh, I love Scuttle Puddle. More of that, please, players. But yes, with that, we are gonna have a quick break and then we'll speak a little bit more about this game and we'll be back for game 4. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back. We are halfway through our Northern Legends qualifier for Golden Spatula Cup 1, and it's been a series of hyped games. I had so much fun casting that one. The sheer amount of items that people were having with their legends, that like everyone has gone Ezreal, and we had the Scuttle Puddle portal, and I think that might be my new favorite portal. So next time you see that in game, definitely try and pick it up. But that as much as the items were a difference in that game, we also took the focus off of four costs and moved them onto five costs. And Stuart, I believe you have a bit to tell us about the five cost focus.
Yeah, for sure. I think the reason being is that so many people are going for these, 4 costs and especially like 3 costs as well. Is because of that kind of gap that I talked about before, where it's like it takes a longer now and it takes a lot more gold to actually go from level 7 to level 8. So we're not really seeing a lot of these 5 costs being used, but you can see the power of the 5 costs in the end. That rise in the end, which has a very, very unique and cool ability, which depending on the region actually changes his ability. So we can do things like bring units from the bench, give everyone a shield, throw out daggers, throw out random items to your team. There's so many cool, unique things about Rise, and also Heimerdinger at the same time, being able to get that turret, whether it be like a shrink mod to be able to reduce the enemy's units into a teeny tiny size and reduce their damage, or it could be something like self-repair so you can keep repairing it all at the same time. But I think overall we might be seeing a little bit more of these 5 costs, but it's nice to see that 5 costs still have that same power. We saw 2-star Heimerdinger actually winning out the lobby there, and also the Rise on the other side getting second place. So makes it kind of interesting. I don't think we'll see a lot more of it because, like I said, it's really difficult to get to that point of 2-star 5 costs, but it's still a cool and unique way to play TFT.
Oh yeah, I mean like the two-star five costs coming in demonstrating the sheer power of actually managing to two-star them. It's really bringing a lot of diversity into the games that we're seeing. And now that we're at the halfway point in the competition, the names Azir and Lux just aren't on everyone's lips the way they were at the start of the game. And I believe Darksil, you want to speak a little about the diversity we're starting to see in compositions moving forward.
Yeah, I like the fact that we are transitioning into other compositions, the likes of the challengers. We saw quite a lot in that last lobby. Callisto, which I have heralded as a really good composition, or a champion to build your composition around, whether that's challengers or whether you want to be going for something maybe like Shadow Isles, which isn't that great on its own, which is why you need usually the Kai'Sa with it. You might be able to use an emblem for that if you wanted to go that direction. I like the fact that we're moving away from the Azir Lux. Not many people are contesting it, at least in that last lobby. I know in the other lobby, we had a couple of players. I think it was 3, maybe 4 players still going for that Azir, so it was still heavily contested.
Yeah.
But at least in the lobbies that we're showing on stream, we're seeing it less, which means that we're getting more diversity in terms of what compositions people are throwing together. We're avoiding the void as well because it's way too heavily contested. We're going for stuff that is a lot easier to try and go for, even if other people are contesting it as well.
Yeah, I'm excited that people aren't just running straight for the same comps. Even just seeing the Tristana 4 popping up was
Yeah,
something I
it's
Yeah.
wasn't
really,
sure I would
really good.
see. But we do have the tournament standings ready, so for anyone watching along at home and written for your favorite, let's see where they're standing. Now, how are we doing? We got our top
Ooh.
4. Ooh, this is interesting because we have well, both of you picked Snooble as your dark horse, is that right?
No, I picked Snubble, and
I picked
Stuart
Trickster.
picked Twitza. Yeah.
Ah,
Trickster,
so
who's not
we
too far
do have
behind.
one of them. We do have one of the dark horses then currently in the top 4. Again, reminder that it's the top 4 that will qualify to the Golden Spatula Cup 1. Um, yeah, any thoughts on the standings, Darksil?
Well, Brubba ended up winning his first game. He went 7th and then won a game. The second we stopped casting him, he won a game. So that's why I've selected for us to cast Lobby B, see if it keeps going. Otherwise, then it just doesn't matter what lobby we're casting at all because he's
The
just caster cursed
the
anyway.
the curse is real. I think one thing to note is how close the top of the standings are. Because you
Yeah.
see at the moment, 3 people on 19 points, 1 person on 18, 2 on 17, and as you mentioned, Maisie, it's only the top 4 that go through to the GSC number 1 in a couple of weeks' time. And it's crazy to see how close the standings are, even at the halfway point. It means that things like tiebreakers might have to come into play when we get into, that 6th and final round of the day. So really excited to see all these players. Obviously, Snubble's doing really, really well up there. Stag also doing insanely well, sitting at 19 points. So these players and these lobbies are just going to get closer and closer. It's going to get even more compact.
And yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how this all progresses. But we don't even have a beat to waste, viewers, because Game 4 is starting now. And we are ready to see if we can shake that caster curse again in time for the portal. And I am joined here by Drexel for this game.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see which one we get selected in terms of what portal we end up going through. Is it going to be the Orn one? I love the Orn one myself. It is
It
indeed. The Orn
is!
one is really good. You gain an Orn artifact.
What stage does that come out again? Is it 2-1 you get that, or is it 4-2?
2-3? 2-5 or 3-5. Oh, I was close enough.
2-5 or 3-5. Thank you, Stuart, helping us out even from production side.
So I'd like to kind of discuss what we kind of expect from this lobby, and hopefully it's not going to be Void, because Void is going to be heavily contested if that's the case. It's something that is a little bit more common because of the Orn items.
Oh, you said
Oh, okay,
not Void!
it's not. I said not Void, and then it's just like, you know what, Drexel, we're just going to give him all Void.
That's it. You are so strong and capable of caster cursing
Yeah,
that,
I
like,
know.
you need to watch what you're saying here.
I mean, he's a challenger player. I believe in him. He's good.
Blasted Moon was, of course, the player I chose as my favorite to win the whole thing today. So, I mean, like, you know, we've got both caster favorites in here because, of course, yourself and Stuart both picked. Can't remember. Who was your favorite?
He's not in this lobby.
He's not in this lobby. Oh, I thought we were gonna watch that lobby, and I was like, nope, we're
No,
absolutely
no.
gonna curse them.
We're leaving that lobby alone to see if Brubba can actually keep winning.
Oh, fantastic!
It's
So
a scientific experiment.
now it's just Blasted Moon. Impetuous Panda is a wonderful caster that told me that I really carry the caster curse, so I'm gonna just be like, yeah, Blasted Moon. I hope you do, like, you know mediocre wherever, and then that should push him exactly where we need him to be for a win.
Yep, true. Wait, that means we can reverse caster curse, right? So we say someone's going to do really poorly, then they're going to do well. But if we plan on doing it, does that caster curse the caster curse is reverse caster curse?
I'm not even sure I'm qualified to answer that question, but we are moving into our first augment pick of the game. It will be a gold augment, and we will not see Blasted Moon taking Buried Treasure, instead going for the Oran Forge.
Ooh, that gives you shimmer skill items, which is really interesting to have.
Ooh, Shimmer
That one
Skill.
is just so broken from the last time I played it. It's just really, really good. You just pop it on someone and they just do an atrocious amount of damage.
Oh, well, it looks like Malzahar is our chosen Shimmer Scale boy.
I mean, Malzahar is pretty good, especially when you have the Rage Blade on him. He's just gonna keep auto-attacking people to death and then ulting so that they just get all this void ooze all over them.
Ugh. I'm not seeing any potential standout comps coming in just yet for Blasted Moon. He's keeping himself fairly open. That Rage Blade we've seen being utilized on a lot of different champs in some very effective ways today.
Yeah, and it kind of comes down to both the fact that it can give a lot of power and the fact that you're able to use it as kind of a holder item, or a holding champion where just keep the items that you want to use on someone else later on. And you're still utilizing the power of the items themselves, and you go straight into the first PvP, and you're against another Void. That's
Not just another Void, another Malzahar with another Rage Blade.
yeah, with another Rage Blade. Instantly is looking to pivot. You can see the champions he's picking up. He's like, nah, it's not really for me, I guess.
Oh yeah, I think yeah, Void is something that we're seeing more and more of as the day is going on, and I wonder if that's just the start that his opponent got last match, or if that's a Void comp idea for them.
Well, Void is a very strong composition, so it's not like it's a bad thing to go for Void. It's just you want to avoid it because everyone else is going it.
Ooh,
So,
put the Void in a Void. I like
yeah,
it.
put the Void in a Void. But we see Shork here, who is Tuzan, going for this sort of Ionian early build with Gunner. So, you know, it's not the most impactful in the early stages of the game, but it has the building blocks to be a really good composition later on.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty classic opening, and one that we're seeing time and time again today, which just really validates my poor decisions when I play ranked, because I like this opener too.
I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to go poorly later on in the game. You can start off really, really slow, go for a last streak to gain your gold and gain that extra momentum. It's why some players like to go for a really early last streak, and that also gives them the impact on the carousel so they can get out of the gates early, so they can get the items that they're looking for. So last streaking early on isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just you have to be able to stem the bleeding later on as you get to kind of the mid portion of the game so you're not losing too much health. Otherwise, later losses will just heavily impact you.
Ooh, a player that we've not really seen anything from today is Shanbei. Shanbei looking to have a lot of Ionia on the bench, but not necessarily looking to utilize that just yet, instead favoring these 2-star units that we're seeing.
Yeah, going for the Rogue Bruiser instead with the power coming out from that Viego, and he does manage to get onto the Malzahar in the backline, but he needs to pop him immediately to try and win out on this round. Has that Void Monster and the Cho'Gath, so if the Cho'Gath manages to ult here, then it's curtains for him.
Oh, there's the curtains.
Yep. It'd be
I think,
funnier if that was a Jhin, because he talks about curtains and stage and stuff.
Ah, dang. We've missed an opportunity there.
Yeah.
So we are first carousel of the game. Players just looking to sort of pick up items to build the foundation of their compositions here. I'm finding it hard so far to see any clear visions of where players are wanting to go with these comps. Usually we can sort of telegraph like, oh, this is Luxazir, or oh, this is going to be a vertical void, but I'm just not seeing anything quite yet.
Yeah, they're not really showing their cards at this stage, I feel, because yes, you can say that they're picking up some clear items decisions, but after that, you're like, this doesn't necessarily mean they're going to stick with, for example, Void. They don't actually have full Void here. They have just Juggernaut, thanks to the set just put in. Here, it's showing Bastion and Shadow Isles, but that means you can pivot towards Shurima, because you have a couple of Shurima items. You can pivot towards Ionia as well if you wanted to, but you have Shadow Isles there because of your Shadow Isles emblem, so what, you pivot towards Shadow Isles? It's kind of hard to tell what the players want to do at this point.
Yeah, it would be super interesting to see if Connor TFT goes for more of a sort of vertical shadow composition. We have seen Gwen being used a little bit more today, so it'd be really great to see a game where Gwen's like the primary sort of carry.
And Gwen isn't even that bad a champion. She's just very underutilized because of the fact that she is as part of the Shadow Isles team composition. It's not really composition that's very strong at the moment. The only PowerPoint of it really to speak of is the Callista. You need her tier 3 with 3 items, and then you need to have your Gwen as well with 3 items so that she actually does any damage at all, really.
Ooh, Jhin versus Jhin!
Double Jhin! Oh, wait, what? That? No. How?
I'm gonna need a replay on that. We don't have a replay.
I would
function.
love a replay on that, but how? Nah. Connor TFT should have lost that one.
Oh.
Or they should like have drawn or something. Like it was the exact same time.
I love how we completely both lost our train of thoughts on the cast just there because the Jhin versus Jhin showdown was happening.
Versus Jhin.
That was very important and powerful.
Yeah.
Connor TFT now.
Really impactful.
So Connor TFT with this Shadow Spat is actually our only 100 health player currently on a 4-win streak. So everyone else has started being flip-flopping. Seeing Shork down there with 78 HP this early in the game is a little concerning.
Yeah, it's not all lost, but definitely needs to start to stem the bleeding at some point. It looks like he has been on a heavy loss streak. He has to worry when he's around maybe high 50s, low 60s, then it's really in a bad position, especially if you're not coming online in composition-wise.
Yeah, the stage 3 damage really picks up, and unfortunately it will be the end of Connor's win streak here, so we now have no players remaining with 100 HP at stage 2-6.
No Mr. 100s for anyone here in this lobby. We don't like them sorts of players here. We like good, aggressive, and competitive games.
Well, that's it. The majority of the players we spoke to before, because we had the opportunity to ask them some questions, but the majority of the players we spoke to all described themselves as aggressive players, which was really interesting.
And those who didn't describe themselves as aggressive described themselves as adaptive and flexible, so that they can be really aggressive if they want to, which means you're going Ezreal, you're probably going to be going pretty aggressive.
Or, you know, the one player that said Fiendish, but it's almost like we haven't mentioned them today.
I was trying to avoid that, to be honest. I could have said it. I even thought it when he said everyone described themselves as aggressive. I was like, well, except for one.
Well, we've seen Fiendish in action, and we know Fiendish is just a hyper style of aggression, really.
I mean, it's Yeah, it's super hyper rolling, but also in a really, really bizarre way from what we've seen so far. But he has been doing really, really well today. He's in the top 4 so far, and this is game 4, so he only has another, well, 2.5 games left to play. See if he can stick it out in that top 4 as we see Setrin here in his Callista carry composition with a little bit of Shadow Isles thanks to that tankiness coming in from the Maokai.
Oh yeah, you seem to really, really like these Callista comps. Every time they
Callista's
come
so
up, it's
strong, so strong. But people are just like, nah, she's not that great because you need to have a Rage Blade on her. You need one Rage Blade, you need a source of healing, generally speaking, and you need some AP. That's what's really good on her, which is why the Archangels is so good because it scales on your active and your auto attacking ability to put in all of the spears. And the Rage Blade just allows you to keep doing it over and over and over and over. I normally go Hand of Justice, Rage Blade, and Archangel of Mine just for a little bit of healing as well.
Ooh, there you go. We're getting some tips today from Drexel. That is free. That comes with the price of entry, which is also free. So you're welcome, Twitch chat.
Gotta go with the Kaisa as well, though, generally speaking, with the Calista comp, because it's just free wins.
Ooh, that was the world's fastest rerolls there from Shetron. He wanted nothing to do with those 2 augments. And I know... Oh, and still didn't want the big grab bag, so...
That's really unusual for players that go Ezreal to decide to reroll the Ezreal augment. Usually you'd go for that if none of the rest of the ones are ones that you want. But yeah, I mean, we'll see if it works out for him. But item grab bag is just really, really good to have because of all the items that you're getting from it. It's all free.
Once again, we followed Pizing into another game. A real favorite of Twitch chat that I noticed when I was watching earlier on. So Pizing's assembled kind of like the Shurima Noxus pick and mix that we've seen a good few players start to gravitate towards as the tournament's gone on.
And the Noxus is capable of winning if it's not heavily contested and if you have backline access. We did see Bird Derp winning, sorry, not Bird Derp, one of our other challenger players winning the last lobby in the alternate lobby using a Noxus composition. So it's not a bad composition to have. It's just it's very user specific and very game specific.
Ooh, that 2-star action has absolutely demolished the remainder of Squink's team there.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you play Akshan. Get Rage Blade now that it actually procs Rage Blade with his auto attacks and his ability. Get some healing. Maybe you're throwing in an Infinity Edge or a Bloodthirster here, and yeah, what you gotta do to stop him? Gotta get to the back line. That's what you gotta do.
Yeah, Rageblade seems to just be the item of the day. It doesn't seem to matter if you've gone Callista, if you've gone Kaisa, you're going Action. Like, there just seems to be, Rageblades everywhere. Or that one game where we had Aphelios with 3 Rageblades.
I mean, I was looking at that from the sidelines going, this is interesting. I would have gone 2 Rage Blades and like a Bloodthirster or something just for the added healing, which is why it didn't do very well. 2 Rage Blades is fine. 3 Rage Blades is okay, but only if you have a source of healing. So you need something like a Soraka or you need a Taric on your team to try and displace some of this damage that's coming into you.
Yeah, do you think this Action is maybe going to be looking for something like a Bloodthirster just to round off the items here?
I think it'd be really good to have it, especially since you're going to be focused as the rounds go on, like now, where you can be healing up thanks to any of the damage that you do from your ultimate and from your auto attacks. You can also go with the Gunblade, which is also very good. So well, it doesn't really provide as much utility to you because you don't really rely on AP. I think it's a 20% scaling on AP on Akshan's ult.
Beautiful. So we're now, we're at stage 3 frosty looking carousel.
Yes, very Freljordian.
So I think, compared to our last carousel where we didn't really see where players could take that and they were playing their cards sort of very close to their chest, now I'm starting to see some compositions forming. Starting to see some of that trademark aggression that our players have touted they have.
I mean, I think around this sort of point in the game, you kind of have to be playing a bit more aggressively. You're at level 6, you're looking to get a win streak, generally speaking, to try and get to level 7, and then you want to full roll down to try and get these 4 stars. Or 4 costs, not 4 stars. Stuart has me thinking about 4 stars now, thanks to Tristana. But you want to be trying to get these 4 cost 3 stars as much as you can, and if not, then you're going to be having a very difficult time to try and get to level 9 to try and get these 5 costs. So realistically, you're looking for these 4 costs, 3 stars to try and actually pump up your damage.
Hmm. Very interesting. Now we have had our portal pop for this game, so everybody has their Orin items now. Just looking, we got Deathfire Grasp on that Teemo.
Yeah, I don't really get the point of having this on the Kled. That's not Deathfire Grasp on Kled, sure. Oh, on the Teemo. I was looking at
On
that. I
the,
was
yeah,
like, that's not
Teemo's got
Deathfire
Deathfire.
Grasp, surely. Yes, the Teemo. Teemo is not something that is seen as a traditional carry this set. It was a few sets ago when it was in the game last. So I'm curious as to if this will work out well for player 2X, because not many players run it this late in the game.
Yeah, usually it's just sort of a supplementary unit put in to enable your strategists, but you go Teemo, you go Teemo.
Yeah, it's actually speaking of Teemo and strategist, it does fit in quite well with the strategist comp, and if you're going something like a Talia as well to fit in with strategists like Azir, then it can work quite well. But you don't normally slam all your items on the Teemo because you're looking at something like the Azir or something like the Talia that would be the main carry of the composition.
Yeah, we're just playing Teemo fight tactics.
Oh my god. And you have to laugh at everything as well.
Yeah, no, I do Teemo impressions not well, but I will stop doing them here. None of you need to hear that. That's bad.
Kalista here has the Deathfire Grasp as well, so definitely going full into build all AP onto the Kalista here. Needs to get the Rage Blade as well, just so you can keep the auto attacks going and keep ulting, just to get maximum numbers of damage out. And it's just about to execute the Shen. You have the Gwen as well. This is what we were talking about. The rising of priority of Gwen and the Kalista is really, really good. You have Bloodthirster on her. Edge of Night is okay, but I'd like to see somebody that provides a lot more attack speed so she can keep ulting. I think it's only a 40 or 50 cost for her ult.
Ooh, yeah. You kind of predicted that there would be sort of this Gwen Callista synergy happening amongst our lobby, and I'm glad to see it. Seeing more Gwen is good. I feel like Gwen is kind of a 4 cost that people forget is even in the game at times.
It's the fact that she's a Shadow Isles and also a Slayer, unless you're running a Slayer composition, which isn't really that common, and the Shadow Isles composition, again, not a common strategy. That's the reason why you don't really see her, unless you have kind of the forethought to pick her up early and put an emblem on her to, let's say, make her a challenger or something, then maybe you decide to put her in, but usually people would go with making a Bel'Veth the challenger over the Gwen.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see some big plays coming in from Suyan right now. We've got the roll down, we found a Bel'Veth, we found an Aatrox, we've got that Kled on the bench, looks to be maybe time to sell.
There you go.
Gonna see a little bit of a pivot here, not a lot of time to do it, but there seems to be plans.
Oh, that's the clone maker, of course. I was thinking we saw a lot of Kled in that last round we were watching Suyan play, but it's the clone maker. You're cloning your Aatrox. You have those double items on him. I think actually really, really good items on him if you can get to the backline. The access there is crucial, especially with that Malzahar just ramping up that Rage Blade.
Oh yeah, the Malzahar, that wasn't even, like, we were talking about Malzahar being used as an item holder early game, but it looks like this Shimmer scale Malzahar is just, he's just hanging around.
Nah, he just wants to keep him that way because he has the Jhin off to the left-hand side as well, and you have that Aatrox is killed out, but the Kai'Sa does so much damage even at that one, thanks to the Spear Shojin really putting in the work there.
That's again another time today that we've seen the Spear Shojin over, say, an Archangel's first item on Kai'Sa, probably just because that's the items they've been rolled, but it seems to be quite effective.
It's very effective, especially early on when your ult on the Kai'Sa is just so pivotal to turning the tides of fights, just like we saw there, where you're getting this extra mana every auto attack. So instead of getting 10, you're getting 15, and that way you're just going to keep pumping out the damage because I think it's 110, 120 for the mana cost for the Kai'Sa ult. So you really need to get as much mana as fast as possible, which is why you also go a Rage Blade and you also go with something like Archangels so that you can keep getting all of this damage out, because otherwise you don't really have that insane mana scaling.
Yeah, I'm just gonna completely change path there. It looks like Suyan was looking to declare some sort of Ionian war there with the Ionian emblem pick and the shuffling around of units. That's gonna be interesting to see when the time comes, but for now we're focusing on Shanbei and his Challenger Slayer board.
And this is just everyone going for Kai'Sa now, putting all of this magic damage onto her. Like, both Kai'Sas have Archangel Staff, Deathfire Grasp on one, and it means that because of all of this Challenger damage, building full Challengers, which we did see win earlier on in the day, I think this is a competition that could be very capable of winning this lobby.
Yeah, we're seeing challengers on just about every board, I think.
And it's not a bad decision to put challengers on every board, because even with 2 challengers specifically, it can allow you to get a lot more damage down. You don't necessarily have to go full into going for challengers. Like right here, we have Chambe that has decided to go for 4 challengers, 3 slayers, and it's really really good because you have Slayer onto the Yasuo as well, who does an atrocious amount of damage anyway, and also he will now do percentage health damage for when they're low on health.
Oh yeah, sorry, I lost the end of your audio there, so I'm finding it hard to follow on the point. But yes, we are now seeing, we haven't seen Squink in a while. Squink again. Oh, Squink's actually gone for the Azir. I was just about to say I've not seen any Azir in this game yet.
That's because the first 2 games everyone was going Azir, so there's just like for the rest of the day, no one's going to be going Azir.
It's just like a free pass to do Azir.
Yeah, it really seems like it. Yeah.
Looks like that Malzahar Shimmer Scale has moved on to the Azir, so we now have a Shimmer Scale Azir.
Yeah, that's what we were kind of expecting. We did mention that we're expecting it to be an item holder champion, and that's exactly what it was. You wanted to port it over, especially with the items that we were faced with Rageblade and with Static Shiv, classic items for Azir, and then with that Shimmer Scale item as well, definitely really really good on the Azir too. And you have a tier 2 Azir, so why not use it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just having it uncontested, it just seems wild, but you're right. The first few games have kind of dictated that everybody wants it, so maybe this is just the game that people have decided, no, I'm gonna try something else, specifically challengers.
Well, I've been telling them all day, try the challengers composition. As long as it's not heavily contested, it's really, really good. Especially with the changes that have happened in recent patches to kind of raise the priority of this particular composition, thanks to lower priority of other compositions.
So yeah, we've got Suryan again. The last we saw them, they just picked up their Ionian Spat augment. But just looking like their challengers are lacking the power. We got the 1-star Yasuo, we got the 1-star Kalista, we got the 1-star Kaisa. It's just kind of lacking, and with only 17 HP left on the board, it's kind of time to do or die.
Looking like it might be just die, but it's up to the Teemo at this point to see if that is the case. And Yasuo is onto the backline, has that Bloodthirster, but as you said, still that 1-star, so not really going to be able to do very much unless he can take out the Teemo. Teemo is finally down, but he's down himself, and with the Swain being so tanky, it looks like you're going to be knocked down to next to no HP, maybe 3. Oh, you're actually left at 9. That's some luck there, but only got one more chance.
Yeah, 9 HP when our next lowest competitor is Furyhorn on 36 is kind of rough, but there is the Kaisa. What is he gonna sell to make this
Got a solid
happen?
Gwen. Yeah.
Yep.
When you're not using the Gwen right now, you just had to sell the Gwen just to get enough gold to get that Kaisa too.
Yeah, there was no room.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if it's worth it to even use another Spirit Soldier for the Kaisa, because you're on such little HP that you kind of just need anything to try and survive. Especially when he gets another Kaisa. Yes, it's tier 1, but it has 2 AP items. It might do far more damage than you, and you're also against the Yasuo. That's tier 2!
Yeah. It's a tier 2 Yasuo, and the Deathfire Grasp is actually doing some great work.
Yeah, this is just... it looks so rough. I don't even think the second Spirit Soldier would have helped him there. That Yasuo tier 2 with the exact same items, you have, yes, a tier 1 Kaisa that you're against, but the Deathfire Grasp, as you said, just so much damage. It just knocks Julian out.
That is unfortunate to see. We're now going to be looking at Scotland. Oh no, we're back at Furyhorn. Decisive way. This is Sweden's decisive way. We've been following him Monster today. And is that an Azir Lux? I see.
It is an Azir Lux, and it's only I think it's a tier 1 Azir from the looks of it, so still waiting for that that third Azir to come through to make that a tier 2. One sad thing I've noticed about this lobby is that there's so many players just going full straight into Challenger and nothing else, so I think by now with those 2 Kaisas we have all 12 Kaisas out.
Oh yeah, I think they're gonna go straight back in the pool to try and find Azir.
Yeah, there you
Azir
go.
is
This is
found.
Azir.
There we go.
That's what you want.
Kind of glad the 2-star Azir is kind of is what necessary here for Decisive Way to have any sort of fighting chance.
Now, I would think about maybe putting Gargoyle Stoneplate onto the Swain here just to try and provide some more frontline tankiness. I was going to say put it onto the Nasus, but he already has 3 items on 1 Nasus, so it's kind of a bit weird to do that. Well, I'm not sure he'll actually survive this even with the Lux Azir here.
Yeah, I don't think he's quite down on 1 life yet, so even if this goes sideways, he still has a chance to come back. But no, the Lux is
Nasus
melting.
is way tankier than I expect him to be.
No, the 2-star Azir was very, very much needed by Decisive Way there.
Yeah, definitely, but that Nasus absorbs so much more damage than I kind of expect him to be. I mean, that Dragon's Claw doing so much work for him from the looks of it, and this is another Azir composition, Azir Lux specifically. A little bit of Juggernaut thrown in there as well. Actually, okay, a little bit of Juggernaut is a bit of an understatement. 6 Juggernaut. I just noticed that. I was counting through. I was like, I looked over 6 Juggernaut. Okay, so this is what I mentioned actually in the last game, or the last game I was casting. So game 2. That Juggernaut is actually low-key good. And, yeah, you're 5th place right now, but you're just waiting for your carries to come online. You only have a tier 1 Azir, so maybe not so easy, and only a tier 1 Lux as well, so don't blame the Juggernauts for this one.
This is really interesting. It's like Blasted Moon just kind of went, you know what's good? Juggernauts. You know what's good? Lux Azir.
He's
That's
just
my
listening
comp.
to the stream, Maisie.
That's what it is. Hello, Blasted Moon. We see you.
You need some damage. You need tier 2s. If you don't have tier 2s, like any composition, it's just bad. You have 5 tier 1s.
Even Blasted Moon is trying really hard to sort of utilize and make the best of the team with they're placing all their Juggernauts in the back there so that they get some strategist AP, like really just trying to eke out any extra damage at all.
I mean, they don't have the best AP scaling, so I wouldn't really say. I mean, you could leave the set there, but I wouldn't say the others should really be left into the backline. Warwick as well, fair enough, but put your Darius forward, put your Garen forward. They also need to play that frontline tank duty to protect your carries that are actually in the backline.
Oh, there's a Deathfire Grasp Teemo firing out shrooms like nobody's business. Interestingly, we do have 3 streaking players right now.
So they're all in the top 3.
Yeah, the lows of the lobby are very low, but the highs of the lobby are very high. This could see us with a very tense endgame.
I think it will be a very tense endgame, especially if they're just trading wins back and forth. But this is a beautiful picture right here.
Ooh,
Connor TFT with 2 tier 2s. Not amazing items by my strategies, but yeah, definitely good to have them.
We just lost Blasted Moon there as well in that previous round. We didn't get the POV, but unfortunately, that is him out.
Yeah, I mean, I would more have gone for maybe a Jinx carry in that sort of composition, especially when Azir is so heavily contested. No one's picking up Jinx.
Yeah, we've not seen any sort of Jinx comps at all today on stream, at least anyway.
It's because, I mean, I would wager a little bit better now that she can actually stack her Rage Blade with her ultimate, but I wouldn't say she's like a high tier carry or anything, but better to get a tier 2 or tier 3 Jinx than a tier 1 Azir. So
yeah, that's very true. We're gonna have some eyes on one of our streaking players just now. This is Connor TFT. This is with this the Kaisa and the Gwen and the Callista that you had talked about earlier. We've actually gone 6 Shadow Isles with the Shadow Isles augment spat, which isn't something I think I've ever seen in a game, so
I've run it several times. It's not amazing. Might get you top 4, but that's more because your Kaisa and your Callista are doing a lot of work for you. And that's exactly what I said earlier on today, where if you are running the Shadow Isles, you need to have a Kaisa and a Callista for it to really do the damage for you. And this is a problem for you, this Yasuo. You need to get all these spears into him. But no, your Callista's gonna die before she can execute. No, that's so sad. And now he's just gonna heal everything back up.
well,
Oh, what? Okay, that was too close for comfort. If you're Connor TFT there. but the Kai'Sa came out clutch in the end. I wouldn't be putting Static Shiv on my Kai'Sa. It's not bad, just doesn't give attack speed scaling or AP scaling to it, but it does allow your auto attacks to deal more damage, so, you know, I can see why he picked it. And
Oh,
also
look how
slamming
close he
items.
is. He's so close to this Callista 3. We just saw kind of like a roll down, selling on the bench, but no extra Callistas coming onto the board for Connor
That's because
here.
everyone's going Callista.
Oh, that's a 4-star Teemo with Deathfire Grasp!
Oh my
Look at the
god,
size
look
of
at
the
the size of
shrooms!
the mushrooms!
Oh my goodness, he's a fun guy.
Oh my god, these puns.
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry, actually.
You know, you're not sorry at all, but yeah, these fun guys are really shredding through everything, but the Kai'Sa has this, the Kalista has this. You don't have a blind on a TFT Teemo.
Oh, I was kind of rooting for the Teemo.
Yeah,
Not
well, he's
necessarily the
out
person
now, so
playing the
it's okay.
Teemo, but... rip.
No giant skull crab this time around, it's just an elder dragon. Take a couple of seconds more to destroy this beast.
I preferred the Skull Crab, but you know, I've had enough Skull Crab violence today. I'm ready to slay dragons. This is such an interesting board. We're seeing multicasters, we're seeing a 4-star Teemo. This is just like, this was not on my bingo card for today.
No, I wasn't really expecting any multicaster comps. Maybe a couple of the Yordle comps thrown in there because the Tristana composition is so strong. Even after the nerfs, it can be really, really strong. If you can get her to 4-star pretty early on and have proper items on her, especially healing items, like a Gunblade. I wouldn't really go for Rageblade with her anymore. But yeah, with multicaster and Yordle, it's really interesting that it's made top 3, let alone top 4.
Yeah. Just the size of the mushrooms are comical. I've never even seen a 4-star Teemo.
No, I've never seen a 4-star Teemo either. It's always Tristana.
Twitch chat, have you seen a 4-star Teemo?
In their nightmares, maybe. But we're just gonna keep focusing on this Teemo because he keeps throwing out shrooms and they keep bouncing and doing so much damage.
Look, that Teemo has just annihilated a challenger comp.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? It slows you down as well, so you're not really going to be able to get that backline access that you're looking for to kill the Teemo.
Anti-Zumi Synergy Teemo. Loving this, it's like Connor with the 2-star Senna, yes. And finally hit the 3-star Callista as well.
Finally. I mean, that's the crux of the issue with this composition. You need to have the 3-star. I wouldn't have the Stridebreaker in there, but that's just me, and I haven't really been examining the compositions for shields, but maybe, yeah, it's probably good. The Rageblade, I put more on her, and then the Stridebreaker onto the Senna, but right now he's doing really, really well on a level round win streak, so he's definitely in the driver's seat to try come away with the win.
Oh, here's the Teemo again. We can't escape the Teemo. He's following us.
You can't escape the Teemo, but neither can Connor TFT apparently, so...
Oh, even the Shen has so much HP, and yet...
Yeah.
I mean, he's tanking good, but my goodness.
Okay, so Connor TFT did manage to get away from the Teemo there, but it was looking pretty dire early on in the round. It's just the fact that you have so much healing from the Kai'Sa, you have healing from the Callista, but you also have so much damage coming out from both of them that the Teemo, because his damage is damage over time, can't really do much against it. You have to wait. And for a Teemo that's super, super squishy, waiting is not what you want to be doing.
No, not at all. No, he's just kind of like a little sitting duck. Yeah, we just had Connor's board on stream, and I just want to shout out Barry Baden for this one. You know, Northern Legends legend Barry Baden. But it does look like Connor may be going for the Shen 3 angle. He's got 6 copies of Shen. He's fielding 2 2-star Shens right now. So it'll be interesting to catch up on that board once we see Teemo do Teemo things.
If that's Teemo things, I don't want to see more Teemo things, because that's actually horrifying. That's genuinely horrifying. Imagine playing against that. That would not be a fun time. And Yasuo is doing so well, but one of the problems with Yasuo is that even though he has backline access, even though he has so much damage, can heal a lot with the Bloodthirster, if you give the Callista time to just stack and stack and stack into you, it doesn't matter if you can heal, she'll eventually be able to 100 to 0 you, even if you have healed all the way back up to 100.
Yeah, that Rend is just deadly. She'll just keep putting spears in there till you're done.
Turn me over, I'm cooked.
Yeah. Ooh,
So
interesting. We got
what?
the Archangels on Gwen.
Eh, it's okay. I wouldn't really expect her AP scaling to be that good that the Archangels works out. Maybe Rabadon's is okay. You more go for trying to get her to auto attack more and ult more because her ult does so much damage. But we'll have a look, see if the Archangels actually works out well for her. I've never ran Gwen with an Archangels before, so and versus that Dragon's Claw from the Jarvan, maybe not that great. And also the fact that she's being wailed on so early on into the round, she's not really able to do very much of anything right now, up to 40 stacks on that Archangels. Maybe it'll work out for her and gets that shielding as well from the Senna, so not doing that badly, still surviving. The Archangels might actually be working out for him, and oh yeah, here it comes. Here comes the Ashe finish.
Dies by Ashe. Oh, wait, that was a double
Wait,
KO.
that was a double kill? What?
Okay, well, that was just such a decisive win.
Okay, the Ashe arrow
Ashe
just killed everyone.
Ashe OP, please nerf Mort Dog.
Yeah, please nerf.
That was such a fun game. I've been talking about getting those verticals in since the beginning, and I never really expected that those verticals would be multicaster and Shadow Isles, and yet there we were.
I genuinely didn't expect to see any multicasters because you never really see them, because you see them early game when they have that kind of power spike in that early to mid game, because they just keep throwing out abilities over and over and over and over. But then as you get to the late game, because people have more backline access, be it Rogue, be it Jarvan, anything like that, Yasuo, Katarina, just to name a few champions, you're not really going to be able to defend them that easily, and they don't really do enough damage to really want you to put all these items on it or invest all this gold into them. So really surprising to see it do so well or be picked up at all, really.
Oh yeah, I think my brain is relatively scrambled after that one. And on that note, shall we have a break, Drexel?
Yes, I think so.
It's Darksel.
It's Dark
I
Souls,
messed
yeah.
up again. Let's have a break.
Third time's the charm, maybe.
Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for round 5. has come to my attention that I have made a severe and continuous lack in judgment. I just want to apologize to Snoobles, who is in fact Danish and not Swedish, and I have been saying it wrong this whole time, and I feel like I must formally apologize. So I'm very sorry, and I will make sure you are Danish from now on. I mean, you were, but my goodness. My brain is scrambled from the game and I keep messing up. But what a game that was. We had, a Teemo reroll comp, a 4-star Teemo reroll comp, vertical multicasters, vertical shadow isles. Like, this is not at all where we predicted the games might go at the start of the game. So Darkseal, you wanna talk us a little bit about the shadow isles? I know we said in game, but I know you're ready to
Yeah,
go.
I feel like if we're on the LEC, I need like a telestrator or something to properly demonstrate this. But with Shadow Isles, the main PowerPoints of it, as I've said before, is the Callista, and you put in a Kaisa as well. You need to have both, otherwise your compositions go fall apart because you only have the Callista. If she gets onto, you're dead. That's just you out of the game, out of the water. You need to have the Kaisa as well. 3 items of both of them. You need at least 2 stars on your Kaisa, and you need 3 stars on your Callista. This all going well. And then you need tanky items on your Maokai. Ideally, you'd have some tanky items on something like your Viego as well, just so they can play that frontline tank role, just so they can defend your Kaisa and your Callista. It's not something that I really run quite a lot because it's not that strong. The 2 strong parts of it is that Kaisa and Callista, which you can just run in challengers anyway, which is why we see challengers rise a lot in priority, and Void is much harder to hit because you need that Void 9. So that's why when you're running Kaisa, much more likely to be running into challengers.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Thank you for the explanation. Shadow Arrows is kind of something that we've overlooked as casters, and probably many people overlook it as players. So if you're playing that at home, give Shadow Isles a go. Why not? And then we had a bit of a portal party that made that game a little different, and that was with Orinforge. Now, Stuart, do you want to run us through how those items impacted our game?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we were talking about the previous patch, we would be seeing a lot of the, the Sniper's Focus and the Eternal Winter. We did see some of the Sniper's Focus because it does work really well on Kaisa because she can dash away with Sniper's Focus. The further you are away, the more damage you do. Same with Eternal Winter. Still really, really good because it slows the attack speed of them challenges and of them carries. The 2 I wanted to focus on the most, though, was that Deathfire's Grasp. I think was very, very cool to see. We saw a lot more Deathfire's Grasp in this game, which, if you don't know, basically damages one of the targets in front of you, or basically whatever champion you are targeting, and then it allows them to deal more damage. You could deal more damage with them Teemo shrooms and also with the Kaisa on that one target. So it's a lot more single target focused, but allows you to spread your damage as well, like the Teemo does. And it was also Trickster Glass as well, which was used a lot on these frontline carries like Nasus we saw, Kled as well. So having that one extra beefy frontline tank for your team, it definitely helps out a lot of players in this previous game. But I think it's a cool topic to talk about, Ornn items, because we used to be seeing a lot of the Ornn Legend, which gives you the guaranteed Ornn items. But now with the portal now giving you the Ornn items, it was interesting to see what sort of direction people are going for. But with how strong these AP comps are, we'll probably see a lot more Deathfire's Grasp if we get more Ornn items.
Yeah, that Deathfire Grass made for one heck of an explosive Teemo, and what a joy it was to watch. But moving on from round 4, we have 2 games left with us today, and I think it's time to take a look at the player standings, don't you?
Yes, indeed.
Ooh.
Now, oh, now that is a really
Yeah.
beautiful top 4. Darkzone, you wanna kick us off here?
I want to give a shout out to my boy from Denmark, Snubbles. He was my dark horse for today and doing insanely well. So shout out to him. You're doing amazing. Keep it up. Brubba as well. He was the one I said would win today, would come out in first place or at least make top 4, and he is on a run. He bottom 7. Well, he got 7th place in the first 2 games, and then the minute we pivoted away, the minute we stopped casting him, 2 first place finishes. So now we're going to be casting him this time. We'll see if he still makes first.
Something interesting I've just had given to us by Barry is that Brubba has just said on stream he's activated demon mode.
Well, we'll
The
certainly
final
see,
form.
won't we?
The final form. I just want to quickly shout out Connor as well, currently top of the standings from the UK. Funny enough about Connor, he only started playing TFT last set. So this is only his 2nd set and also his
Wow.
first time pretty much playing competitive TFT. And he's sitting at the top of the standings on 27 points. So huge, huge shout out to him. Hopefully he can keep that momentum going and make it to his first GSC in his first qualification tournament. I mean, having only
I
played
know.
TST for like 1 year, that's a lot better than what I did. I've been playing all day since set 1. I've played since
Yeah,
set 1 and
same.
I've gone nowhere.
Insane.
That's
Insane
I mean,
progress.
we're all, we're all Northern Legends, we're all pretty local. We love a good underdog story, and for someone to come in for their first ever tournament, not only qualify, but be sitting at top of standings after 4 games, that's pretty good. Let's see if he can continue. Game 5 is about to start.
Yeah, we're going to be getting into game number 5 with myself and Darksil. Darksil actually mentioned we're going to be casting Brother this time. So let's hope we don't cast the curse him as much as we get Warlord's Palace as our portal.
All right, Bubba. Gotta bring that demon flair with you. Gotta do it. Stage 4/7 is replaced by a treasure armory. Each roll costs 2 now.
Yeah, a little bit of a throwback to I can't remember what set it was. It was the treasure armory set. I have a feeling like it was set 5 or 6, set 6. I can't remember. There's so many different sets now. But basically, what's going to happen? Yeah, exactly. It's like instead of the Elder Dragon, now you're going to be offered like a whole bunch of loot and items and potential like Toma traits. So a lot of players actually before set 4/7, set 4/7, before stage 4/7, sorry, are probably going to be trying to get a little bit of econ and maybe look to try and roll down to kit them optimal items, because that treasure armory, you can get radiant items, you can get Toma traits, you can get spatulas, emblems. There's so much you can get from that treasure army, which is absolutely insane.
And you can get all of this stuff basically for free. You just re-roll it down 2 gold each time, and you're just like, yeah, not really what I'm looking for. Roll again, roll again, roll again. Which is why you mentioned they might want to build up their economy just so they have the freedom to do that, because otherwise you might be left with items that really don't suit your composition, or items that really you just don't feel like would be optimal.
Yeah, for sure. It's like it's always, I think it's always a high risk, high reward, because if you keep rolling, then as you mentioned, you're going to be using gold every single time as well, which means that instead of rolling down to try and hit your units, you're instead rolling down to try and hit the most optimal items, which sometimes you can hit, sometimes you can miss. So I think it's a little bit difficult to see what direction people are going to go in, but I'm excited for Treasure Armory anyway. I think Treasure Armory was a really cool set mechanic a few sets ago. And it being brought back with the portals is always very fun. Oh, Ionia Crest.
Ooh.
I think
and
Ionia
you already
Crest
have Aurelia.
Yes. And you also have, actually, wow, not going for the buried treasures as we've normally seen with these compositions and also with the Ezreal Legend. Go for Ionia Crest instead, which is most optimal on Kai'Sa because it gives Kai'Sa a crazy amount of attack speeds over to Kai'Sa with the Ionia stat. So already looking towards that board. But look at this patient study. Someone's gone for Aurelion Sol. We have some diversity. We have an Aurelion Sol.
It's Blast Up Moon. Of course, it's Blast Up Moon.
Now, I know that you were talking about a little bit about Aurelion Sol. What do you think about Aurelion Sol? Oh my god! Even on the other side, we have the Warwick carry augment. We have is it Ravenous Hunter? Oh, I got the name right. Wow, Ravenous Hunter, one of the best performing augments right now. We've got everything, and there's too much to talk about. We got everything in this lobby.
Everyone was hearing about us complaining that there's not enough diversity in these lobbies. They're like, you know what, guys? We got this. We'll just drop in a ton of diversity here with the Aurelion Sol having that Ravenous Hunter. Things are getting exciting.
Yeah, things are getting very exciting. So with Aurelion Sol, I mean, you spoke a little bit about Aurelion Sol as well. What does Aurelion Sol really bring to the table? What can someone do for Aurelion Sol compared to like Ezreal trying to get these items early on?
So you sacrifice the incoming gold and items that you get from the Ezreal, instead going for experience. So it allows you to gain levels faster, and you can also get to level 10, which not many players really get to, because most players will stop at level 8 or level 9, but get to their that level power point much sooner than everyone else. So you're sacrificing items that you can get for champion power points that you otherwise wouldn't get as early.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very exciting to see. It's like I said, bit of diversity, and also this ravenous hunter as well. Look at this. I love this augment. This augment recently got like a really, really big buff in the most previous patch, and we're going to be seeing a lot of Warwick reroll on this side of the board here. And of course, it's Snubble. It can't be anyone else but Snubble. He's always going for these crazy comps. He's always going for these crazy augments. And Ravenous Hunter is definitely one of them.
It definitely is, and you're just going to be building this this Warwick up to be an absolute machine. Already has that Juggernaut down as well as challengers, so he's looking to be really, really powerful. If you keep building this composition this specific way, if you build Challenger Juggernaut, you might be able to throw in a Zone there if you find a Jinx or maybe an Urgot or an Echo. That way you can get that extra augment go down onto your Warwick as well.
Yeah, he's probably going to check the Zorn item at some point. There are a few items that I thought a few Zorn items that are pretty good for Warwick. You've got the one that gives him extra health and allows him to basically stop any crowd control or any CC that's coming his way. You got the one that allows you to do extra attacks, the robotic arm, which is also pretty good for Warwick. So yeah, as you mentioned, Zorn I think is going to be definitely a very interesting option, which we've seen no Zorn throughout the whole day because Zeri is basically not even a unit at the moment. Yeah. But with this Warwick carry augment, we definitely might see Zorn this game.
And you can build towards something like the Titan's Resolve, and you can build Bloodthirster, all these sort of other items that we're used to seeing on something like a Darius or a Yasuo, and just gain all of this healing back up so he can be next to unstoppable because of the fact he just can't whittle his health bar down.
Yeah, it's going to be super annoying to deal with. So we'll definitely have to keep an eye on Snubble's board as the game goes on. We'll obviously have to keep an eye on Robert this game as well, who obviously got 2 first places in a row, looking for the 3rd first place in a row. As Maisie was mentioning, Barry was saying to us, it's like, oh, he's activated demon mode. So he's in his final form now. Well, maybe not his final form, but hopefully is reaching his final form to try and get to a point during this game that, oh my, that's an Azir? Wow.
That's a 2% chance, by the way.
Yeah, that's a 2-5 Azir. Now, the problem is, who do you swap this out for? Do you swap out a 2-star Cassio for the Azir? Or do you, oh wow, 2-star, you take out the Talia? This is always the interesting thing is when you get these 4 costs early on, it's like, what do you swap it out with if you have these upgrades? Wow, actually sells the Talia as well. 2-star Talia just gone like that.
And you don't even have the ideal items just to throw on him. He's just base Azir tier 1. You're hoping that he does enough damage for it.
A very interesting approach. I mean, you want to keep the Azir anyway because, that's one less Azir that you need at level 7 to try and get to Azir 2-star. But as you said, no items on the Azir. At the moment, these items are on the Cassio, which is normally a really, really good early game carry. But even the items are on Cassio. You've got Spear of Shojin and Bloodthirster, which are not really Azir items. Bloodthirster with Shrima comp, normally used on Nasus or someone like that. And Shojin, I don't really know where you're going to put the Shojin on.
You don't really have anyone that you want to put the Shojin on. You might put it on maybe a Lux if you go that direction and Azir Lux sort of composition, but no one at this point that you really want to have that Spirit Shojin on. It's fine sitting on the Cassiopeia for the time being because it allows you to ult more often, but it still feels like as if it's a little bit of you're kind of at odds with what your composition wants to do and what you want to do.
We'll have to see. There's a lot of diversity in this game. We got Ionia Spats, we got the Warwick carry augment, we got the early Azir as well. There's going to be so much in this game that we have to look out for, and this is pretty much the make or break point for most of these players, because if you do get a bot 4 in this game, then we've only got one more round after this. This is round number 5. We've got one more round afterwards, so you need to try and at least get a top 4 here to try and stay within reach of them top 4 places to try and get to GSC.
It looks like Brubba is feeling himself here because he has knocked our friend Snubbles out of his win streak, putting him that little bit further down the leaderboard. 86 HP for Brubba and 94 for Noctero for Snubbles, who has won a couple of games already.
Yeah, for sure. We'll take a look at the Ionia spat at the moment. Currently on the Akshan, pretty good option for the early game to put on the Akshan. Gives Akshan a little bit of extra attack speed. You've got the static shiv as well, which you can put on the Kai'Sa later on to get that MR shred. So you can do a little bit more damage with the static shiv, which is quite nice. Get some nice juicy gold as well. Don't mind me. That'll be really happy for him. Even the magnetic remover, which allows him to just remove the item off the Akshan at any point that he wants. So pretty good items. Ionic Spark, not the best item because you already have that magic resist shred with the static shiv. So you normally don't want to pair Ionic Spark with static shiv with items because they both give the same amount of shred, which doesn't stack. So it's kind of not the best item to build, so not the best items to drop, but still looking pretty good here. 50 gold, or near enough 50 gold. Looking for level 6 next turn.
Yeah, can definitely achieve it. Definitely in the realms of possibility. And it looks like we have a little bit of a void composition coming together here.
Too.
Yes, Rek'Sai 2. You have, looks like it's a carry Lissandra, which we don't normally see.
Yeah, a few items over to Lissandra. I think it's because you just don't want to put the items on Rek'Sai unless you're going for that Rek'Sai 3-star, what we saw a couple of games ago. And Guardbreaker is not really the best item for him anyway. So I guess you're just giving like a bit of extra mana and magic resist over to Lissandra, and obviously that can also go over to the Warwick and also the Malzahar. But look at this Warwick go! Rageblade already online for the Warwick. I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes the stats don't lie, and if I was to quickly go augments, if I was to go on placements, this currently has an average of a 3.94, which is like the fifth best augment. Actually, it's the third best gold augment at the moment in the current game, according to stats. So if the stats don't lie, it's looking pretty good. And oh, we got a prismatic second round. Maybe another Radiant Soul. Maybe just gain 36 HP. Oh, XP. Okay. Going for Radiant Relics. Oh, this is going to be interesting. You already have a Guard Breaker. Hand of Justice is not the best. It's probably the Prismatic Protector's Vow I would pick. What would you pick here?
See, I'm not sure what he wants to do compositional-wise. It has to have been really the Knight's Vow. Like, what else would you really pick there?
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I don't think the best of options. I think there's definitely a lot of better options that you can go for, whether it be like any of the other tank items. Protector's Vow is not that bad because the Radiant version gives you a bigger shield and gives you more mana as well, which is also quite nice. But yeah, with the Guard Break already finished, Hand of Justice is not the best. Then you had a few other defensive items which not be that great as well. So maybe not the best of options here. Maybe you should have gone for the XP in the end. But that's one of the things about TFT is that until you actually pick something, you never know what you're actually going to get. And it's going to be a big loss here. 45 HP already at stage 3 too.
Yeah, not exactly in the best of states here, but you were against a full items out Callista, something that we've been talking about all day long, something that's extremely powerful, and I saw a couple of people in Twitch chat calling for it to be nerfed. It might be nerfed next patch, but definitely not for the time being. And that's why we see so many players starting to run it. Actually, double rapid fire kind of with the static shiv is an interesting itemization choice.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, that is very interesting. I mean,
that's bad. I mean, I have to be nice and say interesting instead of bad. Okay.
I mean, unless you spread out the rapid fire cannons, then it kind of makes sense. Unless you like, obviously, 2 rapid fire cannons on the same unit is not normally the best, but I can understand why you just give them both to Callista early game. But maybe later on, if you can split it up and put it on multiple different champions, then it can make sense. But getting a lot of attack speed early on, also went for the Challenger Crest, so definitely going for more challenges early on. But you're against a 2-star Callista, and that Callista doesn't have any rapid fire cannons, it's still firing fast.
Yeah, no, the Rageblade is so much better for it, and I mean, I like putting 1 rapid fire cannon on her because your auto attacks never miss. Not that they'd really miss in this set anyway. But the fact that you have that extra range is really good. I don't think you need the 2 hexes of extra range really to make the difference, and you can just use that recurve bow on something that's a little bit more useful.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit earlier about how Azir could work really well with rapid fire cannon. We've seen that Azirs have had to step up before against Kai'Sas to try and get within range to use the soldiers. But the thing is that if you've got rapid fire cannon, then them soldiers don't have to, you don't have to walk up to use the soldiers. You just keep auto attacking over and over again. So I can see that definitely being a great way to go.
And speaking of which, we aren't really seeing a lot of Azirs in this lobby, and I'm not really...
Oh, level and roll.
Yeah, I'm not really loving what we're seeing from Squink right now. Blast that moon.
Oh, there's an Ari. Ari is an interesting one. I mean, Squink at the moment currently low, really, really low on health. Blast the moon, really low on health. So you feel like you have to go for the roll down here at, you know, leveling to level 7. You got Lux in there as well. You got a few other units. You even have to take out the Rek'Sai 2 to fit in 6 Sorcerer. But look at that. You're against another player that's also gone to level 7 and has an Ionia Kaiser already.
Yeah, this is not going to end well. One has to feel, unless your Vel'Koz can do a lot of damage along with that Ari and Malzahar. It looks like it's going okay, but the Kai'Sa is opening up onto the backline now, and the Lux is left all on her own. That's a lot more damage into the face of Blast That Moon.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult. I think it's the right choice there for Blaster Moon to go to level 7. You have to try and roll down to hit some units early on. But unfortunately for him, he was also against another player that was also going to level 7, which was actually Brubar. So look, guys, there's so many pairs. There's so many units. This is where the Disneyland comes in. This is where you get really, really dizzy. You've got so many different units. You've got so many different compositions. You don't know what you're going for. Now transitioning, it looks like into Azir, maybe getting rid of Lux. That's a 2-star Vel'Koz. It's like, how much more benefit is that going to give to you? Because it's not really that 4-cost 2-star that you want to try and hit.
Yeah, you're going to use the Chalice. You have to be on the team out to try and bolster all 3 members in that bottom right corner. But this Kalista might just get that backline access that is necessary. And it doesn't feel like you do a lot of damage. That J4 just doing so much disruption in that backline. Oh my god, that Vel'Koz.
Yeah, the thing is, this Kalista doesn't really do a lot of damage. Double rapid fire cannon plus static shiv is not the best. I mean, it gives you the extra range, but Vel'Koz's just like, not today. Just uses his ability and just one-shots a Kalista. But yeah, you want kind of more damage items there on Kalista instead of double rapid fire cannon. Like this, Radiant Hand of Justice, for example, with Deathblade and rapid fire cannon. I mean, Deathblade's not really that good because he's not, you know, Kalista's not really an AD champion, but yeah, it's still okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's still better than double rapid fire cannon. Oh, wait. Okay, just
sells everything. I mean, he's just selling everything. I think he's going for like the crazy roll down here. Yeah, I mean, this is really normal at the moment in the current meta of TFT. Is like everyone's just going to level 7, pretty much selling their entire board, so they have as much gold to roll down for them for cost as possible. I was a little bit worried there for a second that he might actually lose quite a few members there to walls, but he's okay. He doesn't die just yet. Here comes the roll down.
Yeah, you have to get all of these champions that you're looking for.
Lissandra too. Okay, not bad. Shen as well. I mean, Zeri's probably going to get sold sometime soon if you hit a pair or something instead. Akshan 2 is not too bad to go for a carry at stage 4. You know, sometimes 2-star Akshan can do a lot more work than like a 1-star Kai'Sa, for example. We'll definitely have to figure out what this how much this does for the board. But yeah, you're going to put the Radiant item and all the other items on this Akshan. Let's see what this Akshan can do against this Ionia Kai'Sa.
Ionia Kai'Sa already opening up, taking a little bit of damage there with the static shift, procking nicely with the Rabadon's death cap, and it looks like Akshan's just knocked up for about 1,000 years right there in the corner, which means he can't do anything at all. No, even the healing from that powered hand of justice is not quite enough.
Yeah, this is not looking too great at the moment. And you can see, like, sometimes when you hit level 7, when you're low on health, you're trying to hit the units, and Squink also taken another hit. Blast of Moon there taking another hit. As we get to our final augments, Gifts of the Fallen is a pretty good one. Wouldn't be surprised to go for Gifts of Fallen. Maybe Shurima Crest, because you can see that he already has 3 Shurima. It's a difficult choice to make because Gifts of Fallen is also very strong.
Yes, I'd be going for Gifts of the Fallen here, I think, but no, he decides to go for the Shurima emblem instead. Give that to the Swain? Or give that to Lux?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's an interesting one. It's like, and it's only really useful when you have 5 Shurima, because 5 Shurima means that all of the Shurimas will ascend. Yeah. There's a Jarvan as well. Oh, there's an Azir 2 and a Garen 2. That's pretty big to bring in Demacia as well. You can put them tank items now on the Nasus if you want to. One augment I do want to talk about, though, that Exos has picked up is the I've completely forgot the name. I just remember the name off the top of my head, and then I completely forgot. Something freak. Freaky Friday. That's the one where you get a bunch of Trinity Forces. I mean, Trinity Force was like one of the most worst performing Ornn items in the game last patch. But now with the recent buff, it now gives your units, I believe it's 250 HP instead of 25. And with Freaky Friday, you gain Infinity Forces. I think it's every 6 rounds or something. Oh no, after every 3 player combat. So you get quite a few items here over to your units. If you could put that, on the likes of Nasus, Azir, and then maybe after a few turns, you can also put it on the Lux. It definitely give you a nice bunch of stats.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it could be the saving grace here for Exols. Not that he really needs it at the top of the leaderboard right now in this particular game, but definitely looking to keep his reign going up at the top.
Yeah, this is definitely very interesting. Old library card picked up here for the wait, what spatula did he get from the? Oh, he got Ionia spat.
Yeah, Ionia Azure.
That is not the best, to be honest. I mean, that's kind of an unlucky one, but that's the risk of taking library card when you get a tome of traits. You proc it, you hope you get like a strategist here or a sorcerer, but probably didn't have any one of them options. So Ionia is the only option, which is okay, but you already have an Azir board, and Ionia is not really the best with Azir.
Yeah, it just gives you that extra attack speed, and you can get that from other items that kind of do more for you, like a static shield, the rage blade that we've talked about several times before, because that's just the kind of normal items that you kind of go on the Azir. It's more to try and get the bonus for your other Ionian champions than anything.
It means you have that bit of, flexibility, whether you hit like the Yasuo or maybe you hit the Kai'Sa later on, maybe you can go for that. But yeah, the extra attack speed is definitely nice for Azir, because the more attacks means the more he can cast, and means the more, soldiers he can get out. Because once he gets them 3 soldiers, then he's going to start doing a lot of damage. But at the moment, we only got 1 win streaking player in this lobby, who is none other than Brubba. So Brubba also still having a pretty good performance, but we're stage 4-5 and no one is dead yet.
Yep, definitely hanging on by the skin of their teeth there for the 2 players at the bottom of the board. There's Squink and Fury Horn, who are none other than Blast at Moon and Decisive Way. And that means that Brubba really seems to be on form in this game, 1-1, and he's looking for his 3rd one in a row to make it towards that top 4. So if he can make it there, Noctero, one of our other players that have been doing really well today, I think is in 2nd place right now, sitting there in 6th, so definitely needs to start clawing things back.
And we're going to see the fight here of the top 2 players. It's going to be Exols versus Brubba. Both these players have really strong boards, whether it's the Kai'Sa 2-star or the Azir 2-star in the backline, but I'm not too sure if the Kai'Sa 2-star is going. Yeah, the Azir just can't do anything right now. The Kai'Sa 2-star is doing so much work.
Yeah.
Such a great, I mean, Ionia spat is Kai'Sa's probably one of the core items. If you can get that Ionia spat, if you can get a Kai'Sa 2-star, the amount of damage that this unit can bring to the table, plus you also have unified resistance, which is also going to give Kai'Sa extra tankiness. So hard to deal with. You already have 6 Ionia on the board as well. Like this board is looking really good for Brubba to get another first.
And that's the thing, Kai'Sa is so integral to so many different compositions that you're so lucky to be able to get her to tier 2 here, because so many other people are looking for to get her as well for their challenger composition or for their void composition. Not that anyone's running void in this game, but it's just she's such a good and contested and powerful champion that you're lucky to have her at tier 2, because look, other end, tier 1.
Yeah, tier 1 Kai'Sa, this is the Ravenous Hunter Warwick board. Unfortunately, it doesn't have Warwick 3, though. You really want to try to hit Warwick 3 with this board, but look at the Warwick go! My God, Warwick is just howling on everyone and just destroys the Kai'Sa.
I was so worried for a minute there when he was fighting against the Yasuo, and then it's like, wait, okay, Yasuo's gone. Straight onto the Kai'Sa. It's like, oh, where'd the Kai'Sa go?
Is the treasure armory. This is the portal. How many rolls we're going to get here for the side of Squink? You're trying to look for some items, and yeah, that's it. One more. You have a Zephyr, some gold, a Tyrion, a BF sword. Not really the best options there, unfortunately. The Zephyr might help you a little bit, but look at this board. It's just a bit of everything right now on this board, which is not really the best to go for.
Yes, Sorcerer, Demacia, a little bit of Ionia, Strategist. It's kind of a hodgepodge, or yeah, it's a little eclectic, I think, from the look of it. It's just like, I want a little bit of this. He's at the buffet, just a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. So I'll go back for a little bit more of this. And then another Sorcerer.
Oh, it's brilliant. Oh god, it's really really good. But yeah, it's unfortunately I don't think it's going to be enough though for Squink here for the side of Blaster Moon to try and escape here from the bottom four. Oh, Lux 2 is a pretty good hit.
Wait.
Actually going to be selling the Vel'Koz as well. Put priority items on this Kai'Sa. This is really smart. You're popping off the Ionia spat as well. That's actually a really clever play there from Blaster Moon. You want to try and get the items on the Lux, but because Lux had the Ionia spat already on her, what you do is you put the Ionia spat Lux on the bench, you put all the items on the Lux that's on the board, and when you upgrade, the items always prioritize what's on the board first. So because Lux had 3 items, the Spirit Trojan, JG, and Guardbreaker, the Ionia emblem gets popped off, and now you can put that back on whatever unit you want to.
That's really, really smart play from him, but it's not going to do very much against this Yasuo, and also against this Ionia Kai'Sa, which knocks him out.
That's such a big hit as well for Blaster Moon, because he was one of the players that was sitting pretty much on the brink on 13 points. But unfortunately, I think with that 7th place is pretty much going to cancel him out of that top 4, because he was sitting on a few points away from top 4. As someone who is, currently sitting really, really comfortable in that top 4 spot is Snubble with 26 points, currently 2nd place in the standings. Really looking for that Warwick 3-star. You need one more Warwick away. You have that lesser champion duplicator. You're one more Warwick away. And honestly, if you can hit this Warwick 3-star, that is your win condition with this Ravenous Hunter augment.
Yeah, we saw how powerful it is with that Bloodthirster Rageblade and the QSS, just to make sure that he cannot be stopped for the first 18 seconds of the game, but he has to try and go on in, and even with the passive, it's not quite enough. The Astro just does so much damage. The Kai'Sa paired up with them as well.
That's enough. Oh no, that's enough. But that's good for the rest of the lobby, because Snubble, who's currently sitting in 2nd, goes out in 6th place. You're one Warwick away. Your win con with that comp is just going for Warwick 3-star, and you're one Warwick away. That must feel so tough right now for Snubble.
That is 3 points, if I'm not mistaken, there for Snubble. He's so close to staying in that top 4. With everyone else in this lobby, it's so close between all of our players that he might be knocked out going into game 6.
Yeah, this is really, really scary. Another player that actually we haven't looked at really at all this game is Duckbill, who is Shetrin, having a really, really strong board. We got Ionia Kai'Sa against Ionia Kai'Sa. One of them has Morello, one of them has Deathcap.
But it's all down to the secondary carries as well. You have the Thief's Glove with double Zeeks, which means that you have so much attack speed.
Oh, wow. The battle of the Ionia Spats. Not only do you have the Ionia Spats, but also I think the Unified Resistance also doing a lot of work there for Brubber, because you gain the extra resistances. Whereas, Duckbill, whereas Shetrin only had you have my sword, which gives your units AD damage, but you don't really have a lot of AD units in this comp. You want more AP damage with the likes of Kai'Sa. Yasuo can benefit a little bit from AD, but a unified resistance definitely make a lot of difference that round.
Yeah, it definitely did, and I think it was a good roll on the Thieves' Gloves as well to give you that double Zeeks, so that can impact onto the Yasuo and onto the Kai'Sa. So really made it far more difficult for Duckbill, for Shetrin to really make an impact there, but he now has Yasuo too, so might make it a little bit easier to try and gain any ground, any footing back into this game.
Yeah, for sure. This is pretty much the go-to comp, or one of the go-to comps right now in the current meta, is if you can get this Ionia spat, you can play 6 Ionia, which is going to give all your Ionia units a big boost, and you also have 4 Challenger as well, which is going to be really, really big, up against this Azir, who has lots of Infinity Forces, does have the Lux 2-star now as well, though, and some items on this Azir, so could be a little bit difficult to break down.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's a bit beefy to try and get through, but the Kai'Sa's trying her best with the Yasuo to the backline as well, has to go onto the Lux, but he gets taken down by the laser beam of death, and now it's just the Kai'Sa left up and available, and oh no!
5 HP!
5 HP between him and Sudden Death.
And Shetron is sitting at the moment 2 points out on the top 4. He's currently sitting on 20 points, and every position for him is so vital coming into the final game. You're going to try and roll down here. Not too sure what you're rolling down for. Probably just a Shen 2, but to be honest, I think he's realized that this is it. This is pretty much doom or gloom now for him. He is going to be up against Shork in the next round, who is Tuzan. So it's going to be a big battle here. And if you can win this round and potentially get top 4, that could be big.
You have to win 2 or 3 more rounds to try and make top 4 with the HP difference between the two players.
It's an RE2!
RE2 with blue buff, with crit glove, with chalice. That's not looking very good for you.
Ari's going to cast. Yeah, that's too much. I think that's going to be it. Dies of Aatrox.
Wait. Oh, we completely switched. I was so confused for a second.
we swapped there for a second, that's why. But that is going to be Shetron being knocked out in 5th place, which gives him a few points, gives him a few more points than Snubble. But that does mean that Snubble is still going to be ahead in him in the standings. But someone that we've kept an eye on throughout the whole day and was some of our predictions to win the whole thing, which was Brubber, currently sitting on the win streak, still has this Kaiser 2-star, still has the Ionia Spat as well, and looking good really for a first place in a row.
Yeah, definitely on the warpath, definitely on the path to victory. If you can keep this win streak going at 5 wins, definitely looking healthy or a point of power. Needs to get Yasuo tier 2 though. And ideally get that Kai'Sa tier 3, but we've already seen that once today. I don't think it's going to happen for a second time.
No, I don't think so. You're probably looking for a defensive item here. I don't think Redemption is that bad. Yeah, you just put Redemption on the Shen here. Yeah, perfect. I don't think you need really any more offensive items. You really got 3 items on your Kai'Sa, 3 items on your Yasuo. You just want that little bit of healing for the rest of your team. You see how Shen and Yasuo are on the same side, so hopefully you get that bit of Redemption healing. And also that Edge of Night is going to do really well for this Yasuo against this comp with Lux.
Well, can the Azir do enough? Can the Lux do enough with the Yasuo into the backline? He has to ult. It's onto the J4 though. Not who you want to be ulting because he's just so tanky. Your Ahri doing a decent amount of damage, but has to Essence steal away to try and deal any damage whatsoever. So the tankiness really spells disaster for the side of Rubba here.
Yeah, going to level 8 now, trying to find some more units. Also level 8 now at the moment for Connor. Currently our player sitting top of the standings. So again, another player that could be knocked out quite early on in 4th place. And that really opens up the leaderboard for the last game, because both our top 2 contenders, Snubble went out in 6th. Connor could be going out in 4th, which opens up a lot more for the players underneath to try and fight back.
Definitely going to be a close race going into the final game, but it's still all to play for. We have Connor, TFT, and we have Brubba fighting for it to make it to the top 4. Of course, they could both make it to the top 4, but both will not be satisfied unless they will get their win at the end of the day.
Oh, the Challenger Spat on the Gwen doing a little bit of work, but this Lux and oh my god, this Aatrox and Lux are doing so not Aatrox, sorry, the Azir and Lux are doing so much, and that's going to be Connor being knocked out in 4th place.
That's what you get for doing 2 rapid fire cannons, my friend. Just saying. No flame.
I guess sometimes you don't really have a choice. If you get dropped to like 20 bows, then I guess you have no choice at the end of the day.
True. But at least Brubba has Yasuo 2 here, which means that he'll do a lot more damage. And with that, Rapid Fire Cannon actually has greater range to ult from.
Yeah, the problem is with this is that yes, you have Rapid Fire Cannon Yasuo, but at the same time, you don't want to put Yasuo on the 2nd or 3rd row. You want to put him in the front row because he has the Unified Resistance, because you have that Augment, and also you have Edge of Night, which means that even if Yasuo does get focused by this Lux or the Azir, the Edge of Night proc's going to go off. You're going to see it here. Edge of Night procs, and then Lux completely changes focus to someone else. And actually, that might have been the difference there, because now Yasuo's onto the Azir as well.
That's just the Nasus left up and available to try and defend for Exols, but he's tanky. He's just not tanky enough to deal with the onslaught. It's so much HP. He just knocked him out in one go.
That's Lowe's being knocked out in 3rd place. That was such a big killing blow. As you mentioned before that fight, Brother had the Yasuo 2-star in there, the Edge of Night, making sure that the Lux couldn't kill the Yasuo, and going on both sides of the map. Went first over to Lux, was like, cool, Lux, you're not a problem to me. And then just ulted the other side as well. It's like, cool, is it? You're going to be another carry? Not today.
That's what happens when Kaisa has free fire range. When Yasuo can just do whatever the hell he wants. He has this one actually has 2 giant slayers and a rage blade, and then 2 titanic resolves and a bloodthirster. So it's got to be pretty tanky.
Yeah, the problem is that this Yasuo needs to step up a little bit. He's trying to get more of the chalice value than anything else, but look, it's taking a little bit of time for Yasuo to walk up, and instantly gets ulted by the other Yasuo. He's going to go into the back line for now. Wow, the Yasuo just dashed all the way across the Kai'Sa, but it wasn't even enough to take her out. But there's an Ahri too on the other side, who's 2-star with Jeweled Gauntlet. I'm not too sure if it's going to be enough to knock him out. Maybe it is. 1 HP. My God, that Yasuo just dove all the way to Narnia.
Yeah.
Like, that was crazy.
It was Tokyo drifting across the stage.
That was crazy.
Now, it's just 1 HP to 21 HP. A win streak coming through for Suyan. But definitely an impressive performance coming out from Brubba.
Yeah, Brother again, probably not going to get a first this time around, but a first, and a second in his previous 3 games is really, really good. And you can see at the moment, Tucson score 19 points. So if he wins this lobby, he's definitely within a chance in that final lobby to try and potentially get a miraculous recovery all the way into the top 4 from 1 game. But this Ahri though, boom, the cast comes out and everyone is gone, or maybe not.
Wait for it.
Oh no, the Yasuo's gone. No, that's it. And it looks like we're going to get our victory lobby for Tuzan in this game. An Ahri 2-star. Again, the 5-cost 2-stars coming in clutch this round.
And that's what we were talking about before. Once we moved on from the conversation on the 4-cost 3-stars or 4-cost 2-stars, it was onto the 5-costs and how powerful they are at tier 2. You don't have to get them to tier 3 for them to make a huge impact. And we saw that with the Ahri there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the Ahri with the Jeweled Gauntlet, with the blue buff. And that's the great thing with Ahri, is that with Ahri, you want to try and get items to try and get as much mana as possible. And then she gets more mana. That means she can cast more. And if she casts 3 times, she does that big, massive AoE ability, which, as you saw in that lobby, just one-shots everyone. But yeah, getting to that point is sometimes a little bit difficult. As you mentioned, when you can, it can do a lot of work. And that was the main difference in that lobby, because you had Ionia Spat against Ionia Spat. You had Ahri against Ahri, but the main difference was one Ahri was 2-star, and one Ahri was just 1-star.
And that's just the power dynamic and the difference between levels. Like, we've seen it even with lower cost champions like Kalista and Kaisa. If you have a tier 2 and a tier 1, even if you have next to no items on one and you have more items on the other, it can spell that difference maker and can make you lose a round that you otherwise wouldn't have. But now I think it's time to throw over to a short break before we come back with our final game of the day. Thank you so much for casting with me, Stuart. I'm going to sit the final game out, and we'll see you all soon.
Hello and welcome back. We have just concluded round 5, and we had a little glimpse at the standings over the break, and it could not be closer if we scripted it. It's insane. How are you feeling about the game, Dark Soul?
I think there's a lot of interesting points in that game. Specifically, one I'd love to talk about is that RA2 and the impact on the game, especially paired up with Ionia. So with the Ionian buff, she gets a lot more mana regen, and we saw her going with the Spirit Sojin, and I forgot what the other item was, but there was another mana item on her as well, which is what you want because you want her to keep ulting. Because after 3 ults, she then uses a giant impact wave, which deals so much more damage. So that's exactly what you want her to do. And at tier 2, she is insanely powerful. You really need her to get to tier 2 before she really starts to ramp up. And as a 5 cost, it's really difficult to do that at level 7, which we see a lot of players re-roll down at level 7. So when you have reached that level 8, and we haven't really seen a level 9 point, rolling down to that area is so impactful, especially if you're going Ionian. And you can pick up some Kaisa as well, as we have seen, has the Ionian emblem as well. And that's another really powerful champion that we've spoke about a lot today.
Oh yeah, I feel like every time I say Kaisa, like
I'm
it
just
just
like,
like
Kaisa!
Kaisa. Every game we are seeing this Kaisa,
Feel a
and
lot of Kaisa.
actually, like utilizing the Ionia spat with it is something that we've seen sort of time and time again today. And it just seems to be the optimal way to build your Kaisa when you're building into these strong like Ionia challenger boards. But I feel like I'm just repeating myself because it's just been such a prevalent comp today. Um I know that like Legends is something that we haven't seen too much of a shift in, with our players typically going for more Ezreal. But we did see an Aurelion Sol that game, Stuart. Do you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, we did see a running solo. Unfortunately, went out in 7th place, and I think that kind of just shows the, I guess the weakness in a way in terms of just Aurelion Sol and just other legends in general compared to Ezreal. Because with Ezreal, you get so many items early on, you get such a huge spike with being able to slam early items. Whereas Aurelion Sol's one, the patient study means that you kind of have to wait. When you lose or win rounds, you're gaining XP, which means that you can maybe hit a level 7 earlier than other players. But as we saw, they went for level 7 at stage 3-5. They tried to roll down to try and hit the units, couldn't hit the units. And if you don't hit the units at level 7, that kind of means that you're just going to go bot 4 at the end of the day. So it's a high risk, high reward going for Aurelion Sol. It's nice that we had a little bit of something different this game, because it's not fun seeing 16 Ezreals over the 2 separate lobbies. But we've seen Poro here and there, we've seen Aurelion Sol here and there, but really just showing how strong Ezreal is right now compared to the other legends, because of how much gold and how much items you can get.
Yeah, I think the closer that we're getting to the end of the tournament and the more people are clawing to get points on the ladder here, the more we are seeing things like the Aurelion Sol come out just because of that high risk, high reward. Maybe this is
Mhm.
someone that's decided, oh no, I need to pull out something real big if I'm going to try and make top 4. So maybe in this final round, we'll see more players sort of adopting that high risk, high reward kind of gameplay instead of that consistent, solid Ezreal that we've been seeing all day. I am so itching to look at the standings, but we don't quite have them yet. So, Dark, so do you have anything you want to see in this final game?
I want to see players that haven't quite made it to the top four just yet innovate and play to their strengths, because we have seen them play more towards the meta and it has been working by the most part. Like Snubble is firmly in the top four. Same for Bird Derp and Connor TFT. And they've been kind of playing to their strengths as well. We've seen Bird Derp innovate a little bit and go away from something that he's more comfortable on, like the Izzy Lux, which I think is really good to be able to diversify your portfolio in terms of your compositions. But then other ones that, even especially ones that won't make it to the top four, even if you win the next lobby, I'd like to see them try something new, use it maybe as a kind of a training strategy, just to try and see if anything different that they do will make a difference.
Yeah, I think that's a really nice and competitive way to look at it. Thank you for sharing. And well, speaking of sharing, we do have a scoreboard ready for you, and I have been told by production it's pretty close. Let's get it up on the screen for you. Stuart, tell me, how are you feeling?
Oh, these standings could not be closer, could they? There's a bit of a gap with Connor at the moment. He's currently, about 4 points away from safety, away from that fifth place. But after that, look at that. Steak 30, Bird Derp 29, Snubble 29. But then just underneath that, Twixter 28. And even underneath that as well, Brubber, who got the first into second, now only 2 points behind. These standings cannot be closer. I think we're looking at like the top 7 now as potential to get into top 4. I think everyone underneath that, I think like Shetrin and below, is going to be a little bit difficult unless you get a crazy recovery and you get a crazy first place and also other results go in your way. That top 7 at the moment, between 7 people, there's only 4 people that can make it through the GSC number 1.
GSC number one is right around the corner, and with standings this close, we know that absolutely everyone is going to be pulling out what they can to get through. Now, Drexel, Darksil. Oh my goodness, Darksil. You can call me Mizey if you want, if it makes you feel better. Do you have any remarks that you want to make on our players in their current standings?
I'd just like to give a shout out to Twixters, actually, because I know that Stuart gave a shout out to him earlier on today, because he's brand new to the scene, only started playing TFT there last year. It's his first competitive outing, and he's already in the top 5 on day 2. He's only 1 point behind third and fourth place there, so he's doing insanely well for his first competitive outing, and he's not performing badly in his games whatsoever, not letting the pressure get to him. So big shout out to Twixters for that.
It's also admirable when you see folk that are new to the scene go against like old guard TFT people that have been in Northern Legends time and time again, previous Golden Spatula Cup contenders, and he's just like, yeah, I got the beginner's luck. I love seeing that. I love rooting for like this kind of underdog figure, but Connor's shown us he doesn't even need it just to root or the luck because he's absolutely smashing it.
Yeah, Connor's doing extremely well. Definitely one of the players that I was watching when I was researching last night on the players, just to make sure I kind of had a concrete sort of idea as how they like to play. He was definitely one of the standout players for me. But Brubba was the player that I thought was the most likely to be in the top 4 out of all the players. Snubble obviously was my dark horse for today, so really one of the ones that I was looking at as well in terms of his play style and how he likes to kind of develop his compositions and itemize his champions. And it looks like I was kind of right. He's in the top 4 right now, 29 points, and Brubba is trying to make his way up. So maybe we could all be right and have Birderp and Snubble, Twixters, and Brubba in the top 4. Who knows?
Oh yeah, I mean, I usually when I give these caster predictions, it don't go so good. But actually the three of us are doing, touch wood, all right.
So far,
uh
so good.
so far so good. Oh my goodness. So game 6 is on the horizon. Stuart, I've already asked Darksel, what do you want to see in this final game?
Oh, I'm not too sure. I mean, I think we've pretty much seen everything today. Something a bit new would be very, very nice. But I think for these players that are already in the top 4, they're going to be looking to try and secure that top 4 finish and just do whatever they can to get top 4. Early levels, aggressive play style, save your HP, and do what you can because there's only one more round left.
All right, Stuart. Let's see if we see anything new. I've just been told that the game is ready. Let's head into the final game of Northern Legends Golden Spatula Cup 1 qualifier.
Let's go, let's go. We get to see the final game. I'm joined by Maisie for this final exciting game, and wow, do we have a lobby for you. We do have the treasure army again. Two games in a row. We get Warlord's Palace, which is the treasure army, treasure armory. Can't even talk right
You
now. I've
got
been
this.
talking
You
all
got
day.
this.
Yeah. at 4-7. But yeah, look at the players that we have in this, Maisie. You know, Bird at the moment currently sitting in 3rd place. Brother at the moment currently sitting in the 6th place. It's so many crazy close standings. Snubble as well in this lobby, also sitting in 4th place. There's so many players in that top standings that are looking for that top 4 finish. What an exciting way to end the day.
Oh yeah, in terms of lobbies we could be watching right now, there couldn't be one that was any closer or any more exciting. These are players that we've been following all day. We've got the fiendish Danish Snooble here. I'm so sorry for all the Swedish remarks. You can say I'm English, it's fine.
Yeah, we haven't got anything that exciting, have we, sir? But yeah, I mean, I think Snubble has probably been my favorite player to watch today. You know, all the way from the start, going for the Pandora's bench and hitting the 3-star Kai'Sa, going for the Void comps, going for these crazy, very different compositions. And wow, for our final game, we get a Prismatic as our first augment. Our Prismatic Buried Treasures is pretty damn good. You get 5 extra components, which is going to be absolutely insane. There's a Zorn Crown. You're just going to be staying away from that. Wow, actually skips away from the buried treasures and goes for transfusion instead. That's definitely something that I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, we are not putting our legends where our mouths are, but I wonder how many other folk in this lobby would have opted for that prismatic start.
There's a sorcerer I was gonna say sorcerer crown here, which is normally used with like a Sona comp with like full sorcerer, like trying to hit in like 6 or 8 sorcerer. If you can hit a 3-star Sona with a sorcerer spat, that could do a lot of damage. Cruel Pact on the other side as well. We have everything in this lobby. This is absolutely insane.
There's a very conservative Cruel Pact. The last Cruel Pact we seen was in game 1 from Snooble when he went down to 5 HP at 2-1.
Yeah, it's a high risk, high reward augment if you've ever seen one, because yes, you do lose a lot of health, but at the same time, you can get to level 7, which level 7 means that you can roll down, you can try and hit them 4-cost 2-star units. And as we saw from Snubble, if you can get a pretty good performance there, then it can also be really, really good. But I think that's going to be crazy to actually figure out what's actually going to happen in this final lobby.
Oh yeah, well for game 6 we said we wanted something new, that may be Sona. We said we wanted something high risk, high reward. May I just remind you that Moldiver is sitting on 7 HP. They have gone so ham and I love it.
Yes, it's risky because if you lose one round, then you might lose the entire game. But it's very unlikely. And I mean very unlikely that he will be losing any round soon, because you're level 7 against potentially like a level 4 or level 5 boards. You have like 2 or 3 more units than what you usually have. If you lose a round, then you know, just unlucky, I guess. I don't know. Like someone has to really high roll early game to be able to get that. But yeah, Lowe's at the moment sitting down at the moment in 9th spot. So it doesn't have, you know, the most to play for, to be honest. So maybe going for something like, you know, what Doctor was saying before, something a little bit different.
Oh, there's an Ari! A 1% Ari in the shop.
And this is what I was saying. You hit level 7. It's a high risk, but it's a high reward at the same time. If you can hit the right units, there's also a Jarvan there as well.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah, Xlolez has come in here. 22 points. Kind of sitting on the bubble. If this is a really good game for them, you know, he has the potential to just run away with it. And he's like, do you know what? I'm gonna get that 1% Ari at level 7. That is stunning.
That's insane. I mean, the thing is, though, even if Luz does win this round, I believe you get 8 points for first place. Even if you win this round, you're going to sit at like 30 points, which is still going to be very difficult, because the problem is there's so many players between him and also going, you know, into that top 4 finish. But he's doing everything he can in his power to try and get that first place finish, and maybe we be within a slim chance of getting into that top 4.
Oh, this is kind of beautiful. We see Decisive Way there on the top screen. This river sprite. They've got the void spat already. I think that this game is about to be knocked off its hinges.
I don't know if anyone has taken buried treasures. I'd be very, because it looks like there's a lot of players that have gone for a lot of different first augments that's not buried treasures, which is kind of surprising because the whole day we've seen Ezreal, buried treasures, more items, and in the final game we're like, oh, we're seeing cruel pact, we're seeing transfusion, we're seeing void spats, we're seeing everything in this final game, which is always very exciting to see.
But I can see why players are opting to do this though, because yeah, you could get prismatic buried treasures. Yeah, it's on average pretty good, but when you see an impact like X-Lawless here in his Crow Pact, when you see the impact that has on a game, that's nowhere near as good as Ezreal Prismatic. And that's exactly why, players on their final game are just like, no, we're doing this, we're going ham. And yeah, we're witnessing some Supreme Bacon right now.
It's insane. We'll have to see how Xlows completes this composition out eventually. Probably just going to be trying to econ up as much as possible. Is going to be against the Void Crown as well. Not sure. Is this the same player? This is a different player, right?
No, this is a different player.
Yeah, there's two Void players in this lobby then. Void Crown, again, one of the best augments at the moment in the game. Averaging an insane amount when it comes to ladder play. In tournament can also perform very, very well and pretty much guarantee you that top 4 spot, which, to be fair, that's all that Bird Dope needs right now. Currently sitting in 3rd place with 29 points. All Bird Dope needs really is that top 4 finish. If you can get top 4 finish with this Void Crown, try and just get towards that Baron, that could be enough to secure him that spot in GSC number 1.
Oh, let's go Bird Derp! Sorry, I need to be impartial caster, but I will remind viewers at home that Bird Derp is my dark horse for this tournament and is someone I have watched in just small community tournaments and feel very proud to be witnessing them in this final game.
Like, so exciting seeing all these players. For me personally, this is like the first time I've watched most of these players. There's some players that I recognize the name of, but most of these players, I mean, even from what they told us in terms of answering a few questions, most of these players, if not some of these players, it's like their first time competing. Like Connor at the moment, sitting top of the standings, first time competing. Twixter as well, currently sitting in 5th place, first time competing. So it's so exciting to see new players come into the scene every single set, because it seems like we're just getting new players all the times, and not only from Northern Legends but from other regions in EMEA as well. There's always these new and rising stars that come through.
Oh damn, they should call it like Rising Legends or something. No, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry.
See what you did there.
No. My cat is doing best Belveth impression from last night. Clawing my chair.
Snubble at the moment sitting in a pretty decent spot. And currently just lose streaking right now, it seems like, with Transfusion. Thank you very much, Observer. But yeah, with Transfusion, just lose streaking in the early game means that Transfusion is able to stack up. Just trying to get as much gold as possible. Look at that, 50 gold already at Krugs is a lot of golds. And if you just, sacrifice your HP in the early game with Transfusion, you can give all your units a lot of tank stats. So definitely a pretty good spot, even though he's low on HP. It's still a pretty decent spot to be in.
Oh, that eco is beautiful. I mean, we've already had Snubble prove to us today that HP is just a resource and he's not scared to use it. So I don't even think he's sweating right now.
No, I don't. I think he's totally fine. I think, sitting at 66 HP, the only bad thing right now is if he faces off against a crawl packed guy and takes a huge amount of damage, then it might be a little bit scary. But I think Snubble's definitely going to look at try and go to level 7, potentially at stage 3-5, and try and roll down for these 4 cost 2 stars. We'll have to try and see, as he does come up against a Brubber who's looking pretty good, has that Sorcerer's Bat. As I mentioned, look, Sorcerer's Bat on that Sona with the multicaster. This Sona, if you can get that 3-star Sona, it's definitely a big winning condition because it does so much damage with that Sorcerer's Bat.
Gosh, even just at 1 star, you can see the work that Sona's putting in, absolutely chunking all the way through every single unit on this board.
Hopefully, Snubble here can finish off one more unit. The cast comes off. Fire. Okay, that's a pretty good loss. You're taking that off your Snubble. Really, really good loss there. If you can lose the next 2 rounds and not by too much, you can have potentially like 30 or 40 gold at stage 3-5. From a prismatic to a little silver augment.
I know I was really rooting that we would get the triple prismatic on our final game of the day, but silver augment still makes some impact. So let's see if actually people using the Ezreal augment are gonna take this Ezreal augment now.
Yeah, curious because there's a lot of players that didn't take the Ezreal augment early on. So it's like, do you just get the random item component now and try and build towards something? But no, there's Pandora's Bench again. Snubble did play with it before, but no, just going for harm assist. Not going to go for the craziness this time around, unfortunately, with the Pandora's Bench. And oh my god, the observers have showed us
Oh,
level up into late game specialist for Twixter, and this is a player currently sitting just outside the top 4, 1 point away. And if there's ever a game to go level up into late game specialist, now is your time.
the biggest shout out and love to our observer, who is Northern Legends' very own Barry Baden. Everybody knows him, everybody loves him, and by gosh, can he spot a beautiful combination of augments.
Oh, this game has everything on the other side as well. We also have Decisive Way picking up Deadeye. So as well, so going for like a sort of Deadeye comp. So I honestly think we don't have a single Berry Treasures player early on with this prismatic augment opener, which is, it blows my mind. It just shows that everyone is just throwing everything at this final game, with different augments and everything else. And look at this. You're level 7, you're rolling down gold at stage 3-2. You're trying to get a pretty decent board here, so you can try and maybe go towards level 8 potentially, and then level 9 for the late game specialist. Double Sona, double Sejuani is not a bad start, but you really want to try and hit them for 2 stars.
Yeah, the pairs are kind of upsetting because that was a really, really fast and expensive rolldown. But Twix doesn't appear to be in the most amount of danger right now. Actually, sitting kind of pretty with middle health.
And we get to look at one of the Void boards as well. This is Bird Up, another of these players. Look at the point difference at the moment between these two. Bird Up, 29 points, currently sitting in 3rd place. Twixstar, 28 points, currently sitting in 5th place. These two players fighting against each other at the moment. This round can sometimes be the difference between getting top 4 and not getting top 4, and it looks like it's a dominant win here from Bird, taking Twixter all the way down to 36 HP. There's a lot of low health players at the moment in this lobby.
Yeah, I just want to shout out Birderp, who is currently running a Void comp that doesn't contain an Azir, which isn't very on brand, but does seem to be working for him.
Yeah, the cool thing about Void Spat is that you can, you kind of want to keep the voids in, but you can kind of do whatever you want with the Void Spat. Oh, Kai'Sa being picked up there for the Mold Diver, which is last place, which is X-Lols. So already has level 7. Picked up another Kai'Sa, which would be totally fine there, but a lot of the players sitting in low health bars. We have to really look at Nixamanda and also Noxtero at the moment. Both the players both sitting all the way down at level sorry, not at level 7, sitting all the way down at 35 and 36 HP. There comes the roll down. 2-star Callista, 2-star Shurima. Do you want to build the Callista? You don't want to build the Callista. I'm not gonna lie to you, this roll down's not looking good, Maisie.
It's not. He's got bigger units to fry here, and I'm not sure he's quite got the pivot he wanted. This is really unfortunate. This is an 8-loss streak sitting on 29 points. This game is absolutely everything, and he is unfortunately running into Decisive Way here, who's also got that Void Spat going.
I think the problem is now is you didn't even put your Swain 2-star in. I think Snubble is definitely feeling the pressure right now. The roll down, don't really know what to upgrade, don't really know what to play. There's a 2-star Swain on your bench. You're going to take another huge hit here against another Void player. And this is the great thing about Voids early, is you can get that win streak in the early game. You can preserve that HP because you get the Rift Herald. Look at the Rift Herald dancing away there. Good old Shelly. We love Shelly.
Yeah, the Rift Herald, but then also the Rek'Sai that's the same size. That's it's a pretty substantial lady.
Yeah, you're gonna have to probably roll down some more here. This is looking pretty scary though, to be fair, for Snubble. A player that's just sitting in 4th place, only just sitting in just within reach at the moment of trying to get into that top 4 spot. The Radiant Ice complete, but look at his board. All his board is 1-star.
Oh, apart from they got the 2-star Swain, and then that is not Neela. But it's not good, is what I'm saying.
It's not good at all against this Deadeye board now. for Deadeye online here for Iste. And Lux and Azir hopefully going to be doing enough work, but we're not really too sure if this front line is going to be enough to tank through it, because all this front line is 1-star, but it seems like the damage is going to be enough for now. It looks like this is going to be finally a win here for Snubble. We're going to be losing out on that 9 loss streak, finally winning a round. Maybe this is a momentum he needs to try and fight back into that top 4.
Yeah, he certainly needs something, and hopefully Wolves can give him some items here, because he is looking incredibly bare in the items department.
Yeah, no buried treasures and no tiny grab bag means that this is a little bit less in terms of items than what we're used to, Maisie, because the whole day we've been seeing so many items with Scuttle Puddle, with also the Ezreal augments, and now we're seeing kind of a normal game in a way where we're just getting the, you know, a normal amount of items, but now we're going to get some more items from Wolves.
There we go. Oh, we got the Rage Blade there for Azir, should he want to build it.
Yeah, Rageblade and Sunfire, that's an Azir pair. You're really looking for the Azir 2-star. There it is.
There you go. There you go.
Rageblade potential, as you said as well, one of Azir's core items, which is going to be very, very strong. Then you probably go into like Sunfire, or you can go Rapid Fire Cannon into Jeweled Gauntlet. That also could be another option here. But no, it's going to be the Rageblade. Can slam the Sunfire as well to get a little bit of anti-heal. But then Last Whisper is not really the best final items. You're a little bit stuck now with kind of what sort of items you want.
Could be a Guard Breaker Titans angle. No,
Yeah,
he's gone Sunfire.
Yeah, gone for Sunfire, which leaves you with Last Whisper, which is not normally the best. On the other side, we can see that Twixter has that Lux 2-star online with Giant Slayer and Hand of Justice and the Radiant Blue buff. This is trying to do as much as he can, but against that Sejuani 2-star who's so tanky. But it might actually still be enough.
Puts in work, yeah.
Oh, you know what that is there? That's a transfusion death. The Azir actually getting enough health to tank the whole Lux ultimate is pretty damn insane. That's a really, really good one. Oh, Shurima Crest.
Ooh, that could be playing right into his strengths. We have seen him employ these Shurima boards today.
Yeah, a lot of Shurima boards. 5 Shurima could definitely be good to try and buff up some of the other units. Well-earned comforts can also be good. Or there's Unified Resistance, probably going to be the option here. Yeah, Unified Resistance, even after the nerf, so is a great option for this composition. You already have so much health from the Transfusion Augment, and then at the same time, you also have the Augment from Unified Resistance giving you some tanky stats.
Someone that's also in a bit of a pickle here is Twixter. He's sitting with his level up and stuck on level 7. We don't have enough eco to get there. We don't have the board strength to get there. But it's just sitting there ready to cash out.
This is one of them first or 8th moments, isn't it, Maisie, where you're like, you know, I have to try and get a good finish here. To be honest, for Twixter, if he just went for like a guaranteed top 4 and didn't go for this first or 8th level up into late game specialist, probably would have been okay, but went for the first or 8th anyway, and it doesn't look like it's looking more like an 8th Maisie than the first place.
I know, and it's really painful to see. This Lux with the Giant Slayer just isn't finding that Shelly target, and unfortunately, it does mean the Lux is gonna go down here.
So difficult, because you reach late game specialist, you're at a pretty good spot. The problem is trying to get to that late game specialist in the first place, which is very difficult. For Sorcerer Online now, we got a bit of everything in this composition, it seems like, but you know, Jarvan pair, Swain pair, Galio pair. We kind of have a random Sejuani 2, pretty much doing nothing. No Freljord, no Bruiser. It's not looking good right now for Twixter.
Yeah, this could be this is the 5 HP in a dream. Yeah, I don't want to look. This is your wild horse, isn't it? Dark horse.
Yeah, this is my dark horse. As obviously Twixter was one of the players which has his first TFT competitive experience this tournament, which, to be honest, getting to a spot that he is in where he's still within a chance getting top 4 is absolutely great. But it just comes down to his final game, and it seems like this final game is where he is going to fall. That is it. Twixter is out in 8th place, which means that he's going to be out of contention of that top 4 finish. Needed at least a top 4 in this game. Unfortunately, doesn't get anything. That's one less player now. That means players underneath, potentially like Brubo and also Tucson, who's in the other lobby, could potentially look to overtake Twister and try and get that top 4 spot.
What an amazing first showing though for someone to come in,
Oh,
this
for
be their
sure.
first TFT competitive experience and absolutely kick butt. I don't think that's the last we'll see of Twixter, and of course, there will be 2 more Northern Legends this season for anyone who doesn't make it today.
Yeah, for sure. And you're still getting circuit points as well to try and get to the Northern Legends final as well, which is something, we're all looking forward to at the end of this year. So there's still a lot to look forward to. And again, like you mentioned, for Twixtar going out probably going to be about maybe like 8th place or something like that. Hey, top 8 for your first competitive tournament. It's pretty good going, if you ask me. It's a lot better than what I would do, that's for sure.
Well, someone whose hopes for Golden Spatula Cup 1 haven't quite been dashed yet is Snubble. From Denmark.
You had to get that in there, didn't you?
I did, because, yep.
Yeah, Snubble's at the moment sitting on a lot of pairs. He's relatively, I wouldn't really say relatively healthy, but he is sitting on a win streak. But oh my god, look at this board on the other side. Kaiser 2, Yasuo 2 already. This is the Crawl Pact player
Let's
we're going to be
not,
looking at.
Does Ari has a blue buff now since the last time we saw her?
And the Ari's still there as well. And I'm not too sure if this Zero is actually going to do enough
Oh!
work. Saying that, the transfusion health again actually means that the Azir tanks up and not health. Again, the combination of transfusion for the HP, the unified resistance for the tankiness, not only does Azir do a lot of damage, but also super, super tanky at the same time.
That was it. This is what we said at the top of the day. We have to look out for these Azir Lux comps. We've seen them time and time again in the competition today, and I'm sure in your games when you're on ladder. But this is just further proof.
Absolutely insane. I mean, these combat augments, they were all pretty much nerfed in the previous patch, but they're still showing, Snubble showing here that the combat augments still can be very, very strong in contention against, all these Ezreal players going for buried treasures. On the, oh my, look at the other board. That's a ghost. Is that, oh, that's Brubber's board. I think it is a ghost, but look at the augments. Sorcerer Crown into Sorcerer Heart into Manta. That means that this Sona is going to be doing so much work. We unfortunately can't see Brubber's bench because it's a ghost, which is actually probably a good thing here for Snubble. It means that you're not really hitting the full-blown Sona ultimates with the damage because it is the ghost. There's still some really exciting boards to look forward to as we close out this 6th and final game.
Oh yeah, Snubble is really just trying to look to cling on to any advantage right now. That 6 win streak is kind of delicious. I think once we get Lux 2, maybe get ourselves some items here. I mean, yeah, we've been replaced by Warlord's Palace because of our portal this game. And he's got some...
I mean, it's pretty good. I was going to say Trickster Glass is pretty good. Actually, just rolling. We're rolling here.
Yeah, he's got some good eco to really, really find that sweet spot that's gonna to help him and get him out of, the sort of lower HP total that he has.
Let's pick up the Sniper's Focus and the BS Sword in the end. So the Sniper's Focus actually pretty good here for the Lux, and you can just build Infinity Edge so she crits. Another on item here is the Stasis for Brubber, currently sitting pretty close, 14 HP for Brubber. This could potentially knock him out of the tournament if he finishes off in 7th place. All these players that were sitting, this was a very exciting lobby to look at. But it seems like all these players that were in amongst that top 4 are just kind of losing it in these final moments.
Oh, but it just keeps it all the more succulent and exciting for our viewers at home.
This is so, so exciting. 8 Sorcerer, look at that. 8 Sorcerer online. 120 AP, 20% maximum health damage to 2 enemies. Thank you, observers, for highlighting that. This Sona's going to do a lot of work, but also the Lux at the same time. You have Lux with Stasis there. Does come up against a clone, so it is probably going to win this round. I'm so excited to see this 8 Sorcerer.
Yeah, this is actually impeccable. Holy moly, look at that Lux go.
The damage is absolutely crazy how much this 8 Sorcerer can do, and that's exactly what you're looking for with this composition. Normally you can look for that 3-star Sona as a win condition. Realize that, yes, I have Sorcerer Crown, but I also have Sorcerer Heart, which means I can go for 8 Sorcerer. That's the only time you can really go for 8 Sorcerer is with, with a Crown or with a Heart. So getting 8 Sorcerer, getting that huge amount of damage means that you can actually get to a point now where you can actually look to try and win.
Yeah, I mean, Brubba must have been listening earlier on when I said that that's what I wanted today. I wanted a big, non-meta vertical And here we are staring down the barrel of 8 Sorcerer, which honestly, I didn't even think we'd see today.
No, I thought we'd maybe see like the Sorcerer Sona, but not like a complete Sorcerer vertical like this one. You can see the only player below Brubber at the moment is Furryhorn, who is Decisive Way, who's actually going to be the one that he's going to be up against now. So this is potentially a knockout blow for both of these players.
Oh, I kind of want to see these Sorks
It's
go
a 3-star
on.
Rek'Sai though.
That's a big lad, or lady, big lady.
Don't worry, I also getting confused as well with Rek'Sai, to be fair. But that is going to be Decisive Way being knocked out, and another position going up here for Brubber. Unfortunate for Decisive Way. Tried to go for that Rek'Sai 3-star, but unfortunately wasn't enough. But players that we haven't talked about at the moment, we've got 2 players win streak at the moment right at the top. We got Scuttle, who is Chame, and we also got Noctero, who is Snubble. Both are the only 2 players on a win streak right now, and Snubble already sitting pretty comfortably in 4th place, 1 point away from the players below him. Really needs a good finish here to try and get top 4.
Yeah, I just want to. Oh, it's okay. I was gonna say, like, one last thing about the sort board. It's not like we have Mystics in this set. The closest thing we have is Bastion, and no one's really
Yes.
building a Bastion vertical. So running into that sort board is gonna hurt real bad.
Yeah, I that's a really great point, to be fair, you know, bringing up the whole Mystic point, because pretty much in every single set for TFT we've had a sort of counter to these sorcerers, be like you said, like a Mystic, but we don't have that this set, which is what makes, you know, sorcerers and AP units at the moment very, very strong, because you can't really build anything to counter these AP comps. The only thing you can counter with it is just trying to build damage yourself and trying to get a lot of damage yourself. We do get another knockout here. Moldiver's being knocked out, who is low, so another player go down, which means Brubber gains another standing. So the 2 players that we're really looking out for in this, or really the 3 players, is Aocean, who is Bird who's currently sitting in 3rd place. We
Oh,
got Abyssa, who is Brubber, currently sitting in 5th place at the moment in the standings, and also in 5th place in the leaderboard. And then we have Notero, who is Snubble, who is currently 2nd place at the moment in this lobby, and also 4th place in the standings. So all the top players sitting within close proximity of that top 4 finish are so close within HP marks as well. This could go either way. It's going to go down to the wire.
I think this might be a Brubba Bird Derp showdown. I just have a feeling that it's gonna be the 5 HP versus the 2 HP. I think we're definitely gonna see a knockout this round.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be Brubber. Who is Brubber going to go against? You're going to go over to another board. It
Yep,
is
it's
against
Brubber
the
Bird
Void
Derp.
Boy. It's Brubber versus Bird Derp. It's exactly what you said. This could be the difference between ending top 4 and not ending top 4 and qualifying for GSC.
Oh, that Sona is doing some serious work, and she is positioned so neatly in the corner that Shelly can't even paw away at her face.
Oh, I don't know if the Sona's going to be enough, though. There is the Swain. The Swain used the ultimate again, and Bird Dub does go out in 5th place, and that means that Brubber is going to guarantee that top 4 finish. Not too sure if it's going to be enough, because at the moment there is 2 points difference between Bird Dub and Brubber. So even if Brubber goes out in 4th place, Bird Dub will still be above Brubber, because that 1 point is not going to be enough. Brubber needs to get 2 points or 2 place difference for a tiebreaker, or potentially 3 places to try and overstep Bird Dub, who's currently sitting in 3rd place. As I said, Macy, we're not done yet. That's 1 knockout, but we are not done yet.
Oh no, I ain't over until the 25 stack Rek'Sai sings, and I don't hear nothing yet.
Oh, this is another crazy battle. This is going to be Snubble versus Brubber as well. Again, more of our top 4 players going at it. I think this is the clone, though, if I'm not mistaken, from Snubble, so it's going to be a little bit weaker. But look at the damage that Azir's doing.
Oh.
I think the Azir's actually going to be enough, and that does mean that Brubber does get knocked out, probably in 4th place. We have to see how the other fight is going, but I think minus 14 HP means that Brubber is going to be knocked out, which means Bird Dub still stays above Brubber, and that could mean all the difference in the standings.
Oh, and that's one furious Aphelios taking down a 3-star Cho'Gath for the victory there. We're our top three. We're our top three in the final game, Stuart.
This is what a way to finish the day as well. This has really gone down to the wires. You know, so many players are so close to each other. You know, Birdo going out in 5th. He had Brubber going out in 4th. Snubble is still alive. I'm not too sure if this guarantees his top 4 finish, but Snubble definitely in a good spot, finishing in 3rd place here. Definitely higher than the other players. You have 2 other players in this lobby as well. You have Craggle, who is Iste, and also Scuttle, who is a Chambe, which I'm pretty sure both of them are probably too far away to trying to get into the top 4 finish. So the player that we really have to look out for is Snubble to see what player finish or what place that he's going to finish.
And one really important thing to note about Snubble's boards is with the augments he's chosen throughout this game, his team are just tanks.
Yeah.
Even a little 1-star Teemo, he can take a beating. He's good.
The 1-star Teemo in the backline is just like, yeah, you think that I'm just a little Teemo and you don't think I'm going to do too much? Let me tank a whole Lux ulti for you, but I totally agree. I think the organs have been very good. Oh, the Zephyr, though, in the end, could be pretty big. Oh, that Teemo just... Yeah. Oh, my... These Deadeyes are actually doing so much damage to the Azir as well.
Yeah, the Zephyr was really unfortunate. We've only got 9 stacks on that Hurricane there.
Lux is dead!
No! Oh, he hangs on!
Knockout. Oh,
he hangs on with 5 HP.
I thought that was going to be a knockout blow there for Snubble, and if Snubble finishes in 3rd place, the standings get way too close. I think Snubble probably guarantees top 4 with a 3rd place, but I'm not too sure. I mean, honestly, these leaderboards are going to go down to the wire. Both these top 2 players at the moment, Scuttle and Craggle, who is Iste, and also Chambe, even though they cannot get into the top 4, they're still putting up one hell of a beating and trying to help out other players try and knock out Snubble.
Because there's a whole other lobby taking place right now as well. This is not the only lobby you're seeing today for those just tuning in. There is one more lobby of 8 players.
Absolutely crazy. We have to see how the other 8 players are doing afterwards. But look at this board, by the way. 3-star Rek'Sai, 3-star Cho'Gath is doing a lot, but this Nasus is also tanking up a lot of the damage, and maybe the Azir is enough. The Jarvan ultimate comes through as well and actually stops the Rek'Sai from getting the reset. It's going to go all the way back over to the backline as well. The Kalista 3-star as well. I didn't even see that one, but the Lux as well also takes them down, and that means Snubble is now guaranteed top 2, which is one step closer to getting qualified into GSC number 1.
Now, Snubble is a player that started today with the Cruel Pact augment, and we saw that this man uses HP as a resource. And when you're playing players at this level, you have to eke out absolutely every advantage you can. This is a man that has played with an iron will and a big heart, and it's paying off. It's just 2 players now that are left in this lobby before we will find out who is making it to Golden Spatula Cup 1.
This board is pretty cool as well from Chambe, I must say. 6 Bruiser with a Bruiser emblem on this Kalista 3-star in the backline. You still have the Kaiser as well to get Challenger online, but all eyes are on this Azir and the Lux in the backline. Even Cassante knocks the Sejuani away, which definitely helps the Lux and Azir quite a lot. The 3-star Cho'Gath is down. The 3-star Rek'Sai is probably going to be next, and there's only one more 3-star left. The Kaiser has the stasis, so the stasis chance might be able to help out. The Kalista doesn't even rend, and the Lux takes him out as well, and Snubble wins another round. This could potentially be a first.
That Giant Slayer on Lux has a lot to answer for, my goodness.
Oh my god, we're going to get one more fight, Maisie, to determine who's going to be our final lobby winner. Oh, what a crazy.
One more fight. Oh, crazy. I'm so hyped. And this the Shroud is going to be wonderful because we have seen Snubble today do these tricks with Zephyr, with the Shroud, and that's now 2 items that he could use to gain an advantage at the start of battle.
Yeah, absolutely. You're trying to maybe find like a Teemo replacement here, sell the Teemo so you can Zephyr pretty much anyone that you want to. This is it. Level 9 now for Snubble. You even have an extra unit to try and deal with as well. The last minute swap onto the other side. The problem is, though, he's on the same side as this Rek'Sai and as this Cho'Gath. The Shroud of Stillness comes through, but will it be enough?
That was a really beautiful shroud. Azir also this time escaping the Zephyr,
The
which is
Rek'Sai
kind
doesn't
of
go to the back
beautiful.
line.
Yeah, Rek'Sai got caught up on the Nessus.
And the
You love
Rek'Sai's
to see
stuck
it.
on the Nasus. Yeah, that means the Lux and Azir is going to take him down. I think this might be it for Snubble.
Yeah, the Lux with the Giant Slayer is just absolutely melting. All the augments that's been taken mean that this team is taking absolutely no damage. And with that, Snubble wins the final lobby, and with that probably, but we'll not speculate, secures the top 4. Oh my goodness, this game.
What? Yeah, absolutely crazy final round. I mean, I pretty much secure Snubble into the top 4, most definitely. We'll have to see where he finishes in the top 4, but he was already 4th place last time. Gets a 1st place this time. I don't think there's really anyone that can overtake him, but what a crazy performance from Snubble. As you mentioned, all the way at the start of the day, going for the cruel pack, going for the Pandora's bench, 3-star Shen, 3-star Kai'Sa, 3-star Yasuo, ending it off with the 1st place as well. I mean, he's definitely one player that we're going to have to look out for when we go into, GSC, because he's a player that's definitely kind of turned the meta on his head. It's like, you want to play Ezreal, you want to play Buried Treasures? Cool. I'll play all these combat augments. I'll play Cruel Packs. I'll go for Pandora's Bench. It's just meta defining in general, which is so fun to see.
And he was on an 8-loss streak at the start of the game. Like there
Yes.
was a point where we were watching him because we thought he might go out, and that was really stunning to watch. Like that was an incredibly close game in standings going into. Everyone played really well. It was so back and forth. This gotta be one of the best TFT games I've ever had the pleasure to cast.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. It really comes down to the wire, So many players going out, like Bird Derp went out in 5th place, and then you're like, oh, if Brother goes in 3rd place, that means that they're tied on points. But now Bird Derp should be above Brother in the standings, which means that maybe both of them are knocked out, maybe one of them are just knocked out. I mean, we'll
Oh,
have to wait until after the break and everything. We'll have to see what the final standings are, but. Honestly, I think it might go down to tiebreakers, Maisie, because these point standings are so close.
I feel like that gif of Zach Galifianakis with like all the numbers coming towards him, and he's like, this is how I'm feeling right now. And frankly, I'm not good enough at math, so I'm going to leave it to our wonderful tournament admins to tally the score. And while we wait for that to happen, I believe we're going to have a little break. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we are going to reveal who has made it to Golden Spatula Cup 1. Hello and welcome back. We have now finished all 6 rounds here at the Northern Legends Golden Spatula Cup qualifier. And what a mammoth 6 rounds those were. Yeah, I'm absolutely blown away by the level of TFT for a regional qualifier. Darcel, how are you feeling?
I'm just so happy that my dark horse, my boy Snubble, came out with the dub at the end and also came in second place. I'm a little sad that he didn't come in first, but when I picked him at the start of the day, I was looking at his games and looking at his style, and he's fiendish enough for my liking. So, you know, I put him as my dark horse, and he came out with the dub in the end and came second. So, shout out to you. You
Oh,
did well.
fiendish has to be the word of the day. I think I said that more than any other word on
I
this
think he said it more
broadcast.
than any other word. Yeah,
Maybe not as
for
much as
sure.
his ear. I don't
Or
know.
Kaisa maybe.
True.
We'll get production to tally the rankings. I'm sure they won't mind.
No, they won't. Of course
and
not.
and Stuart, how are you feeling after 6 rounds of Northern Legends goodness?
It's been crazy. I mean, I've done ROE EMEA before, I've done GSCs number 4, but this is like the craziest competitive regionals I've ever done. To be fair, and kind of shows the potential of set 9 really in general. I think set 9 is definitely most people's one of their favorite sets coming into TFT. Moving over from 8 and 8.5 into now set 9. There's so much potential in this set with the portals, with the augments and everything as well. And it just shows that even in the last lobby that we had, not everything is always down to the meta. Even though everyone's taken Ezreal as their legend augment, no one's actually taken any Ezreal augments at all. They took like Crawl Pact in the end, Void Crowns and everything as well. So if you can get them, better augments, you can definitely define the meta. And Snubble was definitely one of the people that did that.
Snow, yeah, okay, incredibly fiendish. I can't stop saying it. Wow. I mean, the the gameplay today was mostly kind of what I expected at first with that Lux and his ear.
Yeah.
But did anything really surprise you today, Darksil?
I'm surprised that players actually listened and decided to pivot towards challengers and Kaisa and Callista, like I was recommending, and then they decided to try it, and they're like, "Oh wait, this is actually really good, and we can do it even when it's being contested." So, unlike with what the Lux Azir have had, where we had 5 or 6 players in one lobby try and go for Azir, so only one person ended up winning that in the end. So I think it's really interesting that they decided to do that, and I'm really happy that they did. It made it far more interesting, and pivoting towards other things that are less contested is always a good idea anyway.
Yeah, it was fun to see players adapt, and then I guess also kind of fun to see the players that held hand and went 7th and 8th while rolling for their Lux 2-star. And Stuart, did anything really surprise you about any sort of off meta plays that we saw today?
I think coming into this, we were all expecting, Ezreal. We were all expecting like buried treasures and a lot of, Ezreal augments in general. I think it was quite nice to see players kind of diverting away from them Ezreal augments, though, from the legend augments, and picking something, new, whether it be the Crawl Pact, as I mentioned before, Void Crowns, Noxus Crowns, everything like that. Because even though the stats say that buried treasures is really, really good and Ezreal's really good, sometimes you can get stuff that's even better and suits your playstyle more. So it's really exciting to see I wouldn't say a lot of diversity, but there was definitely a bit of diversity in terms of, there was different compositions going around. But still, we're going to be seeing a lot more Azir and a lot more Lux definitely in the next few weeks because they are definitely the strongest, comps coming into this.
Without a doubt. I just watching everybody today just kind of made me realize how strong the northern region is. And actually, I think we're a region to be feared this set. And I'm sure you'd both agree that we are actually sending some really, really strong competitors into Golden Spatula Cup 1.
Yeah, that's definitely the case, and I'm really really happy with how the players performed. Even the players that didn't play so well in the ladder, I think performed really really well. And a lot of our players, they were fresh faces to our tournament as well. So this was their first competitive outing. So I mean, Twixtas did insanely well. If we have a look at the leaderboard, you can see how well he did for his first competitive outing after only coming into TFT there last year.
Yeah, here is our leaderboard. And, just as Dark Soul was just saying, Connor TFT taking the tournament and winning everything on his very first outing into the competitive TFT sphere. I mean, Stuart, that's just mind blowing, don't you think?
It's crazy. Having only started to play TFT last set in set 8.5, having only played 2 sets of TFT, to then come into this and get a first place in the qualifier of GSC #1 for Northern Legends, that's one hell of one hell of a statement to make. Not only for the region, not only for the player, but also the region as a whole as well, showing that we were still getting some rising stars coming through as well. It's nice to be sending 2 of our UK people over to GSC #1, and also we got a Dane and a Swede as well. So a lot of strong competitors definitely sending over to GSC #1. And to be honest, I'm really excited to see what they're going to pull off as well when it comes down to when GSC 1 comes around. I'll definitely be keeping an eye out on all them names.
Yeah, maybe because they are, because Connor is new to TFT, maybe that does mean that his brain is not quite as rotted as the rest of ours, and he has these fresh new perspectives on the game. And
Could
that's
Yes.
be.
actually really
Could be.
exciting to send them forward.
Honestly, I think that's a really, really good point. I think, the new players coming in, they haven't had the previous sets to kind of think about, because you feel like everyone has the same sort of play style because of what they're used to from previous sets,
Mhm.
whether it be from back when augments weren't even a thing, or even last set in general. A new player comes in, they just bring a fresh mind, a fresh mindset, and also fresh play style as well. Maybe they have a different approach to other experienced players coming into it, and it just shows. Connor getting first place, maybe that's the difference.
Yeah, maybe it's just a fresh perspective and fresh pair of eyes. And one thing I just wanna commend us as casters for is our choices for winners and dark horses. Granted, none of us saw Connor's win coming, and hats off to him. But how are you feeling about being pretty accurate in terms of people qualifying based on wildcards? Because you both got your dark horse qualified.
Did Stuart get his Dark
I
Horse qualified?
don't. I think I'm trying to remember what my.
I thought your Dark Horse was Twix's, which was
Yeah, I think it
Oh
was
wait,
invalid.
your
Twixter.
dark
Yeah,
horse was
yes,
Twixtus.
yes.
Dark Soul, then your dark horse
I
was
got it.
Snubble.
I believed in Snubble the entire time.
So
You were the only.
congratulations, Dark Soul.
It was actually. I mean, it was both you. Both you did. Oh no, it was only Snubble, wasn't it, for Dark Cell?
Actually, I think Maisie put Snubble as her winner. No?
I was going to originally, and now I really wish I had. But speaking of Snubble, who is definitely Danish, we actually have an interview ready with
It's
him just
definitely
now.
Danish.
It'd be great to see how he's feeling, and yeah, we'll get a chat with Snubble. Ooh.
He's there.
If he's
There
there,
we go.
there we go.
Hello, Snubble. Welcome onto the
Oh,
broadcast, and
can I grab the?
congratulations.
Thanks a lot for the welcome to the broadcast.
I'm honored actually to see that you have put a shirt on to join us on the
Yeah, I was
broadcast.
just thinking that.
Turns out I had to come on, so it's not like I didn't decide to.
Oh, it wasn't your choice. I
I'm sitting here
understand.
sweating my ass off for fun with doors in my house open to try and not die
Well,
of
we
heat
won't keep
exhaustion.
you.
But what you don't do for the interview, I guess. Sending
We
after the
won't keep you
boys.
too long then. Just you can get
I'm
your shirt off again soon.
I'm bad
Um,
at hitting this box. I'm trying to hit it, but it's kind of late. Cool.
there we go. So I mean, God, I feel like mine isn't so much a question as it is a big apology. I did refer to you as Swedish for like the first 3 rounds, and
It's completely fine.
that is entirely my fault. You are
Nah, we're
Danish. I
chilling.
am
That's
sorry.
not that's a non-issue. Don't worry. The Swedes are not that bad, right? Like at least a few of them are okay.
We had some pretty sound Swedes in the
There's
tournament
several
today.
million of them. I hope a few of them are at least
Yeah, but
alright.
like there's not several million of them that are okay, are there? I don't know.
I haven't met every one of them.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
And before this turns
there's a few
onto
that I've
a
met.
full Denmark versus Sweden war, Darksil, do you have any questions for Snooble?
Coming into today, were you confident that you'd make top 4, or was there any doubt in your mind at all, considering who you're playing against?
I was pretty confident. Like Leilana didn't make it. Witch is not here. Kafustle is not here. Robert through the first 2 games by rebowling. That's also how I lost my 1 game. So like the competition, like I was expecting, wasn't here. So like no flames in the players. It's just like those guys are pretty insane. Like Leilana, Kafossil made it to Worlds Lesser, like that kind of stuff, right? Like some of the really top players just didn't make it. So like they're also like letter seed highest. So I wasn't too worried. I was a little scared because I've been stuck in Masters for a while, but it turns out I'm just trolling on ladder, which is like, I guess I just need to stop rerolling Viego and kill every game for fun, and we're fine. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a decent strat.
I mean, ladder doesn't mean anything if you can make it through, you know, in second place for the qualifiers. My question is more to do with your first game of the day. I think there's no surprise when talking about your first game of the day.
it's,
The Cruel Pact into Pandora's Bench into all them 3 stars.
it's a pretty nasty combo. Yeah.
When you hit that Kaiser 3-star at 4-2, what was going through your head? Was you like, oh, cool, RNG luck, or was you like, all skilled, all part of the plan?
So high key, all part of the plan. So that combination is just really insane. Because the issue with bench is that it's a win more augment, right? Like you need a lot of resources to make it work, and the way it gets powerful is you roll 2 stars because you can't find 2 stars in shops, etc. Right? But Cruel Pack just gives you infinite tempo. So I'm just ahead of the lobby until stage 5. So I have a whole stage. Like I have 2 whole stages just to reroll 2 costs, 4 costs, like 2 star 4 costs. Like hitting it 4-2 is fun, but I have all the way to like 5-1, 5-2, 5-3 to hit it. And I'm rolling for 3-4 costs at once. So like it's a pretty
crazy.
easy hit high key. So
It's crazy.
I was expecting the win out. The spot is just really good. Like the spot is just really good because like I'm just not gonna level to 8 and I can lose like 3 fights anyways. And like I have so much time. So like it's cool to hit it 4-2, but I don't need it before like a stage later. So that's just a win out spot. The spot's just insane. The augment combination is really good because bench abuses the tempo from Cool Pack really well. So and it lets you cap high, which is the issue with Cool Pack, right?
Yeah, like Darksoul and I were casting that game together, and we were just yelling the whole time, like, "Oh my god, he's got another 4-star!" Like everything I've ever known about casting was completely out of the window during that game because you were just so insane. And that final game as well was just again, okay, I was just yelling a lot, but it's been an absolute joy to watch you today, and I'm interested to know how are you going to prepare for Golden Spatula Cup 1? I know it's not your first rodeo.
I'm gonna start playing the game on ladder, I think, and then actually start watching other people play the game again because I haven't really done any prep work for a while, and I need to start getting into the game again. So it's like making points in the special cup is like my goal for this set is making it to the final, right? So I have to actually play the game.
That was you without prep? My goodness.
I guess I played like 4 warm-up games of non-reroll, dogshit reroll, and actually Kaiser's here, and turns out we're probably fine if I play that line. So
yeah, that's incredible. Wow. Darksoul, you got anything else for now?
No, I think I'm good. I've asked my main question and Stuart asked my other one, so.
Well, in that case, oh, sorry, Stuart,
no,
do you have
I
one?
was going to say, no, I think as a streamer, as a fellow streamer myself as well, I'm sure you have like, a community and things like that behind you as well. So I just want you, to give the doors to you and, see if you want to say any thanks or anything to anyone.
Yeah, I think current main motivation is coming from like a few people around me in the scene, like Baderp, Witch Titty, Brobber, Kafosselt, like those guys, and just like I know them vaguely. Some of them I know more than others, but like I've done some prep work with some of them. Like being lower than them on ladder is pretty motivating, etc. And then shout out to my stream community. Those guys are sweet too.
Oh, I love that. Well, thank you so much for joining us for the interview, and we will let you get away to get your shirt back off because I know it's incredibly warm
I'm
where
looking
you
forward
are.
to it. Like, it's literally dripping down my back now. So
Stunning.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for
Thank you. Best of luck at the Golden Spatula Cup.
Congrats.
That was so fun.
He's
And he
now
wasn't
free
mad
again.
at me for saying Swedish, so I'm off the hook. So I guess that's us for Northern Legends.
Yeah.
We have selected our top 4 by means of meticulous competition, and boy, what an amazing competition that was. If you're wanting to see any of us on social media, our handles are in front of us. I want to thank you all so much for joining, and we'll see you next time for, Northern Legends Golden Spatula Cup Qualifier 2. Thank you so much for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Bye.